Looking at the unfamiliar clothes, it occurred to him. He knows nothing about the dangers of this new world. Instinctively, he calls up the internal team and an inventory opens before his eyes, as if in a game. Inside, there is only one item, Shanai, a bamboo training sword. When he dug deeper into the system help menu, it turned out that Shiny is listed as an artifact, a relic of a long-forgotten craft. He cannot get enough of the convenience of his new body and its innate abilities. It seems the goddess gave him Shiny because he once practiced kendo. Now in simple armor, he firmly grips the familiar weapon and decides, first of all, to find civilization and gather information. He was thrown into the middle of a dense, secluded forest, and he quietly curses the deity responsible for his reincarnation. Standing at a crossroads, he must make a choice. He resorts to an old-fashioned method to decide where to go, but his thoughts are suddenly torn apart by a piercing scream echoing among the trees. It was impossible to be mistaken, it was a cry for help. Clenching his fist, he tensely focuses on the sound. Deeper in the forest, a tense confrontation is brewing. Two young women, a warrior and a priestess, surrounded by a pack of sinister thugs. The men named Rona Chevalier and Shinfem Fatal are mocked by their kidnappers. Suddenly, a new voice cut through the clearing, sharp, accusatory. It appeared and threw a question in their faces. How dare you, grown men, gang up and attack two women? Hooligans freeze at his sudden appearance and demand to know who he is. One of the women, Cyan, screams in panic for him to run away, explaining that their enemies are trained soldiers of the Sanner Kingdom and he has no chance. He stands his ground and stubbornly says that running away would mean betraying his own manhood. The lead mercenary mockingly laughed at the boy pretending to be a hero, holding only an ordinary stick. The insult hit home and the young man's expression darkened, becoming a cold mask of rage. Say that again, he throws, his voice low and threatening. The mercenary is so confident that he believes. As soon as he grabs the stick, the fight will immediately end. The boy calmly extends the shinai, like an open invitation. As you wish, he said, take this, but in return I will beat you well. The mercenary foolishly took the bait and, laughing triumphantly, grabbed the shinai. Instantly, the boy uses the opponent's grip as a fulcrum and lightning fast spins the weapon. The heavy handle of the radiant eye technique struck directly into the man's throat. He fell to the ground, gasping for air. The spectators, both friends and foes, froze in stunned silence as the man was neutralized with one precise move. Enraged, another mercenary lunges forward, growling a threat. Without hesitation, the boy delivers a perfect strike. The tip of the shinai hits directly in the eye of his new attacker. The blow threw the man backward. He staggered and fell onto the forest floor. With a grim smile, the boy clarifies one important detail for the rest of the thugs. This is not a stick, he says. This is a sword. He warns the frightened survivors do not enter his attack zone. He is confident to the bone, his posture radiates deadly intent. One by one, he systematically and effectively deals with the rest of the men. Their number and training prove powerless against his superior skill. Two women could only watch. On their faces were both admiration and disbelief. When the dust settles, he stands alone among the unconscious bodies of the mercenaries. He calmly looks at his weapon. Despite its appearance, it can easily cause serious injuries. Two women approach him and sincerely thank him for saving them. He waved off their thanks, feeling that perhaps he had intervened too much, but they insisted that he saved their lives. Shin explains that the soldiers of the mercenary kingdom are true masters of hand-to-hand combat techniques, and they would have quickly defeated both of them. He sincerely confesses to them that he got lost and has just found himself in this world. Although it seems strange to them, they have already heard of such cases. They politely introduce themselves. Shinfem Fatal, a swordsman's apprentice, and Rona Shivalai, a monk's apprentice. He in response names his name Konojaranya. Renia suggests leaving here before the mercenaries come to their senses. Rona explains that they ended up in a miasmatic forest, a territory teeming with monsters, and leaving the men here would mean condemning them to inevitable death. Renia stops. A cold thought runs through his head. He has just arrived in this world and has already disturbed several people, yet he strangely lacks remorse. Women cannot believe he has just arrived. Most of the lost panic and get confused, but he is calm and so skillful that he can defeat trained warriors. They admit that they are members of the Adventurers Guild and were sent on a mission to scout and conquer the neighboring Goblin settlement. But Rania opens his help menu and learns that goblins are weak individually but pose a serious threat in large numbers, and he skeptically asks if two of them really intend to complete the mission alone. Shin admits that their team initially consisted of 8 people. Rania correctly guessed that the 6 mercenaries he had just defeated were their former squadmates, and Cian confirms this with bitter disappointment. Although they were abandoned, two feel that they must continue the investigation. They cannot return to the guild empty-handed. This would not only ruin their reputation, but also leave the local peasants defenseless. To do so would mean failure. After a minute of thought, Rania finally decides. He offers to join them. Everyone froze at his proposal. Shan reminds him that he is not a guild member, so he cannot expect any prize money. Rania does not care about the reward. For him, information about this new world is much more valuable. Rona, sensing his sincerity, gently comforts the uncertain Shin, assuring her that Renia is a good person, and so, in the unfamiliar forest, a new life for Kaujirinha began alongside two women he had just met. The newly formed trio turns boldly dives deeper into the forest. Their joint journey is just beginning. Under pressure from the self-proclaimed god, Renia clearly stated what he wants. He does not seek to rule the world and does not desire the powers that would give him such an opportunity. He admits resources are insufficient to take on more responsibility, so he is looking for another kind of advantage. His true request is one specific cheating ability, to be able to resurrect after death and continue fighting no matter what. The goddess, satisfied, agrees. For the one entrusted with saving the world, this is a perfectly natural request. Then she asks him to clearly state which exact ability he desires. The memory fades, and Sean's voice calling his name pulls Rennie back to the present moment. In a cramped rural hut, the team anxiously decides the next step. There might be a group of goblins ahead, so Renia says a strong weapon is needed. They hand him a sword. Others immediately voice their concerns. The sword emits a dangerous aura, and they fear Renia will quickly exhaust himself if he holds it for long. But Cian insists, if Renia masters this powerful weapon, their fight will become much easier. Changing out of their smelly travel clothes, the group felt slight relief and quietly prayed for their safety. Renia solemnly extends the sword to him and says this is the conclusion she has reached. Renia carefully examines the weapon and notices. Its blade is sharp, like a Japanese sword, more suitable for thrusts than wide swings. The hilt looks expensive but traditional. Renia explains, the hilt is genuine and the blade has been broken and replaced several times, but despite all this turmoil in its past, she accepts it with gratitude. Then he made his previous weapon dissolve into the air, stunning his companions who realized he has a void storage. Renia confirms their suspicions and explains that his rare ability allows him to hide items indefinitely until they are needed again. Comrades did not hide their envy, said that its unlimited capacity would be an incredible help. When all preparations were completed, Renia suggests starting the hunt for goblins. Suddenly he froze, his body tensed, and he glanced toward the window. And now he feels it, a threatening presence emerges from the forest. Others look outside, see nothing, and begin to doubt. Is his ability simply making him paranoid? Ta-Cian trusts his intuition. She closes her eyes and begins to whisper a mantra, calling her god for advice. She asks to be shown the place of those who will bring destruction. Her senses extend far beyond the village. In the forest, they detect numerous hostile creatures, far more than just a few monsters. She admits that she uses the art of monks who serve the god of law. The technique, called research, scans the surroundings and warns of any approaching dangers. That the news is grim, and horde of this size usually rushes to capture a village, and its spell shows there are more than 50 of them. Such a great, coordinated force clearly indicates the presence of a goblin leader commanding them. Renia immediately took matters into her own hands. She ordered the women and children to retreat and hide, and all the strong men in the village to prepare for an attack. She returns to Rennie, apologizing for their terrible failure and desperately asking him for help. He instantly agrees, but one question spins in his head: what can he do? They practically have no chances. In the village, there are only 10 men capable of fighting on the front line, facing a well-armed horde with a strong commander. That the consequences of defeat are unthinkable. The villagers will be taken as food, and only death and suffering will remain around. While his comrades froze in horror, Renia calmly says that the fight for the oppressed is a fight worth fighting for. Shock and distrust prevail. A sinister smile appears on his face. Why are you laughing? She asks anxiously. When the sun dips below the horizon, Renia stands guard, tensely awaiting the inevitable attack. He feels a sinister presence stirring in the dark forest, and it brings a cold, bitter smile to his face. Cian, his companion, assesses their main forces. Their squad consists of 2 female students, 1 lost man, and 12 villagers armed only with rural tools and courage. She knows they are not at all equal. There are many goblins led by a commander, so the chances of victory are extremely small. Chan admits that her nerves are on edge, sharply contrasting with Renia's anxious calm. He brushes off his past but says with absolute confidence that they will win this fight, and Rona decides to fully trust him. Suddenly the attack begins. A spear falls near their feet, as if declaring war. Suddenly a hail of arrows rained down and the small group had to duck, preparing for the strike. Goblins surged forward like a mad wave. The village archers were ordered to shoot, but in panic their shots flew wide. Their inexperience is a weakness, so their arrows only hit the ground. She clenched her teeth in despair, realizing that their militia was not ready for a real fight. She says their only chance is to meet the enemy head-on, and Renia, who planned everything, seems to greet this with a grim smile. She had not yet given the order when he already rushed forward. To her own surprise, Renia breaks formation and charges into the crowd of goblins himself. He becomes a whirlwind of movement and steel. With a fierce growl, he beheads the first goblin that ran up to him, and its head flies into the air. He cuts down another without breaking stride, his movements smooth and deadly. A wild, almost maniacal smile spreads across his face as he mocks the creatures, fueled by their fear and aggression. Chan shouts after him, unable to comprehend his reckless actions, certain that he is rushing to his death. The horror deepens in her as a second wave of goblins emerges from the forest, surrounds their flanks, and cuts off any chance of a safe retreat. However, Renia is completely in his element, surrounded by enemies. He easily parries and dodges several attacks at once, like a blurred whirlwind of controlled chaos. He sharply turns, deflects a clumsy axe swing from one goblin, and dodges a stab from another. Irritated that his blade does not fell them with one strike, he rushes at them with a furious, relentless barrage of blows. He roars a challenge, his eyes burning with a terrible glow, pointing his sword from one goblin to another and promising them all death. He stands firm, challenging the entire horde let someone dare to face him. Chaos pushes Sean and Rona right into the thick of the battle. Even in the heat of battle, Renan decisively tells Shin, "Do not hesitate when you attack." Following his advice, she accurately thrusts the knife via deadly stab. Rona warns, "Be vigilant," and two women prepare to defend each other to the last. During the fight, his sword shattered into pieces, but he did not lose composure, throwing the broken shards like throwing knives. It hits the target and gets stuck in the goblin's throat. At that very moment, a new figure emerges from the ranks of goblins, a massive, sturdy creature carrying a huge blade. The goblin leader has appeared. A hoarse roar bursts from the throat as if to say, "I am the master here." Shin shouts to Renia to retreat, insisting that with broken weapons he cannot fight such a beast. Renia waved off her warning with a cold smile. Dark shadow energy thickened around his hand, merging into a new sinister blade. He does not understand how they could ever win if he retreats now. The leader swings his massive sword. The attack is incredibly powerful, but to Renia it is painfully slow. He easily dodges the strike, which carves a deep furrow in the ground exactly where he had just stood. He carefully analyzes the opponent's weapon. Its size and weight give incredible power, but at the cost of speed. Although it has a large range, its horizontal swings are clumsy and leave him vulnerable. The game is over, thinks Renia, seeing his path to victory. As he approaches, a smaller goblin tries to catch him off guard from behind. In astonishing agility, Rainier uses the creature as a stepping stone and stabs it right in the air. And rushing with momentum, he plunged his dark blade deep into the uncovered leg of the leader. He pressed his foot into the wound with all his might, forcing the giant to drop to his knees. Hovering over the fallen commander, Rainier mocks his pathetic sword, then drives his blade into his throat, ending life with splashes of black blood. The leader collapses, he is dead. The fight is not over yet. Bloodied and smiling, Rainier picks up the weapon dropped by the leader. The duel did not quench his thirst for blood, it only fueled it even more. Rona cannot believe her eyes, watching as the rest of the goblins freeze, their faces masks of horror at the massacre witnessed. Rainier turns to them, his face pure, terrible bliss, and he demands that they share with him their pain and fear, greedily craving more. He raises his bulky blade, ready to continue the slaughter. The long night finally recedes, and the first ray of dawn appears. The battlefield falls silent, strewn with the bodies of the dead. Rainier finds Shin, who survived though exhausted. Somehow they are alive. Xian looks at the lonely figure standing amid the ruins. Incredible, but they survived, and all thanks only to him. An inner silent voice screams corrections, while Rainier fights. His blade cuts through the goblin. "No, not that one, fool, to the right, behind you, attack." His body finally settles, exhausted and overwhelmed with disappointment over his own, as it seems to him, failures. Watching from another dimension, the young goddess contemplates her choice. She believed that with his innate abilities, defeating 100 goblins would be easy, but now doubts whether erasing the memories of his previous life was the right decision. In a memory, she asked the man, then known as Kunigurianya, what power he wished for his new life. The answer was simple and grew from past pain. Reborn in a new body, he wanted above all one thing: health. When asked to name more, he requested a strong stomach and high resistance to alcohol to unobstructedly pursue his hobby, eating. And the goddess found this amusingly greedy. Rainier understood. In a world of swords and magic, battles are inevitable, so he needed the skill to provide for himself. The goddess assured him that the body would retain muscle memory of swordsmanship, and instead offered him a choice of more practical skills. When she was offered a chance to use magic, Rainier's curiosity was ignited. He shrugged off the need for innate strength or agility, confident that he would train his new young body to the peak of its capabilities. Satisfied, the goddess granted his request, adding the auxiliary skill of understanding the languages of other worlds. Having received God's blessings, he felt that he could immediately use his new powers. The goddess gave a final warning. His new body could become corrupted, become cruel, but she believed he would handle it. With that last thought, she sent him on his way, confident that he would do well. The scene shifts to the grim ruins after the attack on the village. Only 2 defenders survived this onslaught. It is a true miracle that anyone survived, and only Rainia's skill made it possible, but the survivors understand. They will have to leave their broken home. Rainier, whose body and soul had already been hardened by the horrors of war, calmly and methodically piled the bodies of the dead onto a large pyre. He froze, covered in dirt, and aloud asked whether those so-called lost were even human. His new companions Shin and Rona watched from afar, silently acknowledging that they were saved only because he fought on their side. Placing the last body on the funeral pyre, he asked if the pyre would be enough. Shin explains that the bodies must be burned, otherwise they will rise again as the living dead, and steps forward to perform the ritual. A dazzling fire burst from her hands and ignited the bonfire, which instantly turned into a huge flame. Rona explains being a priest's apprentice. She can borrow power from her god for spells, but she herself does not possess magic. Cheon is clearly surprised. He took Rona for a melee fighter, but her companion sarcastically replies that such simple magic is within anyone's power. Cheyenne sharply responds, admitting that her magic is not very good. This conversation suddenly made Renai remember how he asked the goddess for magical abilities, and he mentally decided to later ask Shin to teach him. Then he raises a bag full of mana crystals taken from goblins and asks what to do with them. Rona says that although these cores have many uses, the team does not need them now. Their main role is to hand them over to the guild as proof of completing the request. After some time, Cyan notices with relief that regular transport is running again from the city of Kukureka. Their group travels by cart and arrives at the place several days later than planned due to an unexpected fight. Finally, they reached home, the trading city. Rona briefly explains, Kukureka is a town with 10,000 inhabitants, protected by 2,000 soldiers and located at the edge of the forest. Walking through the noisy market, they notice that trade is booming. Approaching the city gates, Renia notices that the defensive walls do not look very sturdy. He barely had time to take a closer look when 2 city guards crossed their spears and blocked his way. The guards demand to see his documents, but Grona immediately steps forward and assures them that this is their companion who joined during the mission. The guards accept her words and let them pass. Shin jokingly teases Renia about her elite status. Ron spoke seriously and advised him to register with the Adventurers Guild, explaining that the registration card would serve perfectly as an ID. Seeing the logic in this, Renia nods, and the group heads to the guild hall to submit their report. Inside the Adventurers Guild, they approach the counter. The receptionist, looking confused while reviewing the papers, says that their group was supposed to have 8 people in the records. To settle the matter, Ron hands Renia the guild registration form and asks for help in fulfilling the request. He froze in surprise upon seeing that the form was written in Japanese. The ability to read the language flawlessly is another useful skill of the goddess. He quickly scans the basic guild rules. They seem too trivial to him. The whole process seems almost too simple. The receptionist accepts his application and says that the card will be ready soon. Soon his companions return, having just explained all the details of their mission. They were handed an astonishing 12 gold coins, much more than expected, because the guild accounted for an unexpectedly large number of goblins they encountered. They sat down to talk about money, and the women decided to give Renia half of the earnings. He immediately objects, insisting that he did not do enough to deserve such a large sum. Shin waved off his protest and dryly stated that he single-handedly exterminated almost the entire horde of the Vanished. Rona agrees and adds that the 2 of them alone would never have been enough to withstand such a threat. Then she says they have one more request. Shin looks him straight in the eyes and asks, she wants Renia to join their team. Rona plaintively says that traveling alone is inconvenient for women, and Shin shyly admits that he has poor eyesight and relies heavily on Rona's observance. Renia hesitates, asking himself how they can trust him so easily. Shin insists that they are not afraid at all. If he were unreliable, he would have abandoned them during the goblin attack. Rona adds that in practice, travelers always work more effectively together. He admits that the allies would definitely help. Confused and not knowing what to do, he asks for one night to think over their proposal. Late in the evening, alone in the tavern room, Renia washes up, and the day's events press on his mind. He turned this proposal over in his head, hesitating about what next step to take. Elsewhere, Shin and Rona were also talking about him. Shin still feels like he is hiding something, while Rona says without hesitation he is not a bad person. While Renia was pondering his future, a sudden noise cut through the silence. A barely audible knock sounded at his door. It was Rona. She apologized for the late hour and asked to talk briefly. Renia turned to enter and told her the door was open. Morning light broke into the room. Renia was already awake and dressed, standing and looking down at the woman still lying in his bed. He said with a detached smile, noting that her attempt to seduce him had failed. For a man with the mind of a 90-year-old, such tricks were trivial, though he admits that the young body still responded despite his will. She laughed and honestly admitted she could not compete with that. Renia sharply interrupted the levity and demanded to know her true purpose. As soon as she sits down, her ex Brent becomes serious, and she directly states her goal. She wants him to accept Cheyenne's invitation and join their party. Rania still doesn't believe it and asks what will happen if he refuses. He wonders why they are so fixated on him, since there are surely other adventurers they could turn to. She dismisses the question with a joke saying she is in love with him, but Rainia's stern look makes her answer seriously. She says there are 3 reasons. He skillfully deals with goblins, he helps women in distress, and he is restrained he does not try to take advantage of the situation afterward. In her opinion, these traits make him the ideal candidate. Rainia momentarily sets aside her cunning nature and turns the interrogation back on herself. He states that he has his own questions, and his decision will entirely depend on their answers. She calmly agrees and invites him to ask anything he wants. Rainia begins her interrogation, recalling the suspicious circumstances of their first meeting. He points out that her revealing clothing seems deliberately chosen to invite trouble, a strange choice for a monk. His second point loudly indicates their identities. The surnames and middle names Zi and Zai are a clear sign of noble origin in this world. And the sword he borrowed from Xian is incredibly high quality, too luxurious to be just a spare weapon of an ordinary adventurer. He correctly guesses the intricate pattern on the hilt is a family crest. But he was tormented by one more thing. He says that the behavior of the city guard Kukurtka was the key evidence. The overly polite and submissive response of the guard looked completely unnatural. Rainia thought that it could not be that some ordinary novice adventurer was a guarantor for such a suspicious person as him, and at the same time enjoyed such respect. There had to be some other reason behind the behavior of the guards. After an unsuccessful attempt to attribute the guards' behavior to her own charm, she finally gives up. Rainia presents her conclusion. Both are well-known people of noble origin, but for some complicated reason hide their status. Until these doubts are dispelled, he refuses to meddle in their affairs because they could bring trouble. A tense silence froze between them. Finally, she sighs and admits, her plan failed and he will find out the truth sooner or later. She reveals only part of the truth. Shin really is from a noble family, but she cannot tell anything more. Rainia suddenly begins to doubt herself. If she is not a true monk, then what is this strange power that burst out of her? She explains, although a novice, her true duty is to be a knight and protect Sion. She admits that her daring outfit was an intentional provocation, a trick to instill a sense of danger in protected Xian. She explains that Shin is a naive girl who, dreaming of adventures, ran away from home. The knight was sent to follow her and protect her. Rainia, stunned by the complexity of the situation, asks if Xian was part of the plan to sneak into his room. The knight assures him that Shin is not involved and sincerely believes they need his help. She asks him to keep their conversation secret and he agrees. Rainia weighs the options. Although he is fully capable of traveling alone, he honestly admits with a partner everything will be more effective. After the last desperate attempt at flirting that night was rudely rejected. Finally, he gave in and agreed to join their team, but immediately said he was not sure if he could meet their expectations. As soon as the deal was made, he immediately kicked her out of the room. When she leaves, a new practical reality descends on Rainia. To achieve his goals, he needs money. The next morning, over a generous breakfast, he clearly states his terms. He wants a permanent and generous payment. At first, he insists that they create a real base, sharply criticizing their current place for its remoteness and lack of essentials. He does not get tired of complaining. The food is terrible, the beds are uncomfortable, and there is not even a bath. Meanwhile, the women listen to his lecture. He calculates that they will need at least 1 platinum coin to have a decent place of their own. He honestly admits that he was naive to think he could handle everything alone in this new world. When there are no acquaintances and knowledge, finding reliable partners turns into a long and exhausting task. So he came to the conclusion, working with those he already knows is much more effective. With new determination, he solemnly declares that he will join their group. Shin was glowing with joy and thanked him wholeheartedly without stopping. She is glowing as she talks about searching for a base. Her excitement is palpable, because their goals seem to finally align. Rainia pretends as if she has some other companions, but Sean's quick and slightly embarrassed objection leaves him uneasy. Sitting at the table with his new team, Rainia reflects on his strange new path. In this second life, he began to desire what he never wanted before, to find a place he can truly call his own. Take the crystal ball in your hands and try to imagine a bright light. Thanks to this, we will understand what kind of magic you have in your blood. When he focuses, others watch eagerly and shock appears on their faces. The bullet glows with green light and the sorceress determines its element as wind, but notices that something is wrong. Based on the results, she confirms he has a strong affinity. But immediately after that, she gives a grim verdict. He has hopelessly little mana, less than half of what an ordinary person has. She says that the color of this light is rare and incredibly beautiful, but its size is extremely small. For a person with true talent for magic, that light would be dazzling, but instead it gave only a dim glow. He stubbornly holds on to optimism, convincing himself that with training his maximum mana will gradually increase. Looking for a quick way to train, he learned that it costs 7 silver coins and gave them even before extending his hand to the sorceress. She places her hands on his and grants a non-elemental spell light. A strange message suddenly appeared before his eyes, asking him to accept a new spell. He agrees and this greatly confuses his companion. The sorceress then utters the spell, "Light, grant me your power, manifest." To quickly and effectively level up magic, he just needs to constantly repeat that one spell. When he asks about his connection to the wind, his companion looks worried. The sorceress sharply says that he is not ready yet, and his face pales at her words. She tells him to return only after he manages to gather a decent amount of mana during training, and adds that he will have to pay for that lesson as well. Walking through the streets, his companion seems strangely cheerful. She explains her good mood. She just thought that he also has things he is bad at. Annoyed that he is being compared to her, he brushed off the remark. He changes the subject and asks her to wait 2 or 3 days before accepting her offer. He finally admits his situation. He knows almost nothing about magic, and even less about his own abilities. Most memories from the previous world have been erased. She was stunned that he called himself a lost person, although he never seemed confused. He reflects on those mysterious words to himself, the only ones left in his mind, and decides not to remember the strange girl he met when he arrived. He notices that she notices little, while she meanwhile ponders how mysterious lost people can be. With new determination, he firmly says that he will test his strength in a place where he can act fully and harm no one. He begins to stretch, loudly declaring that the first test is endurance. She suggests the area north of the city, a desert, uninhabited place with weak monsters, simply perfect for training. Without a word, he rushed forward, running at incredible speed. He is stunned by his own strength, feeling the amazing lightness of a young, renewed body. He reaches his goal, the hermit sepulchre, much faster than expected. The surrounding landscape is covered with scars and damaged. To his surprise, he did not even gasp. Confidence in his own endurance was finally solidified. He draws his sword and begins practicing forms, every movement sharp and measured. He does not stop training. His focus is absolute. The blade is not the best, but it will do for now. He knows he must preserve its strength. He promised himself, someday, as soon as a proper workshop appears, he will definitely use his blacksmith skills. Recalling the sorceress's advice, he finally decided to take up learning magic. He raises his hand, focusing all his willpower into it. He rummages through his memory, searching for the correct spell. He begins chanting the spell, "Light, give me your power, money." He struggles to pronounce the last word. Suddenly, darkness engulfs his sight. He doubts whether he pronounced the spell correctly, and at that moment a voice comes from the void. His eyes suddenly open wide with anxiety. Raising his eyes, he sees a mysterious girl in a red cloak standing above him. She anxiously asks if everything is all right. The man Rania opens his eyes and sees a young woman leaning over him, care in her eyes, and she asks if he is okay. Before he can fully comprehend, she screams and stumbling falls right onto him, while another figure flies past them. Now pinned beneath her, he only looks up confusedly as she firmly demands to know who he is. She introduced herself as a traveling merchant who accidentally found him when he collapsed in the middle of a deserted, rocky landscape. Rena, still dizzy, doubts whether he really lost consciousness. He argues with himself. Why did he suddenly faint? Could it be a side effect of the magic he is sure he is completely unlucky with? His suspicion grew. He ordered Ken to carefully inspect the surroundings, but this wandering merchant appeared as if from nowhere, without the usual goods and bags that a merchant usually carries. She proudly puffs out her chest with false pride and calls herself the great trader Jikiri, supposedly the owner of a rare void repository. Renia sharply tells her that he has never heard of her before and instantly deflates her grand presentation. Despite his indifference, Kiri insists that he look at her things, assuring that it is fate she was the one who healed him. Renia sighs, recognizing in her someone who simply does not listen. A wave of fatigue overwhelms him, and for a moment he seriously considers just leaving that strange girl behind. He hasn't even had time to blink when she has already spread out her goods on a piece of cloth right on the ground, and with refined ease set up her stall. He looks at her, notices her carelessness and obvious weak spots. Convinced that she poses little danger, he decides to amuse her and reviews the displayed items. His gaze stops on one special blade. He pulls it out of the sheath, recognizes the distinctive shape and sharp blade, an unmistakable Japanese sword, an item that should not exist in this world. Kiri explains that although the sword is valuable, its uniqueness makes it difficult for most people to own, and she would be glad to sell it to someone who understands its true value. Renia sincerely admits, the item is wonderful, but he is currently without money. Kiri does not hesitate and immediately offers to give him a discount. Her eyes suddenly widen with insight, and his mention of the Japanese sword reveals an important truth: he is lost, someone from another world. Seizing the chance, she proposes an exchange. Rene pulls out the only thing he brought with him, a simple bamboo training sword, shiny. Kiri's excitement flared at the thought that this seemingly simple item could turn out to be a powerful artifact, and she impatiently asks to examine it. With a cunning look, she makes an offer. She will give her valuable Japanese sword in exchange for his shinai, which seems so ordinary. Rene hesitates, but Kiri insists. claiming that selling the artifact is much easier than the sword, which only a few people could use. As a condition of the deal, she asks to be shown she is eager to see how to properly wield the sword. She pulled a thick wooden post from the shed, stuck it into the ground, and declared it his target. Renai sighs heavily but agrees, understanding that she wants to see the weapon in action before finalizing the deal. He takes a stance in front of the post, the weight of the blade in his hands is familiar, and Kiri watches intently. Focusing his energy, he directed his intent into one lightning-fast movement and delivered a powerful strike. As a result, he simply froze in amazement. The thick wooden post was not just cut, it was completely destroyed, exploding into splinters from the force of the blow. Kiri gasped in amazement, feeling the incredible power of the sword. Rene was also impressed. He admitted that this was truly an exceptional weapon, and he would be lucky to own it. The demonstration turned out to be a resounding success, and Kiri joyfully announced that the exchange was decided. As she was about to leave, she threw a mysterious piece of advice. She said that her intuition as a traveling merchant suggested that he fell due to a lack of magic, so train only in a safe place. She winked and added that although he would undoubtedly become an incredible wizard, he was still destined to collapse again from the strain. Throwing a final "see you," she walked away, leaving Renia pondering her strange behavior and the chilling knowledge of how he uses magic. He stands alone in the desert, reflecting on that strange encounter and wondering whether he should consider himself lucky. A few miles away, a girl whose real name is Gilil stands at the edge of a cliff and triumphantly reports her success. Speaking into a device on her wrist, she briefly reports to her master. The mission is accomplished. Shiny has been returned from Kanujayarnya without any incidents. A cheerful disembodied voice praises her, calling her Galero Kun. Gilio frowns tensely in irritation over the mixed-up name. She bursts out in frustration, complaining about her lord's thoughtlessness. Could he endow Shinai with the trait of indestructibility and entrust her with such a troublesome task? An entity resembling a goddess explained that Shinai is not just a training weapon, but a weapon of mass destruction, capable of breaking castle walls or even tearing seals between worlds. She continues her tirade, lamenting the endless duties being the creator and the highest mistress of the universe. Gilil confesses. She took Shinai from Rinia's grave only after making the necessary sacrifice, and the goddess confirms substitute item a katana was properly delivered. The goddess said indifferently that the replacement sword should be easy enough for him to use. She again showers Gilil with praise, and she silently watches, boiling with anger at her master's indifferent attitude. But later, already in their home, Cian ran in with news. They had been approached with a new request. Rinia tells her to call Rona so they can all discuss all the details together. The three sit at the table, and Cian explains what happened in the place about a day's ride south by horse and cart. They were asked to subdue a newly discovered living dungeon. She explains that this unique type of dungeon grows around a core, absorbing surrounding mana, creating monsters and expanding its territory. Their mission is to destroy this dangerous dungeon while it is still in its infancy, so it does not have time to drain life from the entire region. When Renia asks if it will be just the three of them, Kian shakes her head. She announces that they will become part of a large force and join 4 other groups of adventurers for this mission. The guild has already organized transport for a 4-day expedition. They pay 6 gold coins plus expense reimbursement, and if you destroy the core, you will receive 10 more coins. Renian and Rona exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. Details of the request sound convincing. But then Shan simply breaks the silence. They have to set off the very next morning, and that evening a mandatory meeting with the other parties. Renia and Rona just froze. The suddenness of the schedule stunned them. Renia immediately sharply scolds Cian. Why did you agree to such an urgent quest without consulting us? He says that preparing supplies in such a short time is a real nightmare. He insists, even if she is the leader, she must consult the team before making decisions. Both Kshin and Rona look at him, puzzled. It turns out both were convinced that Renia had been the leader of their team all along. Rona begs him to officially take on this role, saying it would help her a lot. She explains that although Shayan is a capable leader, she would feel more at ease if he were in charge. Renia is overwhelmed by unspeakable horror. He somehow senses the full meaning of Rona's words and implores her not to look at him with those expectant eyes. He sighs heavily, and from the stress his head begins to hurt. He emphasizes, if he really is the leader, Shan's unilateral decision becomes an even more serious problem. Now they will have to hurriedly gather supplies for 3 by dawn. She shyly apologizes, admitting that her impatience got the better of her. Resigned to the situation, Renia sighs and begins to give out assignments. He asks Rona to go and buy everything needed for their preparation. Then he, without hesitation, confirms together with Cian. They will both come to the meeting with the other parties. Shin shines with confidence, boasting that she knows almost everything about the active adventurers in the city. She confidently says that their party will be the best among all. They enter the Silver Cup, a local tavern that also serves as the base of the Adventurers Guild. When they go inside, they see that other adventurers have already gathered, and conversations instantly fall silent as soon as the newcomers appear. Three hardened-looking adventurers at a neighboring table turn to them, their faces cold and unfriendly. In the crowded room, several groups of adventurers have gathered for a briefing. A knight in heavy armor confirms what they have already heard from the guild. They were gathered together to form groups that are to capture the dungeon. It turned out the knight is Heartsrazan, leader of the Flaming Lotus Party, rank B, and a master of dual wielding. Adventurers have ranks from S to F, and novices are currently at the very bottom. Another leader appeared Zest Fatality from the Sharp Claw Party, a rank C rapier user, whose low rank is explained by his bad behavior. Rania looks at Zest with contempt, noticing his completely inappropriate behavior. He is still observing the group of researchers, a quartet led by a red-haired man named Azhound, and they all fight under the command of a mage. Xian whispers to Rania that he knows about these groups because he follows them like idols. Suddenly, their private conversation is interrupted by an angry shout from the other end of the table. Zest comes straight towards them, mocking their duo and questioning whether they even have a chance to survive. Rania calmly but confidently explains that their third member, a priest, is simply absent due to recent preparations, but Zest remains unconvinced. Apologizing for the accidental rudeness, Rania assures those present that his group takes the mission seriously, but the hostile adventurer is not soothed at all. Zest demands to be told the name. Upon learning that Rania Kunaji is a newly registered adventurer, his mood sharply worsens. The other parties whisper among themselves, realizing they are dealing with F-ranks. Seized by rage, Zest slams the table and accuses the newcomers of being trash who intend to live off the efforts of their seniors. She stands up to defend her party, but this only fuels Zest's anger. In a fit of rage, Zest grabs a nearby bottle of wine and fiercely swings it at her head. A moment before the strike, his hand was suddenly stopped harshly, and Rania easily caught the bottle, his face expressionless. Zest throws an angry glance in response, furious because in front of him is supposedly a pathetic F-rank trying to show off. After a brief word of thanks from Cian, Rania stepped out to meet the aggressor. Zest draws his rapier and swears to prove, no matter how they fight, trash will always be trash. He lunges forward, releasing a dazzlingly fast series of stabs. The attack comes aimed straight at Rania's eye, but Rania rushes with incredible, almost impossible speed. Zest's attack suddenly stopped completely. He looks, not believing his eyes. His rapier is cleanly stuck between two sticks. Before he could react, several swords suddenly appeared and with a crash bit into the table in front of him, a silent, deadly warning. Rania broke the tense silence and told Kula that he thought it was just a meeting. He cast a cold glance at Zest and noticed that today was not the time for talks. Rania announced that he was leaving and added, since this request requires cooperation, his team would work independently so as not to give others any excuse for failure. The other leaders readily agree they also prefer to work alone. The alliance split even before it began. Rania turns around and leaves. Zest growls a final threat and says to the newcomer, watch your back in the dungeon. Rania freezes, not turning around. Then casting a cold glance over his shoulder, he replied to you in kind. Going outside, Shin hurries after him and immediately begins to apologize for this failed meeting. Rania sharply interrupts her, it is his fault and that is final. He sternly warns, do not speak of this again. Suddenly his tone changed. He reminded her that this was his first task as an adventurer and asked if he could count on her. Stunned by the sudden sincerity, Cheyenne's anxiety melts away. She smiled brightly and agreed enthusiastically, matching his pace. The caravan moves on, making its way along a bumpy path through rolling hills to distant snow-covered peaks. Inside one of the covered wagons, a tense conversation is underway. Rona looks at Rania, her face a mixture of distrust and accusation. You did it on purpose, she demands. Rania averts his gaze from her, a drop of sweat frozen on his forehead. He deliberately allowed other, more aggressive parties to go ahead. Rona presses him, explaining that the tension between the groups was already on the verge of breaking. She doubts the wisdom of his choice, but he firmly says it was the best move for people of their level. He explains his plan. By letting others go first, they avoid direct confrontation and unnecessary conflicts. Their goal is simple: to complete the mission in 3 days with as little effort as possible and collect the reward. Rona is shocked by the complete passivity of his plan, but Rania, without a moment's doubt, remained confident in his approach. She mockingly dismisses his grand strategy, saying it's nothing more than simple farming, a way just to keep them alive. He agrees and adds that this is the most reliable way to protect Xian, as they are currently unprepared. Jin, who was trying to rest a bit, overheard their conversation and offered to take the reins of the wagon. But Rania sternly reminds her that driving is her punishment for agreeing to the mission without consulting the others. Finally, the caravan arrives at the place of Baron, a rocky clearing dominated by a large earthen mound, beneath which lies the entrance to the dungeon. They set up camp nearby, and Rania calmly explains, it is safer here than it seems. Most modern dungeons no longer release monsters from their entrances. Rona agrees and adds that it is better to camp in the open rather than in the forest, so any approaching threat can be easily noticed. They stared into the dungeon's maw abyss with rough stairs disappearing into darkness, seemingly designed to lure adventurers. When they were pitching one tent, Shun joked whether it would be a problem to sleep next to Renia. Rona coolly replied that they are comrades and someone always has to stand guard. Later, Rena prepares an unexpectedly exquisite dish by the campfire, and the companions sincerely admire it. He serves hot stew, the girls eagerly take it, impressed by his cooking skills. The camp table impresses: vegetable soup with rabbit meat, fish salad, wine, and even syrup for their bread. Nearby, another group of adventurers only looks on with envy, forced to eat stale bread directly on the ground. Their leader, with a bitter smile, notices the huge difference in supplies made possible by Renia's ability to hide things in the void. As soon as they ate, the mood became serious. Renia warns the others, beware of the red-haired adventurer Zest and his group. He suspects that Zest is planning something hostile. This feeling has not left him since that tense first meeting. They agreed to stay vigilant as night falls over the camp. Later in the tent, Renia tries to fall asleep while Rona keeps watch outside. He knows he must rest to prepare breakfast in the morning, but his sleep is suddenly disturbed by an oppressive weight. He wakes up and sees that Cian is tightly pressed against him and sleeping sweetly. He panics and tries to wake her, terribly afraid of how Rona will react if he sees them. Outside, a shadowy figure looms over their camp. Stuck and helpless, Renia only watches in horror. He recognizes Zest's voice, who mocks, "Here is the perfect chance to get rid of him." Zest's companions panicked because they feared that some other group would discover them. Loud noise could break the hypnosis. But Zest, arrogant and cruel, simply thinks it's much more interesting to set a trap for Reincarnated in the dungeon, where their deaths would be unquestioned. As quickly as they appeared, the attackers vanished. Their deadly aura tore him from the spell's influence, and he knew he could defend himself, but the girls were helpless. Then they would all be in mortal danger. The next morning, another group of adventurers arrives and sees that Zest's squad has already gathered and entered the dungeon. Cheyenne sits nearby, looking deeply ashamed of what happened last night. The newcomers whisper that Zest is trying to clear the dungeon alone and destroy its core to claim a bigger reward. They discuss the mission, but Rainier is indifferent to 10 gold coins. He says he is only interested in finishing the job. He admits that Zest might fail, in which case his people will simply complete the task. As the leader of the new group, is stunned by Renia's reckless behavior and says that probably Zest cleared the way for them. When he offers to help Zest's party, Renia sharply refuses. He sees no point in helping those who leave the group and then attack it at night. He smiled slyly, feeling that he and Renia think in unison. Rona doubts the decision, but Renia is unwavering. They will not risk in vain and will move on only after lunch. He asks her to help with preparing breakfast, giving Xian time to recover from embarrassment. While they eat, Party criticizes Zest's frivolity and is glad to finally be rid of his noisy company. Noticing them, Renia generously offers he has already prepared so much food that it will be enough for everyone. Oz suspiciously asks where he got so many supplies. Renia demonstrates the skill of an empty storage, and with a smile explains that he can carry provisions for an entire squad. Interested, he proposes a deal. In exchange for food, he will teach Renia a simple offensive spell, Fireball. And Renia instantly agrees. She immediately sees that it is a profitable deal. Gets hit, places his hand on Renia's forehead, and the knowledge of the spell flows into her as if by magic. Then he asks how many times can Renia cast her only other spell, Light. Renia recalls that after 2 days of exhausting training, now he can simultaneously cast 16 light spells and maintain them for a whole hour. He estimated in total that's about 960 individual instances. Freezes speechless at the absurd number. Teammates are also skeptical and remind Renia that they told him. Supposedly he has no aptitude for magic. Someone accuses him inventing incredible nonsense. He explains that he himself can summon light only 100 times, so Renia is actually claiming to have magical power 10 times greater than his. Practice really improves skill, but such a huge leap is simply unheard of. Then he asks in amazement how Renia can even simultaneously pronounce several spells. Renia simply says that he does not read them at all. Laughing, he warned never to repeat such a ridiculous statement so that people would not think him a fool. Renia quietly accepts the advice. He knows that his abilities are far from ordinary. When their conversation quiets down, Renia addresses him, Sensei, as tells him to stop, but instead allows him to use his name. Their attention turns again to the dungeon. Since other groups entered, quite some time has passed. From the entrance, a terrifying dark energy began to burst forth, growing stronger with each moment. From the depths of the pit, thick black miasma starts to rise in clouds, a sign that something terribly went wrong. Standing at the edge of a huge chasm, the young man addresses the gathered adventurers and halts their movement to confirm their strategy. Their main goal is to complete the task, but they will also have to search for the missing Sharp Claw and the Crimson Guards, prioritizing their rescue depending on their condition. They admit they are still inexperienced and agree not to overexert themselves. He sets a grim condition. If they find evidence that other groups have lost, they must retreat immediately. To this proposal, the red-haired warrior as responded with a joke about the guild's cruelty, but his remark elicited neither laughter nor support. Then it is suggested that the young man, although he has rank F, lead the attack, saying that during that tavern fight he acted wisely, and this way others can focus on their roles. After a short pause for reflection, everyone unanimously agreed the plan is accepted. Everything is decided. Xian and the young man move forward, while Rona and Az scout the middle, using the divine law. 4 other researchers were assigned to cover the rear. Having distributed the roles, the team stands ready at the edge of the abyss. The last moment of resolve flashed between them before they decided to descend. Step by step they walk into the increasingly dense darkness, unaware of what awaits them in its depths. Soon they find themselves at the entrance to the cave, having escaped the maw that promised only shadow. Shin says they need a source of light, and with a single easy gesture, a magical flame ignited in the youth's palm. Holding torches and magical lanterns high above their heads, the company cautiously advances into the underground passage. As they walked, Shin asked if they noticed anything strange, but so far the dungeon looks quite unremarkable. Someone in the company thoughtfully says that it seems the missing adventurer Zest did not set any traps, or perhaps he himself fell into one. Suddenly someone shouted, noticing something strange ahead in the distance. They came upon huge fortified doors, a strange sight so far from the dungeon entrance. Near the doors they encountered a huge dried bloodstain on the cave floor. The group assumes that this blood belongs to one of the missing, and its dried appearance indicates it spilled a long time ago. The only thing I am sure of, the answer to what happened awaits behind those heavy doors. Shin cannot believe that Hearts and Zest could have been defeated right here. But the young man feels an extremely unpleasant presence beyond the door, and this finally convinces him that the worst has indeed happened. The others shuddered at his statement, feeling the weight in his voice. Az does not believe and says that a mere feeling is not enough to abandon the mission. Xian agrees, his voice firm. We have gone too far to turn back now, we must enter the tiger's lair. It is done. They move forward, but under one strict condition. As soon as the danger becomes too great, they will retreat without hesitation. They push the heavy doors, which creak with a deep groan, and slowly open. As the entrance widens, a rotten stench covers them. They involuntarily recoil. Cyan recognizes that nauseating stench, rotten meat, and the group advances further on alert. The room behind the door is huge and dark, and their leader stands eerily calm. His eyes pierce the darkness, and suddenly he noticed a figure sitting at the table in the middle of the room. A man with dark hair and glasses stands up and greets them with a sly smile. Welcome, he declares, to my laboratory, my test subjects. The group instantly recognizes a demon in his features, dark skin and purple hair. They know demons have magic far stronger than human magic, and their leader understands they cannot stand against such a creature. He decisively gives the order, retreat immediately. Demon Killy interrupted their retreat, and Shin, whose voice blazed with rage, barked, "What did you do to the adventurers who were here before us?" He pretends as if he knows nothing, thoughtfully scratching his chin. "I don't know," he lies with a brazen smile. "I saw nothing." Cheon will not allow himself to be deceived. "Sorry, I cannot repeat the offensive word." The demon throws a bundle of sticks and mockingly asks what she thinks about 11 guinea pigs who came to him. Her leader strides forward, his gaze fixed on the demons, and he demands to know what happened to them. The demon clearly enjoys their persistence. "Is this what you are looking for?" he asks, pointing to the dark corner from which a terrible, shuffling creature slowly emerges. Everyone present froze in shock and disgust. The demon calmly says that he creates these dungeons to gather materials for his experiments, and that 11 test subjects entered there that very morning. Waving his hand, he reveals an undead horde, confirming that these are the same missing adventurers. He cruelly says that he needs them alive for his experiments, so they remain conscious prisoners of their own rotting bodies. "You will soon be like them," he promises as the dead slowly shuffle forward. Having said this, the adventurers rush to flee, but a viscous black mass burst from beneath the ground and instantly sealed the doors behind them. The liquid splashed onto the warrior's shield and instantly melted it. Their leader grimly said, "This is a creature that eats iron and it tastes like blood." When the escape route is cut off, Cheon realizes that there is no other choice and must kill the demon, because the undead, including the monstrous forms of Zest and others, are already approaching. Without hesitation for a moment, their leader lunged forward and severed the head of the nearest creature. He warns others, "Do not doubt yourself, travelers cannot be saved." Cheon instantly understands. If they hesitate and worry about those who are already dead, they will share their fate. He immediately gives orders. Xian is to deal with the undead and cover them with offensive magic. Rona prepares healing spells, and he himself will face the demon face to face. He directs his energy and unleashes an avalanche of fire. At the same time, 8 fireballs are shot, a magical trick that stunned even his comrades. The demon only smiles crookedly and raises a magical shield that effortlessly disperses the flames. Interested that the swordsman can also cast spells, he challenges his opponent to a real duel and unleashes a storm of air blades. Countless invisible projectiles cut through the air. The young swordsman rushes with dazzling speed, his blade only a blurred streak as he deflects attacks one after another. He knows one mistake and he will be torn to pieces. Gathering his strength, he slashes the air with a wide arcing swing of his katana. The demon, overwhelmed with shock, screamed loudly. With a single wave, the swordsman completely neutralized his magical attack. "What's wrong with that sword?" the demon demanded in shock. Taking advantage of the moment of distraction, the swordsman instantly closes the distance. The demon tries to cast the spell again, but it's already too late. The blade hung over him. The katana cleanly sliced through the demon's torso, meeting no resistance. But the demon only stumbles back, clutching the wound that should have killed him instantly. An evil smile spread across his face. "You have an interesting sword," he croaked, and his eyes burned with mad curiosity. Holding his own weapon, the swordsman suddenly realized the truth. This creature from another world would become a formidable problem. The sorcerer looks in disbelief, his attack completely dissipated. And his magic, once a stream of destructive power now with incredible ease, is deflected by a mere blade. He cannot comprehend what is happening right before his eyes. The sword seems to have its own will and refuses to obey everything that attacks it. And from afar, the spectators also looked at this strange phenomenon in confusion. A sudden turn of events made them freeze speechless, their minds tormented, unable to comprehend the impossible that stood before them. Suddenly, one of those present exclaims in realization, "The sword not only deflected the magic, it completely destroyed it. This is a clear sign of a holy artifact, a power that no ordinary thing possesses." In another corner, the goddess Jiriel frantically confirmed this she knew. It was she personally who gave Shinai the item that is indestructible by nature. But her companion is not at all thrilled by the heavenly intervention. "Why does he have an indestructible item?" she demands, irritated by Jeriel's shouts. Jeriel explains her logic. Shinai is just a bamboo sword, and giving it something so obviously powerful would look suspicious. Its true nature lies in high durability, so she came up with an idea on how to hide this. An ordinary katana requires constant care, but an unbreakable one does not. She cleverly transformed the unbreakable Shinai into the form of a katana, a weapon much more suitable for Rin'ya-like. As a generous goddess, she felt it was her duty to properly arm her champion. She sent her subordinate Gumiel to deliver a special blade. Although her angelic servant protests against her whims, Jeriel is confident in her decision. Disguised as a katana, Rin'ya will never guess its divine durability, and she believes he will use it correctly. On the battlefield, the fight reached a tense deadlock. Rin'ya's opponent gazes at the sword with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. He had never seen a sword behave like that. The air is heavy with unspoken questions. "You deflected my magic," the man said in a low growl. "You have a very interesting sword. Will you show it to me?" Rin'ya categorically refuses. He says he supposedly traded it with a passing merchant, a simple lie to hide the true origin of the weapon. The man is huge, with a predatory smile on his lips. "You leave me no choice." With a sudden movement, he releases a barrage of dark energy from his hand. Shadowy tentacles lunge at Rin'ya. He laughs, confident in his attack. But Rin'ya did not lose his composure. A counterplan was already maturing in his mind. He knows against an enemy who can regenerate, simply cutting off limbs is futile. The only way out is complete and final destruction. Without uttering a single spell, Rin'ya summoned a fireball and launched it with stunning speed. The opponent, caught off guard by his silent magic, can only mock his foolish attempt. But the fireball hits precisely, the glasses shatter, and the face is scorched by the flames. Before the man could recover, Rin'ya dashed forward, and his blade became a blurred ribbon of motion. A devastating X-shaped strike cut through the air and hit the target with brutal accuracy. The attack is relentless, a whirlwind of steel that shows no mercy. The man's torso split open in a savage display of strength. At that very moment, his head and limbs separated from the body and fell to the ground. Even in pieces, the body still twitches and rolls across the floor. Wasting no time, Reincarnated lifts his leg and slams it onto the severed head, completely crushing it with his heel. The last sparks of life fade away. Standing over the mangled remains, Reincarnated takes a breath, a streak of blood on his cheek. He looks at the bloody massacre and wonders if this is finally the end. In the city of Kukuria, reports of demon and monster attacks do not cease, and this draws many adventurers there. Examining the task board, Cheyenne lingers on one mission, and her face hardens with determination. She believes this task will be an invaluable lesson. Suddenly, a terrible image flashes in her mind. Distorted faces of the undead, empty eyes and gaping jaws, evidence of a recent bloody battle. The memory washed over the company's faces with a wave of shock and fear. Clenching the scroll with the task, they swore with grim resolve they would see it through to the end. In the heat of battle, a desperate plea for forgiveness rang out. Rona shouts, "Take cover," and prepares a spell to stop the rapidly spreading toxins threatening everyone. With a tired sigh, Shan nodded, accepting the order, his face gloomy. Elsewhere, Renia releases a stream of fire that engulfs two shadowy figures with scorching flames. He examines his katana. Amazed by its effectiveness, the blade is so sharp that it handles not only close combat but even magical threats. A flash of steel and he cuts through the horde, his blade a blurred trail of movement. He freezes for a moment, his gaze sharp and focused. And deciding that a more detailed analysis can wait, he temporarily sheathes his weapon. He and Rona move as one body in perfect synchrony, knocking down another enemy who stood in their way. When the last enemy fell, Cyan glanced at Renia for confirmation. He said the immediate threat was gone, but the question of where those demons were still hung in the air. Renia slowly raises his hand and points to a smoldering corpse in the distance, calmly stating that he has already dealt with their target. His casual manner simply astonishes both Shin and Rona. Shin cannot understand aloud how Renia so easily defeated the demon known as Az. Meanwhile, Az and his squad have engaged in a fierce battle, unleashing powerful fire magic on their enemies. Their spell leaves a pile of burning remains. Someone says it was only a mid-level curse, but the fight clearly exhausted him. His team is badly wounded. He calls for help from the Renia squad and they agree. Rona sighed anxiously and said she would go check on Renia as soon as she dealt with the strong concentration of toxins affecting the other adventurers. Out of nowhere, a dark tentacle shot out from the ground and struck Rona. She falls, losing consciousness as more shadowy tentacles grow from the darkness. Renia screams in panic, confused by this sudden attack. He barely had time to react when the mysterious attacker also knocked down Shan. The demon Az, whom Renia thought was dead, rises again. He mockingly praises Renia, who stands in disbelief, recalling how he himself stabbed him with a knife, cut off his head, and burned the creature. His face begins to dissolve, and a smug smile shines on his leg features, as if he himself is asking, did Renia destroy his true form? From the shadow emerges a new unharmed figure, revealing the truth. What as Renia thought was just a thought turns out to be only part of his true body. Renia desperately realizes that his enemy can even restore clothing. The main schemer's attention turns to Cyan. Although she was hit, she managed to partially deflect the attack with her sword. Her resilience interests him. He brushed off her efforts and said she was now helpless. His smile provoked a sharp counterattack from the wounded warrior. Suddenly, the shadowy tentacle and trap fully manifested and lifted her into the air, and Renia shouted her name. Ranu was also caught, and now both women are suspended in the air and entangled in dark tentacles. The demon completely shifts his attention to Renia, and a troubled interest burns in his gaze. He enthusiastically praises Renia's skill with the sword, his ability to perform magic without words, and that icy, ruthless determination in battle traits he did not expect from a human. He suggests that Renia might be a hero chosen by a god, but Renia rejects this idea. Instead, Renia demands to name the enemy who caused such chaos. The demon agrees to introduce himself precisely when the walls of the room begin to crumble and dissolve into energy. Renia freezes in shock, realizing that the demon is consuming the very structure of the building. Renia comes to the truth. The entire room is an extension of the demon's body, and the creature confirms this, explaining that by breaking into parts, he can avoid fatal damage. He calls himself Emel Rhea and admits that he is actually a magi scientist who altered his own body. He specializes in modifying living bodies and constantly hunts for the best specimens for his experiments. He openly states that he will study Rania completely. Emil then makes a chilling offer. He offers Renia a powerful new body in exchange for his obedience. Rene responded with a silent, icy gaze. Without saying a word, he lunges forward with his katana drawn. He makes a wide, powerful swing with the blade straight at Emil. The attack hits and cuts through the magical scholar, but Emil easily bounces back as if nothing happened to him. Emil simply says, Renia's attack is dangerous. He sharply refuses the offer, saying that the very thought of it disgusts him. Emil shifts his attention and reveals the truth. At first, he wanted to use Cyan and Rona for his experiments, but now Renia seems to him a much more interesting subject. The weight of the threat hung heavily in the air, and silent horror was read in the eyes of the captives. The demon holds his gaze, pondering the very essence of the battle before him. Can a human truly fight on the same level as a demon? Then, smiling cruelly, he announces that everything is now ready. He extends his shadowy tentacles toward Renia's opponent and declares that their fight will now continue. 3 dark tentacles instantly launched an attack. Renia moves precisely and gracefully, maneuvering between the shadow strikes trying to pierce him. The air seems to grow heavier and darker as the assault intensifies. He dodges the wide, sweeping attack and only realizes too late that it was just a distraction trick. Another tendril bites into the ground exactly where he just stood. The demon acknowledged Renia's strength, impressed that he dodged the combination of light and ink. Renia grabs his hand and summons 2 bright balls of light that instantly illuminate the cave around them. He quickly assesses the grim picture. The tentacles are uncontrollable, speed and direction are out of control, and this is a big problem. Ace and Rona are poisoned and out of the fight. Shin is only defending, so the entire burden falls on him and he must put an end to this as soon as possible. Hold on until I kill this one, Renia shouted to his allies. The demon, with slight surprise, notices the simultaneous activation of magic. He snorted as if to say, Renia seems to know only simple spells like light and fireball, but how he uses them is annoyingly effective. Don't let me down, Renia, growls the demon, lunging forward. The furious onslaught of the attack threw Renia back. He instantly recovered and dashed forward with an explosion of speed, catching the opponent off guard. I'll get you, he shouted, releasing a blade of wind and closing in. He lowers his weapon to deliver a fatal blow, and suddenly an invisible force explodes and blows him away completely. The demon smiles maliciously, making it clear that Renia is not the only one who can perform magic without any spell. This is bad. Renia knows that even the slightest approach will expose him to demonic magic, but he must press on, wearing down the enemy step by step. Somewhere aside, two celestial beings watch the battle, and one of them anxiously says that opposing the demon is too great a trial for Renia right now. She insists that the demon is not even fighting seriously, and the odds are already against him. Renia remains confident, trusting his blessing that. The goddess pondered. Maybe he simply forgot how to use true power after all. He did not rely on any blessing from his past life, and she begins to review his dossier. In a memory appears a man known to all as Kunugi Renia. Heir of the Itoryu style, he was already the best swordsman in his school at 13. Then he fell into the criminal world and became part of a dangerous armed gang where just his name inspired terror. Later he went to the First World War, killed hundreds, and stood on a mountain of corpses he himself created. The number of lives he took throughout his life is impossible to count. All of them felt the blade of his single katana, proof of his demonic power. His eyes knew no mercy. He cut down both allies and enemies indiscriminately, so he was nicknamed the demonic swordsman. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Kingdom, the goddess explains that because of his enormous achievements and unparalleled skill, he is 1 in 6 billion, a true treasure. On the battlefield, Renia became different with a sneer he throws. Is that all you are capable of? Perhaps even demons cannot do more. The demon froze for a moment, then burst into maniacal laughter. Wonderful, he whispers, pure ecstasy on his face. This is so incredible, Renia, more, show me more. Renia could only stare at this insane spectacle. The demon gathered himself a little. Let's see what you have for me, he says, barely containing his admiration. With icy determination, Renia declares, with the next attack I will finish this. The demon accepts the challenge. If Renia puts everything he has into it, then he will do the same. A monstrous swarm of shadowy tentacles and gaping jaws bursts from the demon's body. He challenges Renia, attack with all your might. Let me see, what are you going to do, he growls. Renia plunges into the fray, his blade a silver blurred ray against the advancing darkness. He releases another blade of wind, but the demon disdainfully dodges. Renia already anticipated this. He knew the demon would dodge and leave a loophole, a perfect chance to strike from behind. As the tentacles creep closer, Renia releases a dazzling flash of light. 16 spells exploded simultaneously. The demon recoils, his eyes seemingly burned out. Or does he want to blind me, he thought in panic. Suddenly, Renia seemed to be right beside him. Didn't you notice that, he asks calmly. The demon realized his mistake, but it was already too late. Renia's blade flashed through the air and hit the target. The strike hits the spot clean and decisive. The passerby can only freeze in complete shock. With the blade at the ready, Renia stands in quiet contemplation. The final clash seems to be at the doorstep. The first dungeon is already under assault, but how it will end no one knows. His opponent writhes and vomits, spitting out black blood and mangled pieces of his own flesh. But even as Renia gasps for air, the demon's terrible wounds are already beginning to heal. His unnatural regeneration is already in action. There is no time to waste. With a sharp gesture, Renia releases his magic. A fireball shoots from his outstretched hand. The spell explodes on impact, engulfing the demon in a torrent of uncontrollable flames. In a blinding moment, the body instantly burned to ashes, leaving only smoking remains. Renia looks at the smoldering body, his face unchanged. I didn't expect your regeneration to fail, he said coldly. I waited until you yourself opened a gap in your defense. You knew what I planned, and yet I defeated you. The demon is now a broken heap, able only to realize the bitter truth. A demon defeated by a mere human who used only simple spells. Do you want mercy? Renia asks, his voice merciless. At least be grateful for a painless death. I will make sure nothing remains of you that could regenerate. And suddenly a desperate sigh bursts from the demon. The expression of horror melts away, turning into something completely unexpected. I am in love with you, it whispers, while Ren wipes his sword for the final strike. The statement stops him in his tracks, his mind all confused from bewilderment. Here is my Rena demon-sized with iteration. Her wounds are slowly healing. It's impossible not to fall in love with that icy gaze and complete lack of mercy. I tremble. It begins to regenerate faster. A crooked smile appears on its face. It's a pity that you are human, but I can turn you into a demon and you will be mine. With disgust, Rinios twists his face into a mask of pure contempt. Just die, he growls, his voice dropping to a low roar. I don't want to hear you anymore, it's disgusting. He strikes again, a deep wound cuts across the demon's chest. Can we make a deal? It utters chokingly, its regeneration finally failing. Lying amid the flames, it lays down its weapon. I can no longer fight, but it seems you still have enough strength to kill me. Renia's gaze falls on his fallen comrades, their bodies motionless and pale. He knows they are not only wounded but poisoned, and if left like this, they will surely die before reaching the city. The deal is this, said the demon, and his voice became sly as if during bargaining. If you let me go alive, I will heal their wounds and return them to the city. I have everything needed to save them. This makes the offer even sweeter. Moreover, I will give you the dungeon core because it is now useless to me. It senses his hesitation and instantly presses the advantage. Your goal was to destroy the core, right? I think it's a good deal, don't you think so? Renia remains suspicious. I don't trust you, he says, not after what you did to other groups. The demon laughs, you don't need to worry about that. His eyes shone with obsession. Even if I turned those women into zombies, the poison doesn't affect you. You are now the only thing I want. The demon's voice becomes anxious. You need to understand that right now you cannot save them, decide while they can still be saved. Every movement of that creature only increases Renia's disgust. And on the other hand, it's about making sure your squad doesn't find out that you helped me. I have prepared another body that will meet your expectations. Renia questions his motives. You never said you were interested in people. The demon's gaze softened. I never said that. Renia, you are special. I have fallen in love with you, so being killed by you wouldn't be so bad. From the ground, one of his exhausted comrades raises his voice. What are you going to do? After a long, tense silence, Renia lowers his blade. He agrees to the deal, but only on his terms and only under one condition. He glances toward the dungeon exit. Help me lead them to the carriages. Later, Xian slowly wakes from a deep sleep. The rocking brings her back to consciousness. Suddenly, she realizes she is in the back of a carriage that is rushing. In front sits Renia, his back turned to her. Hey Renia, she calls, her voice still weak. Demon. Oh, it hurts, he turns slightly and says. I killed that demon and destroyed the core, holding up a shining crystal shard as proof. You woke up, he noted. This is not what I planned, but the reward will be better. The carriage rumbles and he whispered to her to rest. Your wounds are not deep, but still we are going to the city. We are almost arrived at Kukurika. Cheyenne glances at his other companion, who is still peacefully sleeping, then looks back at Renia. Suddenly it dawns on her, Renia saved me. She looks at his lonely figure as the carriage approaches the huge city gates and feels his back so close yet incredibly far away. An unspoken emotion rises within her. Gathered around the table, the group recounts what happened after their terrible mission. And Renia says she submitted a full report detailing the demon's experiments on humans and his unique regenerative ability. For his efforts and for handing over the dungeon core, he received a generous reward. The total payout was 100 gold coins, a considerable sum meant as a reward for 4 full squads. However, the group leader Brad waved off talk of money. His thoughts were elsewhere. In his soul, he struggles with the realization of Renia's power, and cannot comprehend how a simple F-level adventurer with only basic spells managed to defeat the demon alone. His thoughts again return to the minutes after the battle, to that tense conversation with the demon himself. He, having just healed Brad's wounded comrades, made Renia a shocking offer. It turned out that the dungeon's core stone, which Renia had, was only a decoy and the real core was himself. He offered Renia experience and power far beyond human capabilities, but Renia coldly rejected the offer and threatened to kill him on the spot. The demon, amused by Renia's terrible determination, left, promising that they would meet again. The memory fades and Renia's comrades remain, observing the quiet anxiety settled on him. Returning to the present, Brad is surprised and does not understand why Renia divided the reward so evenly. Renia firmly says it is fair. He acknowledges that Brad's team dealt with the zombies, and without his teaching they would have been helpless. He firmly believes that if they had gone into the dungeon alone, none of them would have survived. The other adventurers expressed deep gratitude and agree that their success was a joint achievement. Renia presses them, his voice trembling. Do you really not need gold? Brad confirms their decision. His squad is disbanding. They were only peasants from the start, and the life of an adventurer turned out to be too hard for them. He explains that this gold will allow them to return to their former lives and rebuild everything anew. Understanding their position, Renia gratefully accepted their decision. Brad is offered to join Renia's group, but he refuses, saying he has already agreed to another invitation. He was chosen to become an instructor at the Adventurers Academy in Kukurika. His task is to unlock the potential of the students, most of whom come from noble families. Although he cannot join their company, Brad looks thoughtfully at the new path that is opened before him. He extends unwavering support and swears, if they ever need help, he will do everything in his power. They shake hands, sealing a pact of mutual aid born in the hell of battle. After saying goodbye, Brad and his team set out on the road. Later, those who remained gathered and bitterly discussed their future. It turned out they didn't even have money for a house. Suddenly, Rona, our healer, felt tired after the battle and confessed. She had overused her magic, absorbing blows for others, and now she needed to rest. As she was leaving, she called Rennie softly, her voice barely trembled. Blushing to her ears and gathering her last courage, she asked him to go on a date with her, leaving Renia and the others in complete shock at such a sudden confession. On the desolate training field known as the Hermit's Grave, Rengirl found himself in a serious misunderstanding. His recent words were misunderstood, and this created the awkward situation he was now trying to fix. Shin stammers, her face reddening with shame as she realizes her mistake. Like when I said go out with me, I didn't mean that, she hurriedly explains, her voice trembling with panic and shame. She admits she feels unworthy and believes she will only be a burden to him. The memory of her failure in the last dungeon surfaces a painful reminder of her helplessness. She felt that she could not help in any way, that he always had to carry everything alone. I don't think so, Renia replied coldly and waved it off, smiling at herself. His simple words ignite a fire in her. I want to become stronger, strong enough to be by your side on the battlefield, she says, and a new determination burns in her eyes. Seeing this, Renia understands her true desire and agrees to train her. When he explains that he is serious, he admits that he had not previously paid proper attention to her fighting style. He challenges her, if you hit me even once, I will help you with training. Once the condition is set, Cyan allows her focus to narrow to a single goal to strike. I'm starting, she shouts and rushes forward with the training sword. Meanwhile, on the noisy city streets, their companion Rona goes about her business, humming a cheerful song while buying supplies. The training is harsh. Renia's voice cuts through the air sharp and critical. You are too slow, making unnecessary movements. Shiyun, already gasping, barely keeps up as he orders her to narrow her attack zone, speed up, and analyze his movements before striking. After numerous failed attempts, her irritation grows, it seems to her, as if he reads every move she makes even before she makes it. Renia's calm gaze seemed to pierce her through, assessing the depth of her combat experience. He continues to lecture her, easily dodging attacks and coldly confident in pointing out that every her move reveals the next step. Deciding that she has been on the offensive long enough, Renia announces that now it is his turn to attack, a challenge she gladly accepts. He moves forward, raising a cloud of dust and stones, but his attack is cut off by a sudden, fierce tremor of the earth itself. From beneath the dust emerges a massive ogre, much larger and scarier than any she had seen before. Its sudden appearance here is a terrible anomaly. Renia watches the beast closely and realizes this is an opponent completely beyond Shin's experience. When Cyan calls his name in fear, he sees not a disaster but an opportunity. This is a great chance for you to gain experience, he said calmly. Panic grips Cyan. She is armed only with a training sword without a blade. Her real weapon is hidden away. The ogre's impatient gaze is fixed on her. But still she suppresses her fear, cannot hide behind excuses. She must become stronger. With a cry, she rushes forward, her only goal, to prove that she is worthy to stand beside Renia. She strikes the beast with all her might. Her strike had no effect. All the techniques that worked in training were powerless against the thick skin of this creature. From the side, Renia scrutinizes her performance. Her movements are good, but she lacks the raw strength needed when using a blunt weapon. She grits her teeth in despair. Her superficial strikes barely scratch the monster's thick skin, and she fears the training sword will break any moment. When she hesitates how to hit his head, the enemy is so tall. Renia's voice suddenly orders her to analyze his movements. The ogre raises his mace, preparing to deliver a devastating blow from top to bottom. She sharply dodges, noticing the crack, the very one Renia wanted her to find. He observes and notices that she is finally beginning to understand. Such a huge ogre is forced to lean forward sharply to strike from above, and at that very moment, he becomes vulnerable. Shin grabs the opportunity, jumps onto the creature's slanted body, and aims at its eye. When the beast stumbles and retreats, she prepares to finish it off with her last strength. With one last desperate strike, she lowers the sword. The ogre falls. Shan stands over him, catching her breath. Adrenaline slowly recedes from her body. Exhausted, she falls to the ground, overwhelmed by what she has experienced. Renia approaches and reminds her not to lower her guard until the very end. His praise was stern. A dry congratulations for her narrow victory only embarrassed her even more. He asks if she can stand and offers to carry her if she is too tired. At that moment, distracted, she missed her chance. She lightly touched his chest with the training sword and a broad smile blossomed on her face. I finally did it, she says triumphantly. Success, how do you like it? As if Renia herself, with a sly smile on his face, he acknowledges her cleverness. She used his own lesson, not to lower her guard in front of him. When the condition was met, he officially agreed to teach her. Later, Renier carries the exhausted Cyan on his back, returning to the city, where they meet the rest of the company. The meeting is a bit awkward because the friends misunderstood everything. Walking, they discuss the strange appearance of an ogre at the hermit's grave. They reached an agreement. This must be reported to the guild, but first they will sell the magical stone that fell from the creature. They need the money they are saving for their own house. As soon as they talked about the house, Rona's face lit up. She admitted that earlier, while walking through the city, she noticed a suitable house. It is an abandoned building, and she suggests everyone go see it. Rinia instantly became interested. Rona leads the group, and they find themselves in front of an impressive mansion towering just outside the Kukurika trading district, a luxurious estate much larger than they could have imagined. Rona says that several acquaintances tipped her off about this property, thinking it would suit their needs, but her vague answers make Xian wary. The prospect of a permanent base wildly excites Xian. She insists they all inspect it immediately, as one team. Inside, the house is spacious and luxurious, with wide rooms, clear evidence that a wealthy merchant once lived here. As they snoop around the kitchen and bedrooms, the scale of the place simply overwhelms them, far too large for just 3 people. Rainier says it's a wonderful place to live, especially because of the well-equipped bathroom. Soon the conversation turns to money. Usually such a house costs 60 gold coins, but Ren says that due to one unspoken problem, the price was greatly reduced, and with the 50 gold they earned on the last mission plus the 10 they already had, they just have enough to buy it. Xian beams with joy at the very thought that they will all live together, and does not object at all. And so the decision is made. But as soon as night falls, the chilling truth about the deal becomes clear. Rona sees Renier and Xian, who has set up camp right in the garden. Renier explains, this mansion is haunted. The spirits inside do not allow anyone to settle, which is why it was sold so cheaply. From this revelation, Xian falls into a real panic, clutching Renier and begging them to flee. While Renier tries to convince her, asking why she is more afraid of ghosts than the monsters they fight, Rona begins to tell about the dark and bloody past of this mansion. Once a respected merchant lived here with his family. But while he was here, the city was gripped by a wave of kidnappings, primarily targeting teenage girls. The terrible truth surfaced when a young man, searching for his missing girlfriend who worked as a maid in the estate, sneaked onto its grounds. Peering through a window, he saw an incredible massacre. The merchant with giant scissors stood amid the dismembered corpses of his victims. The killer was eventually executed, but the tormented spirits of the women he killed remained forever bound to this house. As if summoned by the grim history, ghosts begin to emerge from the ground, their mournful moans spreading through the garden. She screams at the top of her lungs, and Renu notices that the ghosts seem to have no real body. Drawing his katana, he resolutely declared that he was going to test his theory. His blade passed through the first spirit in vain. Nothing happened, as expected. But he feels a strange resistance, the same sensation as when deflecting magic. He realizes his unique sword can indeed wound them. With renewed determination, Renia slashes the ghosts one by one, forcing their screams to fade. When the last breath fell, Shin, still clinging to him, asked a serious question. Now that they have a home, does he intend to leave the squad? Renia admits, at first he wanted to leave, but now he has no money, so for now he must only think about how to pay for the house and continue working as an adventurer. The practical answer seems to have somewhat dispelled Cheyenne's worries. As soon as the tension subsided, a sharp scream burst from the mansion's foyer. It sounded like Rona. They burst inside to investigate, cautiously peeking into the main hall. There, collapsed on the cold stone floor, lies a tiny unconscious girl with pointed elf ears. In the half-ruined mansion, Renia and his companions stood over the unconscious little girl who looked like an elf, dressed in a maid's uniform. Rona recalls hearing rumors in the city about such a creature, and the group gradually begins to unravel the mystery of this haunted house. Because of those sharp ears and unusual clothing, Rona assumes that this girl is not just an elf, but a rare spirit called Shiruki. Suddenly, a divine message appears before Renia, confirming the girl's nature. Shiruki are fairy-like beings who retain a childlike appearance and fiercely protect their territory with magic and illusions. A postscript from the divine entity sternly warns him, do not dare to harm her. Xian explains that Shiruki behave simply. To those they favor, they bring happiness, and to everyone else only hostility. Finally, they revealed who the ghost was that terrorized the estate. It was she, the girl guardian of this world. As if on command, the girl's eyes lightly tremble and open wide. Renia kneels down and asks if she is all right. The girl recoils in horror and screams for them to go away. She declares sternly, this house is mine and you here are unwanted intruders. Renia tries to persuade her, calling herself a traveler who wishes to settle here. She remains defiant, stubbornly insists that only her master can live here. Renia is puzzled by her words. She said the former owner of the house died long ago. This revelation struck the girl like a blow. She never knew her master had died. Rona understood. Shiruki was born after the master's death, so she has no memories of him, only a powerful innate command. Her whole life she lived for only one thing, to guard this house for a master she never had. Overcome with despair, she again implores them to leave. Renia feels her weakness and asks herself how to survive without the master who supported her. The girl admits that her magic is almost exhausted. The phantoms she created to scare off uninvited guests were the last thing she had left. Seeing her despair, Renia dares to make a bold proposal. He will become the new master of the house. He assures that she will not regret this decision and swears to make the house better than it has ever been. His comrades consider his proposal rude and clumsy, but Renia does not back down and insists, asking the girl to respond. She bitterly regrets that she could not protect the house and feels her strength draining. With tears in her eyes, she asks if he will truly care for the house she was born to serve. Renia solemnly gives his word. His comrades nod in agreement and also promise. The girl's face softens and she agrees to his proposal. With a simple handshake, a new pact is born and she acknowledges him as her lord. In 2 days, the mansion seemed to come alive. Dust and gloom receded, replaced by a clean and welcoming atmosphere. Here, you no longer feel like it is a cursed place. Although Ronnie had to replace several things at her own expense, Renia sincerely swears to repay her for helping make their new home better. Shiruki proudly takes credit for this lightning-fast change, explaining that with the master her magical power multiplied 1,000-fold. She joyfully shows the source of this power. She gathers hidden magic from the garden, which draws its strength from the energy left by people who died in this house. Rania is horrified by this gruesome discovery. Trying to let go of the troubling news, he suddenly announces that they can finally move in, but Shiruki interrupts him, saying that something important is still missing. She no longer wants to be called by the name of her kind, she desires a real, personal name. After several awkward, affectionate hints from Renia, Shan quietly advises him to choose something more appropriate. He thinks again, looks at the little being, and gives her a new identity. He calls her Frau Verd. After long trials, the body finally found a home. Sitting in a cozy, beautifully furnished room, an old acquaintance noticed the impressive house, and a slight envy was felt in his voice, such a large estate at such a young age. The young adventurer explains that this luxury has its price. A heavy debt forces him to take on dangerous work, unlike his friend, who now has a stable place, and then he changes the tone of the conversation and confesses that he has a request which he believes only his friend can fulfill. The man guessed without error. The request concerns the Adventure School, an institution that trains a new generation. He details a recent problem. During a one-on-one duel, the teacher lost to the student, which led to a mass boycott of classes. This is by no means an isolated case. Many instructors were once true adventurers who were sent into retirement due to injuries or the loss of their squad. And now there is a tense, complicated interaction between them and the students. The students of the school, especially noble children raised by elite soldiers and court wizards, often have enormous natural talent and magical senses far stronger than ordinary people. So the difference in experience between them and the teachers is noticeably blurred. The main character sincerely admits that teaching those weaker than his students is very difficult, and his friend confirms this reservedly. Getting to the point, he asks if the request is really only to humiliate these arrogant students. The friend says directly, the matter is much more serious. The boycott has already spread to other classes. He chose the protagonist not by chance. In the past, as a researcher, he defended the mages of his squad. As a swordsman who controls magic without spells, he is the ideal candidate to resolve this in a one-on-one duel. Sensing that something is hidden, the hero insists and finds out. The defeated teacher turns out to be a woman, a former D-rank adventurer who would never have lost in an equal fight. A look of understanding flashed across the main character's face. He sees a strategic advantage in this proposal. A victory of F-rank over D-rank would send a powerful message, restoring a sense of order and respect in the school. As a reward, he offered a gold coin and, more importantly, access to the school's transport gates. This magical structure allows instant transportation between corresponding gates over vast distances, an invaluable tool. Although he considers these gates useful, he says he does not need them now. The man even offers to pay twice as much, but the hero simply refuses. He agrees to the initial offer of 1 gold coin, says that his life is not in danger, and he considers that man a friend. But he sets one condition. With a sly smile, he demands that after fulfilling the request, his friend tells him everything about his relationship with that female employee involved in the incident. The man was left speechless, shock was clearly visible on his face. Embarrassed and blushing, he understands the true, quite transparent reason for his friend's state. Walking along the stone path of the academy's courtyard, the scale of this place immediately impresses. It feels not like a school, but like a fortress, the last bastion of defense. The city of Kukurika is a lively trading center connecting different continents, but at the same time it borders the demon continent, so this school here has become a strategic military base. In case of an attack, the nobles would escape via an expensive teleport, and the rest would be left to defend the fortress to the last. Soon they arrive. Before their eyes opens a huge round training arena. 8 pillars around the arena are equipped with advanced magical technology that created a convenient barrier. It blocks attacks and pushes out those whose injuries could be fatal. Just as the combat training was about to begin, a group of noisy students bursts into the problematic class arena. The instructor pointed to the short-haired girl Riris and to the 2 arrogant students ahead who had previously defeated her. The noisy one, Iran Shmazer, son of the principality's general, The proud blonde Natalia Fatal, a young lady from a ducal family. Renia picks up on Az's unusually sharp tone, and Az says that their lineage has a very strong influence on them. Two nobles suggested that Riris fight each student, and when she was driven into a series of battles and left completely exhausted, they stepped forward to claim the victory for themselves. It becomes clear, in an honest duel they would have no chance against her. Renier decisively decides to deal with both of them. Inside the Cryad's arena, she tries to start the lesson, but her instructions are met with open disobedience. The students mock her, laugh at the cries of the loser, Oran declares that he will use his father's influence to arrange for Riva to join the adventure training course, refusing to learn from such an incompetent person. Natalia Scoff nods in agreement, but asks distrustfully what they could possibly learn from such a weak woman. Stunned, Riris can only sigh and complain about the power these students have. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the noise. Rena steps forward with a sword in hand and reproaches the rascals for not obeying. Students look irritated and ask, "Who is this uninvited guest?" Riris, no less confused, asks who he is and explains that he is an adventurer who was asked through an announcement to help for one day. From the upper stands, a careless wave is thrown. Having attracted their attention, Renia boldly stood opposite the arrogant aristocrats. Oran, pointing a finger full of accusations, demands to name the name of this insolent boy. He introduces himself, Kunujaranya, an F-rank adventurer, the president whom schools ask to come help in class. The students burst out laughing as soon as they hear about his low rank. They openly mock him, saying that rank F is even weaker than their teacher. Oran contemptuously says that the nobility will learn nothing from inept adventurers. Renia remains calm, brushing off their mockery as empty barking of people who rely on their status and origin. His words hit a nerve and the students look at him, stunned and angry. He directly throws in the face of Urin and Natalia. "You are cowards, you attacked Riris only when she was already exhausted after fights with others." Angry, Urin denies the accusations, insisting that his victory is a matter of skill, and the teacher simply turned out to be weak. Renia challenges, if they really believe in this, let them come out to him themselves, not hiding behind the family's status. Oran readily agrees, eager to put this commoner in his place. Two stand facing each other in the center of the arena, swords drawn. Renia stands calmly, as if inviting his opponent to attack. Oran rushes forward in a blurred whirl of movement. But in an instant, Renia lunged and struck Oran on the head with the flat of his blade. The spectators froze in shock. He landed softly, the force of the blow was completely absorbed. And stunned and confused, they either try to understand what just happened. Other students froze silently, unable to comprehend the lightning pace of this skirmish. Riris understood the truth. It was an impossibly fast strike. The force was so powerful that Oran flew out of the arena boundaries from the barrier hit, and the duel ended decisively. But Oran, returning to the ring, refuses to admit defeat and shouts that it was a dirty trick. Renier understands. A simple victory is not enough to give him a real lesson. He calmly replied that it only seemed so, because Oran did not see the attack at all. With a challenge in his gaze, Renia invites the whole class. "Come at me all together, I will show you how truly small you are." Angered by his arrogance, Natalia loudly declares that an ordinary servant who showed off like that deserves death. Renia stands ready and throws at them, "Don't hold back." At Oran's command, the rest of the students rushed forward, their weapons gleaming with deadly intent. And so the victim of the attack begins. But Renia moves like a ghost, easily deflecting every blade flying towards him. He skillfully weaves through their chaotic attacks, a calm predator among panicked prey. One by one he disarms them and disables them with precise strikes that do not kill. He throws the students into the air, and with each fallen classmate their confidence shatters to pieces. Panic and terror swept through their ranks. They are not equal at all, their numbers mean nothing against his stunning skill. The arena plunges into chaos instead of earlier mockery, cries of pain and fear ring out. Some break down and flee, unable to comprehend how a supposedly F-rank adventurer can possess such power. Buren curses the worthless cowards who run away, leaving only him and Natalia alone with the terrible enemy. Renia's aura becomes oppressive, and his gaze is heavy with the intent to kill. Oran, the father frozen with fear, can only watch as Renia approaches. A moment and he falls under the blow again. Renia stands over him and reminds the students that it was they who attacked with the intent to kill, so now they have no right to be afraid. When Oran falls, Natalia rushes forward in a desperate attack, full of rage. With one contemptuous strike, she is sent away. Leaning over her, Rena says that even goblins are braver. Frightened, she begs him not to come closer. He mocks her noble pride, asking if she really believes her status makes her better. He presses the sword to her throat and coldly says that demons will not spare her for such a reason. She screams for him to stop. The blade freezes, barely touching her skin. Riris rushes forward, pleadingly shouting at him to stop and reminding him that this is just a lesson, while Natalia only trembles with fear. It was Riris's intervention that held him back. As everything was approaching, he admitted that Renia had gone too far, but was grateful for how it all ended. Seeing Renia's size, he declared that the concept of restraint was unknown to him, and already considered his goal achieved. The training arena is littered with groaning bodies of defeated students. He smiles bitterly. If these students became adventurers, they would simply perish. He turned his piercing gaze on Riris, reproaching her for allowing the students to underestimate him and reminding her that she is their teacher. From below, Natalia looks at him with pure, genuine hatred. She threatens him, asking if he really believes that after this humiliation he can come out unscathed. Renia just smiles, a dark promise in his eyes. He warns her if she again starts underestimating the teacher, he will come back and beat her again, this time outside the protective barrier of the arena. The threat hits the mark. Natalia shudders with horror. After this, Renia decides that the boycott of classes is probably over. But he tells them not to call him for such boring matters anymore and turns to leave. He steps away, advising the wounded students to seek medical help, while Riris remains to sort out the whirlwind of events. Walking through the city streets, Renia thinks about more down-to-earth matters, 2 earned gold coins and a debt he still needs to repay. In the silence of the early morning, the housemaid Frau wakes up. She stretches, greeting the new day with determination, because her duties begin earlier than anyone else in the Kanugi household even stirs. Her first task is to prepare breakfast, and she has honed this skill to perfection under the watchful eye of her master. As soon as the food is ready, her next, much more difficult task begins waking the residents. She starts with the master, who is almost impossible to pull out of a deep sleep. A gentle call is in vain. At first glance, her smile may seem patient, but waking him is an exhausting daily ritual. This pleasant facade yet hides its true, much more effective methods. A sudden threatening movement made the master sharply sit up, his hand instinctively reaching for the sword by the bed. He immediately became alert, eyes wide open with surprise and still with fear. The tension quickly turns into irritation when he sees Frost's smiling face, and she easily brushes off his complaint, amused by his reaction. Next is Cyan, and she is not so easy to wake either. As if lost in her dreams, she mumbles something incomprehensible, ignoring Frost's calls. For this, Frau chooses several more direct moves. She knows that simple methods will not suffice. But the hardest thing in the morning is to wake Rona. When Frau approached the sleeping woman, a flash of envy crossed her face, which she quickly suppressed. She reminded herself that Rona is a dear friend, and a good housekeeper should wake everyone with love, not jealousy. When everyone in the house woke up and ate well, Frost saw her master and the others off on a journey for the whole day. While they are gone, she does not stop working. Her master's mana makes household chores seem to do themselves. She cleans incredibly fast thanks to mysterious things from the basement. This is a secret she hides from Xian. While she was cleaning, her work was interrupted by the master's early return. As soon as he finishes eating, she presents him with what she created herself. 3 magical stones shimmer in her hands. The master is shocked. At first he thought she bought them, but she proudly explained that she made them herself. It is a new skill she has mastered. She reveals she learned to crystallize the excess mana that he gives to the estate. His power around is so incredible that even after powering all the magical devices of the house, a considerable reserve remains. Fra noticed that although the stones were not very clean yet, with practice she would be able to improve their quality and efficiency, and this would become a valuable resource for him. She insists that the stones, born of his power, must serve his benefit and even says that they can be used to pay off his debts. After a moment of hesitation, he gratefully accepts her offer. Unseen, Xian and Rona eavesdrop on the serious conversation and are moved by Fra's devotion. The master gently stroked her head, and she shone with satisfaction serving him. Night falls, the workday is finally over, and the tired Frau prepares to go to sleep. But just as she is about to rest, she senses a presence outside. A new task has appeared that must be resolved before she can sleep. She approaches the front door, and something immediately changes in her behavior. Receiving guests, even rude and uninvited ones in the middle of the night, is also her duty. Standing by the gate, she calls to the silent, unexpected guest and politely asks for their name. The only response was silence. Fra's face turned to stone. Such rudeness cannot be ignored, and an intruder in a cloak armed with a poisoned knife suddenly emerges from the shadows, and she calmly assesses the threat, taking his appearance as his final answer. A sinister smile spread across her face as she prepared to entertain her guest. The killer lunged forward. In a moment, his attack was broken by a stunning force, and his face froze in pure shock. For Fro, this is just another important task in her work. The noise woke her master. He appeared in the doorway with a sword at the ready, and asked if there were any uninvited guests. Frog turns to him, a smile again on her face, and she waved it off, saying it was just a minor visit from a night guest. The master suspects that this intrusion is somehow connected to a recent incident at his school, but he accepts her explanation without questions. He trusts her completely, entrusts her with all the household chores, and smiling says, "Well done." Returning to his room, he asks her to watch over the house. Fra watches him leave and her heart is full of boundless devotion. He saved her life, and this quiet peace is his gift. For her, everything who she is and what she does is for her master. A gentle, sincere smile blossomed on her lips. The last duty of this night is done. She quietly enters his room, lies down beside him, and wishes him good night. Standing in front of the Adventurers Guild, Renia quietly sighs in disappointment. The task board offers nothing valuable, and he is stuck in place. Inside the guild, the usual bustle hums. Workers complain about the lack of money, although they have plenty of magical stones. Just then, as Renia turns to leave, he is noticed. Suddenly, through the noise, a cheerful voice cuts through. A young girl with characteristic twin tails appears before him, winks, and throws a familiar greeting. Rania, suddenly stunned, tries to compose his face. After a moment of thought, he dares to guess, but she instantly corrects him. Her name is Kiri. She seems to shine from the fact that he at least remembered part of her name, but he himself looks indifferent to their meeting. Kiri smiles slyly, as if warning him. Do not underestimate the merchant's information network, it knows a lot about him. She recounts rumors swirling around him, his clashes with the nobility, decisive actions against demons, and the fame of a formidable C-rank adventurer who rose from nothing. And Renia only sighs at those persistent stories that follow him. Then she questioningly touches on the topic of the katana. She gave him a weapon of strange power, capable of cutting through both magic and ghosts. When Renia questions her knowledge about his item, she immediately changes the subject. With a professional smile, she reveals her true purpose. She was looking for him to offer a new business proposal. Later, Renia slaps his palms on the table, his voice ringing with unwavering determination. Let's go to the land of the elves, and his companions fall silent. They do not believe he decided so suddenly, and are puzzled by his sharp change in behavior. Finally, his patience ran out. He could no longer endure it. His voice rose, and he made one desperate demand to eat steaming white rice. His companion recoiled, frightened by the fierce strength of his desire. When they whispered among themselves, doubting his sanity, Renia overheard and fiercely cut off their accusations. At that moment, Kiri stepped forward and offered to explain everything. She officially introduced herself to the others as a traveling super merchant. In a flashback, you see their meeting. Upon hearing about the business opportunity, Renia only asked if she had rice. Surprised by his incredible focus, Kiri explained that rice, here called aloes, is a rare commodity from the eastern continent. However, she continued, it is a common product on the western continent in the land of the elves, whose mastery in agriculture is unmatched. She also added that the elves grow something called elf beans, essentially an analog of soybeans. For Renia, this was a true revelation. With rice and soy, the dream of making miso and soy sauce finally becomes real. Kiri warned him about the dangers of traveling overland. The demonic continent stood in the way like a formidable obstacle. But she offered another option, transfer gates that allowed teleportation directly to the western continent, but only under one condition. Her proposal was simple. She wanted to accompany him, gain access to his teleportation portal, and thus expand her trade routes. Renia immediately understood everything. She appeared before him with a perfect opportunity because she knew he might be the only person on the entire continent who so desperately needs Risu. He agreed to her terms, his thinking as well. But returning to the present, Kiri puts a full stop in the story. The explanation for Renia's unexpected outburst is simple. His insatiable desire to eat aloes broke his usual restraint. When his companions worried about the expenses of using the gates, Renia waved it off. He reveals to them a huge pile of flawless magical stones. There are so many that it will be enough for the entire journey. They were stunned by the sheer quantity. They realized it would be enough for everyone to make the trip there and back and still have plenty left. They wonder if he created them all himself using his mana. Frau, his maid, reproachfully confirms their suspicions. He pushed himself to the brink of unconsciousness to create those stones, and it was all just for the sake of Risu. While Renia insists that they should apologize to Risu, Kiri suggests setting off altogether and adds that elves are known for their gentleness. The others instantly agree. The anxiety melted away, replaced by excitement before the journey and at the thought that they themselves will be able to try aloes. The matter is settled. They decide to depart immediately once preparations are complete. Before leaving, Rania entrusted Frau with the care of the house and left her spare magical stones to maintain it. When they were heading to the gates, two familiar figures noticed them. Renia and his comrades immediately recognized them. He and his companion looked puzzled, not understanding why Renia's group was here. Renia stands before the huge and ancient gates of the passage. The guide explains, the gates transport one person at a time, and on the other side, another guide will meet that person. Renia briefly speaks to Az, confirming that their business is finished and everything between them is settled. His companion shyly apologized for not thanking Renia properly earlier. Renia simply told them that Az's debt was paid, and only for the two of them to come to an understanding, which made both blush. When all matters are settled, a broad, sincere smile blooms on Renia's face for the first time. With renewed strength, he returns to his friends and says where they are heading, to the land of the lynx. He steps into the shimmering portal without hesitation. On the other side, he finds himself in a hall teeming with elves. When he first gazes into his new surroundings, a stern elf with a cold gaze sharply addressed him. Are you Riniak Kunujisen and that group from Kukunika about whom we were told? When companions materialize behind his back, the elf solemnly greets, welcome to the land of the elves. As soon as they arrived, they were met by an elf who solemnly welcomed them to the elf lands. She introduced herself as Kroll, a student of the Kukurika training school, sent at the request of a mutual acquaintance to be their guide, and Vrenya Kunugi politely responded with his introduction. An awkward silence ensued. Renia instantly realizes that his companions do not understand Elvish and nudges them to introduce themselves, leaving them confused. At that moment, the merchant Kiri approaches and eagerly offers her services as a translator for Shin and Rona. Renia is stunned. He now understands that Kiri's power is nothing like his passive skill of translation from another world. Kiri simply boasts that for a super-traveling merchant this is a trifle, and Renia finds this impressive. After the introductions, Kiri smilingly asks Kroll to show them the sights. The elf fell silent for a moment, her gaze fixed on the group. She then agrees and says that it is much easier for her to get along with Kiri than with that person with excess fat. A clear jab at Rona. Cruel cast a malicious glance and added that she absolutely did not want to speak this unrefined human language, and although the words were incomprehensible to Ronia, she felt hostility and instantly became angry. The guide leads them to the town of Grand Cane, located in the east of the western continent. Crowell explains that although it is not as large as Kukurika, it is an honorable town where goods from the entire continent circulate. She boasts that the elves skillfully use magical stones. They power their buildings, irrigation systems, and even protective barriers, so they are fully prepared for any monster attack. While the others are enchanted by the beauty of the elves, Renia thinks about the local delicacies. He asks Crowell if there is a place here where he can taste the famous aloe and elf beans he has heard about, and she agrees with a smile to take them there. She leads them to a stall with large barrels filled with thick, dark paste. When Renia raises a spoon to his lips, his face is pierced by a sudden, full shock. The appearance, smell, and taste impossible to confuse. This is miso, exactly like in his native Japan. He can only draw one conclusion: someone else, as lost as he is, must have brought it here. Crowell confirms her theory and explains. Miso and soy sauce were brought to them by the first people who came to their lands, and for a people who live off the fruits of the field, these seasonings became indispensable. Realizing the possibilities hidden in the local cuisine, Rainier was delighted. His expectations soared. The peaceful walk through the market is suddenly broken by Xin's scream. Help! A group of male elves is attacking Renia. Men do not notice Renia at all. Their gazes are glued to Rona. They admire her perfect proportions with fascination. They worship her figure as a gift from the gods and lament that they were born in the land of elves. One of the elves felt as if his spring had finally returned after a long time. Their admiration also touched Renia. They consider her incredibly beautiful. Kiri jokingly asks Reniu if he even notices what a wonderful person he has beside him. Jin, however, feels disgust and asks, are all elves so pathetic? Cruel flares up with anger and firmly demands not to be mixed with those vulgar reformists. This term arouses the group's curiosity and makes them ask about the political conflict. With a grim expression, Corvel begins to explain. About 10 years ago, the Archduchess from the Duchy of Trident came to deliver a friendly speech. Elven men, who had previously only seen the slender bodies of their own, shuddered when they saw the more voluptuous human figure of the Archduke. For some, this became a divine revelation. They proclaimed the human body a true symbol of prosperity and since then had to chase after it. They united under this new belief and with passionate voices exclaimed that they wanted to learn more. This gave rise to a powerful opposition. The faction of traditionalists, later known as conservatives, accused the others of being fools blinded by novelty. They defended the beauty of their women, comparing them to hardy flowers and despising the human body, calling it simply excess fat. They decisively said that they did not need such ugly things. The ideological dispute quickly escalated into open confrontation. Reformists called conservatives stubborn relics of the past, and conservatives branded reformists as vulgar heretics. The nuanced discussion turned into a loud quarrel of opposing ideals. Some shouted that large breasts are justice, others insisted that flat breasts are best. Their deepest values turned into a source of endless conflicts. Crowell concludes, these clashes swept across the country and split men into two camps. It was precisely because of its transfer portal and frequent contacts with people that the town of Grand Cane eventually became a true stronghold of reformers. She sighs and calls them a disgrace to her kind. Renia thinks that people are almost indistinguishable, but then tries to comfort her by saying that all elf women are beautiful, and perhaps reformists are simply drawn to a beauty they are not used to. His sudden compliment makes Crowell confused and silent. The moment is shattered by the panic neighing of a horse. The steed wildly rushes down the street, impossible to stop. The rider is thrown off and the animal panics, rushing straight toward the building. Without hesitation for a moment, she immediately rushed to act. She jumps onto the horse's back, skillfully grabs the reins and brings the beast under her control. She calms the animal Rinian from the others, sighs with relief. They rush to the rider who fell the elven guardian, severely wounded. While calling for a doctor, Ciarwell asks the guardian what happened. With his last strength, he whispered a chilling message for his captain. The labyrinth forest has overflowed. He whispered breathlessly that a multitude of monsters is coming to attack the city. In the darkness creeping in, as if from nowhere, a sinister smile emerges. A severely wounded elf is carried into the city, his blood stains the street, and a panicked woman delivers his last message. The labyrinth forest has overflowed. These words painted a terrible picture. A wave of monsters, a legion of goblins and fierce wolves, relentlessly advancing on the city walls. Meanwhile, Renew and his companions are solemnly welcomed. Shaeon demonstrates impressive horseback riding skills and earns a wave of praise from the spectators, who compare her mastery to the god of war. Renia looks detached and notices, after Rona's previous performance, now it's Shin's moment. Their excursion is suddenly interrupted. They are led into a room and seated at a table. The ELF representative apologizes and says that an emergency situation has occurred, so they will have to stay there and wait for their own safety. When the guard looks at them intently, Rena immediately guesses. Now they are under arrest and cannot move freely. Rona does not hide her anxiety and asks why this is treated so indifferently, since this is a clear crisis. Cheon recalls how the messenger desperately warned, questioning the nature of the labyrinth forest and that monster invasion. They explain that the labyrinth forest is a unique place where forests from all continents converge, and which hides the entrance to a giant dungeon. The map reveals its incredible scale. Entrances exist on all 4 major continents, and the monster invasion from there such has never happened before. Reniafal sinks into deep thought. Rona is sulky and still angry about the recent meeting. She explained that she is not angry, just shocked by the brazenness of the elf men who approached her. But their conversation is suddenly interrupted by a sharp knock on the door. The ELF representative returns, her face gloomy. She confirms that a very serious situation is unfolding. She announced the bad news. They can no longer stay, they must be immediately returned to Kuriku through the transport gates. The sudden order stunned them, they simply froze. Renia demands explanations and refuses to leave until she finds out how serious the crisis is, which he suspects is related to the monster invasion. The official clenches her fist and his fears are confirmed. The truth is catastrophic. An army of 20,000 monsters was spotted in the forest. There are so many of them that counting is impossible, and they are marching straight to this town Grand Cane. She tells about the fate of 200 guards who were protecting the fortress. They were completely wiped out, simply overwhelmed by the number of enemies. The monsters showed no mercy. They slaughtered the fighters and committed incredible atrocities against the peaceful inhabitants. The horde is expected to arrive in just 4 to 5 hours. The city's defense is hopelessly weak, only 500 soldiers and perhaps about 200 citizens and students capable of fighting. A request for reinforcements has already been sent, but help will not arrive sooner than a day. She explains their only strategy is to buy enough time for the civilians to escape to a safe place. She asks not for help, but that after they pass, they destroy the portal on the other side, blocking the monster's path. Renia is silent for a moment, then asks about the magical defense system they were told about. The elf admits that it was never created to withstand such an army. At best, it will only delay them briefly. She gasps for breath and the terrible truth beats inside. The elves want to sacrifice themselves to protect their home. The representative smiled sadly but resolutely and told them not to worry. She proudly says that even as a student she learned to defend the city, and will make sure they hold the defense until the last resident is evacuated. Renia and Xian listen and freeze at her determination. June curiously asks the student Cruel about her age. She is 70, which is about 16 years old in human terms. Cruel quietly giggles because she knows, by human standards she would already be called old. The fact that even this young elf is on paper older than him causes a flash of irritation to cross Renia's face. Realizing that their decision is final, Renia stands up, accepts their fate and agrees to leave. But Shin cannot come to terms with this. She protests. You cannot just abandon the elves to perish. Rona sharply interrupts her voice cold and harsh. They have no right to interfere in this matter. She does not back down, demands that Shin understand her position, and confidently says that Renia's decision to leave is the only right one. However, Cruel thanks Xian for her previous actions, which prevented chaos in the city. She solemnly and with sincere gratitude bows to them. The team stands and watches, on their faces a mixture of irritation, pity, and humility. When they turn to leave, Kroll prays for their safety. Is it sarcasm? Renia behaves gloomily. That should be my line. In response, she can only throw a weak, sad smile. Outside, the city is bustling, organized chaos as the evacuation begins. Rinia's squad marches through the hurried preparations like a somber procession against the backdrop of the approaching threat. The town's defenders tense up, preparing for their last battle. An officer shouts orders, trying to maintain discipline amid growing fear. She looked anxiously at Rinia, their conflict remained unresolved. Just as they were about to head to the gates, Frost stepped forward and stopped Rinia. She asked if they could talk alone. Black clouds thickened on the horizon and the bitter reality sets in. The merchant laments his terrible luck having just arrived in the new land. He immediately got drawn into the war. She assumes that if the conflict really escalates, she and Rinia will inevitably get involved. Rinia doubts her hint and asks if she really expects him to help the elves. The merchant confirms something like that, although her proposal is slightly different. But feeling that he is getting more and more irritated, she decides to get straight to the point. She asks a stunning question. What if he had the power to fight alone against an army of 20,000 people? This idea stuns Rinia for a moment. She insists that she believes he will be able to handle all of this. Rinia scoff waved off this thought impossible. Even cutting down 1,000 enemies would be just a drop in the ocean for him. He points to his magical limitations, but she responds decisively, ready to reveal her true purpose. She offers him a deal. She will give magic and a way to resist this enormous force, and he in return must use them to help the elves. Her motives are not entirely selfless if the city is saved. It will be easier for her to do business, so she offers magic lessons for free. She appeals to his conscience one last time, asking if he can really leave the townspeople to their fate. Rinia reacts with contempt. Refusing to be anyone's pawn and indignantly condemning her shameless manipulation, he firmly states that any proposal forcing him to fight 20,000 monsters is doomed to fail. But the merchant just smiles, completely unmoved by his refusal. She dismisses his argument with unwavering confidence and says she knows for sure he has the power to win this battle without sacrificing his life. She reveals the source of her faith. Rinia recently created a colossal number of magical stones, a feat impossible even for a first-class mage, and this speaks of a huge, yet undisclosed source of power within him. Her true proposal is finally revealed. She will teach him to recognize his hidden potential and how best to use it. She addressed the elves who were listening and asked if they were now ready to hear the details of her plan. Cornered, Rinia grits his teeth. His simple search for a trait is now only a distant memory. He yields and persistently asks her to quickly explain the magic and method. There is almost no time left. They move the discussion to a larger state. From afar, Cyan and Rona watch the two of them and wonder what they might be talking about. Suddenly, Rona lets out a desperate scream. Two elven warriors step forward and serious and unwavering approach her. Bowing deeply, they sincerely apologize for their past rudeness, and before going to war, seek to finally reveal their true feelings. The spectators were left guessing what this new turn of events means. The elves whisper about complete hopelessness. Their cause is doomed. Against them stands a never-before-seen number of enemies, and they do not hope to return. They confess that their last wish is to burn Rona's face into their memory before death. They sacrifice their lives, hoping that in return she and the other inhabitants can be saved. Their only request is that she praise the elves who fought in this impossible war, because only that could save them. Their words clearly shook Rona. She asks them to stand and assures them that their sincerity touched her heart. Although she is a priestess of the god of humans, she closes her eyes and offers a sincere prayer for their safety. The soldiers were moved to tears and thanked her eagerly. Having received this blessing, they firmly say that they have no regrets and will gladly give their lives to protect her. At the end, they want to pay her respect to say a phrase of honor they learned from humans. But their rough farewell words break the solemn atmosphere. Rona's face changes from compassion to true rage. "Return my prayer," she commands. Her voice is cold and the elves turn back, heading to the battlefield. Under the quiet dwelling, Cyan calls Rinia as he comes out, apologizing for being late. Her relief instantly turns to distrust when he declares his decision. "I have decided to stay here and join the war." The words hang in the air, met with stunned silence, after which she explodes. "Are you crazy, Rinia-san? What reason could you have to help the elves?" Rinia sighs heavily, his face unyielding. "My goal here is to get rice," he says simply. He will not return empty-handed until he achieves this. This simple, almost selfish reason shocks them, but he still runs the strategy through his mind. "Moreover, this is a great opportunity to make the elves owe us. If I don't get what I need here, it will only be harder elsewhere." Then he lays out his plan. There is no room for objection in his voice. "Only Kiri and I will go to the battlefield, and you stay on standby, ready to return to Kukuriku at any moment." Shin instantly protests, refusing to leave the elves. "No, I will fight." But Riniaz's logic is cold and uncompromising. "If I don't return or the monsters break through, you retreat to Kukuriku and destroy the teleportation gates. We cannot allow the monsters to reach that city, even if it means abandoning this." He forces her to face the harsh truth of their situation, posing a question that sounds like her protest. "What is more important to you, Shay and the elves or the people of Kukuriku?" His words were like a blade. They made her stop and look anew at her duties and her place in the broader conflict. Broken in spirit, Shin lowers her head. I understand it's frustrating, but I will do everything I can from here. Renai admits that Kiri pushed him a little, but he sees a real chance for victory. Defending the city itself is a completely different matter. Understanding the cold logic of his decision, Cian and Frau agreed to his plan and quietly prayed for his safe and unharmed return. Having said the last thank you, Renia turned and headed to the front line. Qian shouted one last time, desperation in her voice, "Save the elves." Renia looked back, his face unyielding. "I will do what I can." As he and Kiri withdrew, Frau gently placed her hand on Cian's shoulder, and they watched until he disappeared from sight. In the besieged garrison of Grand Cane, the air is thick with tension. The elven captain Scorvus encourages his men, urging them to strengthen the magical barrier against the approaching enemy. Morale fell, soldiers whisper among themselves, depressed by the huge difference in numbers. At this desperate moment, Renia and Kiri appear, their human appearance arousing suspicious glances. "Who is the commander here?" asks Renia, his calm cutting through the noise. "I want to talk to him." The elf Kroll recognizes him and gasps. "Renia, why are you here? I told you to run." Unmoved, Renia speaks about her purpose. "I am here to help." Impatiently grabs her by the face, demanding to be taken to the commander. The noise instantly captures Captain Skuld's attention. "I am the commander," he says, and it is clear that he has no time for interruptions. Renia, without wasting time, "I am Renia Kunugi, an adventurer." He pours out a heavy sack and a pile of shiny magical stones falls to the ground. "Take this as payment. Allow me to join your ranks. I assure you I will be useful." The elves froze in amazement, looking at the colossal treasure of raw magical energy. "Will this be enough to power your barrier and slow them down?" Renia asks tensely. Skald, although grateful, deeply suspects this sudden help. "Who are you anyway, really?" he asks. He returns to Cruella, questioning their relationship, and she only awkwardly, stammering, whispers in response. Their interrogation was interrupted by the scout's alarmed shout. "Captain Skald, the monster force is already at the barrier." The captain instantly switched to command mode and barked to Renia. "All right, I appreciate the stones, for now just follow Kroll's orders." While the elves bustle around their positions, Crowell demands answers from Renia, but he ignores her questions. He is only interested in the tactical situation. "I told you I came to help," says Cully. "You are short of soldiers, right?" Cruella admits that their forces are insufficient, but Renia sharply interrupts her. "We have little time," he says, his gaze fixed on the defensive perimeter. "Tell me about the barrier." Beyond the palisade, in the deep darkness of the forest, a horde of monsters approaches, their eyes glowing with malice. Their steps rustle in the thickets, a terrifying wave of claws and teeth. Crowell quickly lays out the defense plan. A barrier is stretched around the city. It is enchanted, so that it becomes a trap for anything that does not have the protection of the elven god himself. Vines and magical plants burst from the ground, entangling the weaker monsters at the front line. Renia notes that although this works well against cannon fodder, such a tactic is not enough to stop a large, well-armed force. "Our goal is not victory," explains Crowell. "We must buy time to fully evacuate all the inhabitants." The tactical map clearly shows their plan. Concentrate the barrier's strength near their main defensive line. This will make the trap much stronger. While the barrier slows the enemy's advance, elven archers and mages from the walls will gradually thin their ranks. This is a sound defensive tactic, but everything depends on whether they hold out until reinforcements arrive. René scans the defenders with his eyes and anxiously notices. At least 200 of them are just students, not hardened soldiers. Kiri smiles slyly beside him, seeing an opportunity in this. "While they are focused on the enemy, it will be easier for us to act. This is the perfect chance for you to show your true strength." Renia casts a glance at the tense profile of Corville. A flicker of sympathy flashed in his eyes. "Maybe it's a small consolation," he tells her, "but I am a veteran of countless battles. I will support you so you can fight with all your might. Don't worry, just focus on the enemy." Many surprised by his unexpected encouragement, Corville cut in. "Are there really so many idiots among people like you?" Renia shrugged, a barely noticeable smile playing on her lips. "Who knows? I don't really know many people here myself." But he adds, "Not all of them are that clever." The remark eased her tension. She quietly giggled, but the moment shattered when the guard shouted, "Enemies are approaching, they will soon reach the barrier." Messages pour in one after another, distance 200. A hoarse laugh of the monster commander echoed from the darkness. "Few and 50, you see the meat in front of you, right?" He gives the last cruel order. "Hunt him down, you scum." The horde roars and rushes forward, crashing into the elven defense. The war begins. The elven defenders, peering from the fortifications, see the enemy who does not hesitate, a stunning force that promises only victory or defeat. From beyond the edge of the forest emerges an horde of goblins and monsters. A wave of rage approaches. 200 yards. A cruel smile spreads across the face of one goblin as he prepares for the slaughter. At a distance of 150 yards, the first attack begins, not a volley of arrows, but a single lightning-fast dagger aimed with deadly intent. Enemy archers open a barrage. Arrows like rain shower the elven line. From behind the wooden barricade burst cries of pain and panic as the first volley hits the target. Despite the commander's order to hold fire until the enemy appears, several elves were felt their resolve shaken under the pressure of the furious assault. The goblins surged forward, their guttural growls echoing throughout the forest. When they approach to 100 yards, the elven commander sees her moment. The enemy rushes straight at them, and she gives the order to act. "Raise the barrier," she shouted and began to utter a spell to the spirits of earth and forest. She calls upon the veins of the earth to bind the enemies and protect her people from harm. The earth explodes, enchanted roots and vines burst from beneath the ground, and twisting, weave through the ranks of goblins. The monsters charging the attack suddenly freeze. They are completely caught by the magic of the forest. Vines twist and squeeze with deadly force, squeezing the life out of the trapped creatures. The enemy's front line of attack instantly froze. The elves destroyed it with their powerful protective spell. Watching from the rear, the enemy commander, a massive figure in dark armor, snorts disdainfully. He recognizes the famous elven magic, but is not impressed at all. Turning to his monstrous warriors, he roared a challenge to them. "Show me that these traps mean nothing to you," he barked, urging them to prove their strength. With a deafening scream, the horde threw caution to the wind and charged forward with renewed fury to break through the magical barriers with brute force. And the elven soldier curses, watching the relentless enemy advance. The commander sees that our traps have at least somewhat slowed the enemy, but the horde is simply tearing through them instead of looking for a way around. She sighs heavily and prepares for the next stage. "All units," she shouts, encouraging her soldiers to engage in direct confrontation. "Let's give those villains punishment for humiliating and trampling the spirit of our comrades." Her voice rings with passionate conviction, and the elves respond with a mighty battle cry. "Archers, magical troops ready," she gives the order. The elves draw their bows, their arrows glowing, filled with magic. Aiming at the command "fire," they release a devastating hail of arrows. A huge ogre at the head of the attack was struck by magical arrows. It takes several direct hits. For a moment it staggered, stood unsteadily on its feet, and finally fell. But the fall of one beast does not stop the others at all. The enemy horde rushes forward without pause. The commander realizes with horror that before them is a disciplined force led by a powerful leader. Having no other choice, she decides to hold the line as long as possible. The second line is ready. She orders to prepare another volley to buy some time. Standing at a safe distance, Rena decides it's time to intervene. While the elves focus all their attention on the enemy, he prepares his own spell, the Storm Formation. This is advanced wind magic, a modified spell that can summon a tornado, and its destructive power was enhanced by Rena's unique skills, so theoretically it is several times more powerful than the original. He begins to chant the spell, extending his hand forward. "I give you my power," he says, focusing his will on the air, thickening high above the enemy vanguard. Winds spin around rage. He spins the air currents, making them whirl and fall down directly onto the battlefield. The elven commander feels a sudden, unnatural change in the wind. Her eyes find Renia in the distance, and she thinks, what is he planning? High in the stratosphere, 20 kilometers above the ground, the temperature drops to -70 degrees, and it is Renya who controls this supercooled air, commanding it to move as it pleases. The final step to strike a column of cold air, descending directly into the storm on the ground. A huge vortex appears in the sky, a terrifying spectacle of unstoppable power. The super-powerful macro explosion has ended. A tornado of unfathomable strength hits the ground and crashes directly onto the enemy army. A moment before they are engulfed, the monsters charging the attack raise their heads in confusion and horror. They were instantly destroyed. The fierce wind tore them to pieces. Even their commander stands stunned, unable to believe his own eyes as his troops perish. The power of this spell is unstoppable. The shockwave bursts outward and rushes straight toward the allied lines. Panic grips Renia's companions. They realize the danger and loudly shout for everyone to raise the magical barrier. The elves tensed, preparing for the strike, and their commander shouted Renia and raised the alarm. Even from a distant town, people watch in horror as the cataclysm distorts the very world. The shockwave struck, a dazzling explosion of wind and energy. Renia and the elven commander stand their ground, shielding themselves from the blast wave. When the storm finally subsided, the commander sincerely thanked them for their rescue. She looks at the battlefield, frozen in silence from what she has seen. Where once stood a monstrous army, now there is only desolation. A large part of the forest has been wiped off the face of the earth, and the entire enemy force has been utterly destroyed. With a single devastating blow, the battle ended. In the sky raged a colossal vortex of unrestrained energy, the result of one devastating strike. And the stunned observer asks if Renia created this spectacle. The elven commander turns back, her voice barely audible, and on her face a mixture of shock and disbelief. Next to him, Shiana exploded, grabbed Renia and shook him fiercely, unable to utter a coherent word out of pure despair. Her anger finally found a voice. She pours reproaches on him for the reckless display of power, questions his sanity, and fears for their lives in the face of such overwhelming force. Renia, pale and staggering from exhaustion, can barely defend himself, pointing out that it was she who insisted he use all his power, and he admits he overused his mana and fatigue shows on his face. The scout rushes to skew the elven captain. With stunning news, one attack by Rania destroyed almost half of the entire enemy force. Somewhere nearby, a monster in heavy armor, a commander in the enemy ranks, barely gets to his feet, staggering from the devastating explosion. He wonders if the elves unleashed some unknown, most powerful weapon. He surveys the devastation, and in fury realizes that this one attack destroyed his entire vanguard. Treating their lives as mere pawns, he addresses his frightened subordinates and mocks their fear of the enemy's power. His voice becomes a deadly whisper, threatening to personally execute any soldier who dares to flee. His threat hangs in the air like a heavy burden and paralyses the hideous soldiers, with a fear stronger than the fear of the unknown enemy. At the elven front, the scout brings the unthinkable. Despite catastrophic losses, the rest of the enemy forces are still advancing. Their stubbornness seems insane and confirms Captain Scott's fear a powerful commander must be behind them. Tornado, with its incredible power, shook their magical barrier, and the captains rushed to give urgent orders to reorganize the formation and replenish the dwindling magic reserves. Rania puts the puzzle together, everything falls into place. One enemy commander turns out to be the key support of the entire invasion, and if he is defeated, the army will likely retreat. Cheon asks about his intentions, and although Rania's harsh methods are not to his liking, he is forced to admit that the stunning display of power opened a clear path to victory. The elven captain instantly read his silent plan and realized with horror. Attacking the enemy camp alone is pure madness, especially when more than 10,000 enemies lie ahead. When asked why he takes such a risk, Rania's answer was stunningly simple. He sees one clear goal to defeat the enemy leader and intends to do it directly because he likes the simplicity of such a task. He summarizes his plan with a confident smile: kill the general, save the elves. When he was about to set off, the elven captain called him by name and without hesitation stepped towards him. Suddenly, like a flash, she leans in and kisses him. Rania froze completely unexpectedly, his thoughts spinning from the sudden closeness. Retreating, she explains that she is giving him the protection of the god of the elves. This blessing will allow him to freely pass through their protective traps. She explains her method. The kiss, supposedly, is the most effective way to convey protection. She finally cannot hold back and, blushing deeply, admits that it was her first kiss. She quietly whispered that in this terrible hopelessness it might also be her last, and how she wished everything were different. Rania sighs quietly, a slight smile playing on his lips. He gratefully accepts her care, feeling how important the gift she gave him is. With the last instruction, "Don't die," he turns and leaves, adding that he hopes her next experience will be at a better time and place. Without saying a word, he disappears into the dense forest, a solitary figure heading straight into the heart of the enemy army. Now left alone, he cools his showy bravery and thinks rationally. Blindly rushing forward is pointless, he needs a way to find the general. He seizes on a new plan, to create such a commotion as to force the commander to appear. Soon he encounters the first obstacle, a patrol of monsters blocking the way. He meets their assault head-on, his face hardens, and he prepares to mow them down. His blade flies in a blurred streak and easily cuts through the first creature. He responds with a flash of magic, instantly burning another, not giving it even a chance to react. In battle, he feels mana slowly returning, and the damp forest floor restrains the risk of his fire magic going out of control. Suddenly, through magic, a familiar voice reaches him. It is Crowell, the elven captain. She explains that the past she gave him a kiss created a magical bond between them, and allows them to communicate over long distances. She quietly whispered something very important to him. Move 30 degrees to the left. There, her mages detected a powerful mana cluster. She warns him, by the signature of the mana, their enemy most likely belongs to a powerful and dangerous race of demons. While he cuts through the crowd of smaller monsters, she insists that he retreat without hesitation if he feels overwhelmed. Following her prompt, he breaks through the trees and bursts into a clearing where his target awaits. He finds himself face to face with the enemy commander, a towering figure far more formidable than orcs and goblins. Two warriors stubbornly stare each other down, the fight about to begin. Suddenly, a lone swordsman appears on the battlefield, stands in the way of the demon forces. The commander, a rough figure in dark armor, looks menacingly at the newcomer and asks what a mere human is doing here. Unfazed, the swordsman asks if he is the leader, to which the commander responds with a contemptuous, arrogant laugh. Swordsman Renia coldly analyzes the situation, noting that the demon army has already lost nearly half its soldiers in the tornado, and wonders why the commander has not ordered a retreat. By any military standard, losing half the fighting force and gaining nothing in return means total, unconditional defeat. The commander bursts out laughing, mockingly ridiculing the very idea. A great defeating only half, he growls, questioning Renia's sanity. To him, the lives of soldiers mean nothing. They are just replaceable pawns. As long as he remains unharmed, there is no defeat. Renia responded with only one sharp question, "Are you an idiot?" The commander smiles wider and shouts that fragile people will never understand, boasting that as long as he lives and destroys elven cities, victory will be his. The size of Renia, who fervently expressed the desire for the commander to sympathize more with his fallen soldiers, while calling his thinking dull and powerless. Taking this as a challenge, the commander filled with confidence and vowed to teach this person a lesson, declaring that no number of enemies could ever defeat him. In the blink of an eye, the demon commander lunges forward and swings his gigantic blade. Renia is stunned by how far the attacks reach. He barely managed to dodge it a force of the swing past and sliced a tree right behind his back. The commander smiles mockingly and brazenly praises the weakling for having at least some skill. Renia quickly analyzed the attack. The slash was saturated with magic, like the wind cut of his comrade. A direct hit with this sword would kill instantly. That was just a greeting, the commander sneered, and promised to greet again if Renia manages to dodge the next attack. With a roar, he unleashes a fierce barrage of strikes, which he calls Slash Storm. Renia dodges and weaves through the storm of steel, his movements precise and controlled. He twists aside from a heavy downward strike, leaving an opening. Their gazes locked in the heat of battle. Renia presses the advantage low and fast rushes forward. Then he notices his chance and believes that his blade will hit the target. He rushed forward, but the commander instantly reacted and parried the strike. Renia is forced to retreat again, putting distance between them. The commander, not believing his eyes, looks at his hand. A small cut is visible on the armor, a feat he considered impossible, as he intended to cut off the entire limb. "You scoundrel," he growls, demanding to know by what magic Renia endowed his sword, because ordinary weapons would not even scratch his armor. Renia calmly looked at the opponent and quickly understood. The commander's confidence comes from the enchanted wind sword and dark armor. These allowed him to emerge from the tornado unharmed. He says that now he finally understands one thing. With such powerful equipment, it would really be difficult for elves to harm him. However, he directly exposes the commander's hypocrisy. The one who constantly says others are weak relies only on the strength of equipment and crude, clumsy sword techniques. Instead, Ren adds, "You are the weak one here." He sighed mentally. Once he thought demons were stronger, but this commander proved otherwise, and he realized that his acquaintance Demon Emil was an exception. The insult drove him to blind rage, and the commander's mind was filled with only one thought: to kill. He swears to brutally kill Renia right here where he stands. He recklessly lunges forward, but Renia easily steps aside from this clumsy attack. Taking advantage of the gap, Renia's sword flashed, and the commander roared in pain as his arm was cut off near the shoulder. Renia coldly remarked that it is easy to hit weak spots when the opponent proudly displays their armor. He intended to finish them quickly, but now he has their plans. In the world he came from, there is a concept: war crimes. And for the massacre of elves in the fortress, the commander will now have to pay. The demon can only curse his fate, his mind spinning with disbelief and rage. He tries to respond, but his body does not obey. It does not react as he wants. Renia whispers to him that the judge will not be him, but the elves. A huge, terrible pressure emanates from Renia, and the commander freezes in fear, unable to believe whether this opponent is really human. He collapses to the ground, the rest of his limbs are severed. In a pitiful display, he orders his goblin subordinates to become his living shield, and Renia snorts contemptuously, not understanding how such a coward even became a commander. To prevent any attempt to escape, Renia stabs the commander's leg with a sword and tells him not to scream so humiliatingly. He, with icy contempt, says that the pain of the elves was much stronger, and a true captain must endure this as well. The commander desperately begged his subordinates to save him, but they froze in fear. Renia notices that even after all this, only one thing remains in him worthy of respect: the demon's stamina. Meanwhile, the elven defenders are already on the verge of breaking. The elf Kroval raises her voice and passionately calls the warriors, "Hold the line at any cost for the sake of your families." The battle is fierce, and a large goblin breaks through her defense. A blow, she staggered. The creature grabbed her by the hair and lifted her off the ground. And as her consciousness fades, she barely whispers the name Renia. The goblin looks at his captive, confused. But suddenly she gathers her last strength and releases a gust of wind that cuts off the monster's head. At that moment, the last horde of monsters began to retreat. The exhausted elves initially stood stunned, then burst into joyful cries of victory. They defended their city. They can hardly believe they survived. Proval looked stunned, suddenly realizing that she was saved. A familiar voice called. She turned and saw Renia walking towards her alive and well. He calmly explains that he captured the enemy commander, dragging behind him a dismembered but still living demon. He leaves the fate of the general to the elves, explaining that the enemy fled because their leader was defeated. Proval slowly processes the news: the city is saved, they won. Renia places her hand on her head and praises her for surviving this hell. Overwhelmed with relief and gratitude, she burst into tears. The battle is over. A faint, pleasant warmth spread through the darkness and pulled him from the edge of oblivion. He does not understand this feeling. The last thing he remembers is a goblin's poisoned arrow hitting him, and he asks himself if this is death. As his consciousness returns, a voice says he is still alive. He opens his eyes and sees such divine beauty that he immediately decides, perhaps he really died. The priestess explained that she had pulled out the poisoned arrowhead and healed his wound with spells. Filled with the mercy of the Savior, he said that now he could die peacefully. But his comrade sharply struck him and angrily exclaimed why he was wasting the life that had just been given to him. The warrior does not calm down. He rages, reproaching that he gave up so easily, begging his friend to live and fight for his beliefs and truly honor the second chance given to him. The priestess Rona explains that she acted only at the request of his friend. The saved warrior, touched by this display of friendship, tightly embraces his comrade in a moment of deep, though mistaken, gratitude, and the friend apologizes to Rona for not having proper medical supplies. The moment breaks. Another voice is heard calling Rona. More wounded soldiers need her healing magic. When she returns to answer the call, the priestess stumbles. Her movement is briefly restrained by the remnants of a barrier spell. The warrior and his friend, watching the scene, exchanged deeply satisfied glances and said that even if they died now they would have no regrets, and this left their comrades completely astonished. Later, a group watches from afar as two of their comrades talk. Vrenier says that after the battle they noticeably grew closer. Sean quietly admits that he cannot compete with the elf, and the Frostists are here only for support. Quar suddenly broke the silence and directly asked Kira about her first kiss with Renia, causing the elf woman to freeze in shock. Overhearing the conversation, Renia questioned this idea, saying he was hearing for the first time that a kiss was supposedly the most effective way for such a thing. And Kira was completely embarrassed and could not respond. Meanwhile, in a hidden place, a secret meeting is gathering, and its leader announces, to keep the secret, from now on they will speak about the sensitive topic, the rising rebels, only in code words. A coded conversation begins. The participants analyze the tactics of their targets, and two of them surprisingly note unexpected aggression. They feel that they have been outplayed by an experienced strategist. One member of the group stands guard by the door and checks the secret password. He says field, accepts a chest with a confirmed signature, adds mountain. But their vigilance is late. From inside they shout that they have been discovered and give the order to capture the intruder, who turns out to be one of the very revolutionaries against whom they were plotting. Elf Croix extended a bowl of food, looking at him sincerely, and asked if he liked it. Rania takes a sip of miso soup. The familiar taste of deep comfort embraces him. A simple dish, white rice and soup, so perfect that he immediately asks for seconds, to the great surprise of his companions. While preparing a flawless Japanese breakfast, in his soul he watches with admiration what is happening in Elfie. What a wonderful and unexpected combination. Next to him, Shin and Fra are clearly confused and insistently demand to know what is going on here. Renia assures them that the food is tasty, but what worries them is not the dish itself. Xian inquisitively asked Kvad about her outfit, a simple apron, and she replied that Renia taught her this. This appearance seems to take him back to the past world, where women dressed like this, and she exudes a powerful domestic authority and unexpected strength of a wife that leaves his companion speechless. Although everything around seems strange, the true taste of home dispels his anxieties, and the company savoring seems to agree. Akror seems to misinterpret their confused reactions. Determination quietly burns on her face, and she vows not to forget this. The thought flashed, despite all her naive charm, Renia is a deceptive child because she is 50 years older than him. Later, after they quelled the monster invasion threatening the land, the group finally arrived at the capital of the elven country, Shuduvalt. They are led through the magnificent halls of Elvenstadel, attracting the attention of the locals. The honor guard solemnly escorts them before the court, and present Sir Renia, the one who saved our sister city, and his squad. They are brought into the throne room, before them the 12th Emperor and his royal council. The regent is introduced as His Majesty Roichbit Tiffold, and beside him the 35th child, Princess Quaffbit Tiffold. The announcement of Crower's royal status shocked Renia, and his companions. They can hardly believe that she is the 35th heir. It is impossible to comprehend how many children the emperor has. Frau Dryly notes that elves are not only long-lived but also impressively fertile, and this clearly unsettles Xian. Leaning closer, Xian whispers to Renia that she herself would prefer to have only 3 children, and her restless legs betray her anxiety. Their quiet conversation is met with the deep, understanding laughter of the emperor on his throne. And then, to their even greater surprise, he corrects the main mistake. Quor is the 36th child, he says with a smile, but I never said she was the youngest. This news seems to shock even the princess herself. In the halls of the elven court, the king stunned the guests by declaring that he has over 100 children, and that does not even include those outside the line of succession. His voice becomes harsh as he gives a grim order. Any one of his children who is no longer present should be captured and sentenced to death. Renia understands that this is a serious complication. Then the king makes such a strange and overly straightforward proposal, as if such an arrangement would build trust. When he offers one of the women to join the royal family under his personal care, she responds with confused distrust. The king's minister immediately objects, exclaiming that staining royal blood with the blood of barbarians is heresy. The conversation instantly turned into a strange, fierce philosophical dispute, and Rania and his companions were completely baffled by the eccentric manners of the elven court. The king indifferently waved off the whole conversation as a simple joke, and Rhea, nervous, tries to apologize. Returning to the matter at hand, the king solemnly addressed Rania. He personally thanks him for help in the recent raid, which resulted in surprisingly few casualties and ended with the capture of the enemy leader. As a reward for his deeds, the king offers him a solemn distinction. Rania hesitates to accept the praise he feels it is undeserved and arose from a misunderstanding of his role. He explains that their group came to this country to seek knowledge about local agriculture, primarily about rice and oils, which he wants to learn to produce himself. The companions admit that they have done almost nothing and that the decision is up to Rania. Then the king makes a much more generous offer, an entire territory, but only on one condition. In Rania's will, it must be returned to the elves. Rania categorically refuses, explaining that his native land is in chaos and that governing new lands without the necessary resources will only worsen their problems. Intrigued by the fact that Rania chose knowledge about agriculture instead of the lands themselves, the king accepts his decision and orders to share this knowledge. But the king kept one thing ready, the last, completely unexpected request. He asks Rania to take his daughter Cruella with him on the journey. The princess froze in shock at her father's proposal. Rhaenyra immediately and categorically refuses. Cruella, upset, misunderstood his sharp refusal as a hint about her appearance and bitterly laments that she cannot give what she thinks he desires. Embarrassed, Rhaenyra tries to assure her that his refusal is in no way related to her appearance. The minister explodes again over what he considers an insult, but Rhaenyra ignores him and asks the king to explain his decision. Rhaenyra exposed the hypocrisy of the request and asked why the king, who persistently spoke about protecting the elves' position, sent his daughter as a showpiece. The king turns the question to his daughter, looking her in the eyes. Are there any personal feelings in her heart that would make her want to go? Rhaenyra brushed off her feelings as unnecessary and looked at the cold, practical danger of her royal status. But the king replied that Cruella would be in even greater danger if she stayed in the castle. Confused by this logic, Rhaenyra sharply demands to know exactly what the king means. Forcing the outraged minister to fall silent, the king coldly explains the political reality here. Cruella is far 35th in line for the throne, her chances of inheriting it are practically zero. So for a person in her position, adventure is rare and almost impossible. He presents it as a chance to set out together with the one she loves. This statement stuns Carvel, he freezes speechless from shock. While Rhaenyra continues to question the strange family dynamics, the king reveals his true trump card. He says that a recent battle seriously damaged the sacred part of the forest, and to restore it, they will have to stop growing the very rice and beans that Rhaenyra came to study. The hint is clear: if Rhaenyra took Cruella with her, everything could have turned out differently. Realizing he is cornered, Rhaenyra reluctantly surrenders and says that perhaps there is still room for one more. He turns to Cruella and asks, "Do people know about this production halt?" She, blushing and embarrassed, denies she knew nothing about her father's plan. The deal is made. The king solemnly entrusts his daughter Rhaenyra. And then he immediately shatters this solemn moment with one last strange request, leaving everyone present in complete despair. As they are about to leave, Rhaenyra cannot hold back and asks Cruella, "How can you even live with such a father?" The group rides on horseback, the crowd of spectators waves them farewell. From the castle, a lonely maid watches them go. The minister approaches the king, doubting whether he made the right choice. The king admits that his mind is divided, but believes this is a necessary path, and now all they can do is wait. He is confident that the hardships they face will make them grow, and the journey itself will help his daughter calm her own inner storm. The minister merely sighs in response to the king's strange antics. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the guardian angel Giliel informs the goddess about how Rhaenyra is doing now. She confirms with relief that the resources he sent are successfully reviving Eredor, and their plans are on schedule. The goddess, chewing a snack, casually asks about the artifact that was recently captured. And Giliel whispers to her that a warrior named Hiroshi has already declared it his own. The goddess wonders if another deity stands behind the appearance of this new being. She awkwardly admits that she herself summoned him, explaining everything with the incredibly delicious food of this world. Trying to steer the conversation back to the mission, Jill tensely asks if Rhaenyra has used his new abilities. She says that he involuntarily activates a power called Limit Break, and if he develops it, he could become unstoppable. His magic has long gone beyond common sense, and recently he destroyed an entire forest along with 10,000 demons in one stroke, causing much more destruction than planned. The goddess looked indifferent and remarked, Leave him alone, he rarely uses magic anyway. She sternly reminds Giliel that her duty as a guardian angel is to keep him in check and protect people. The goddess's indifference drives Yidel mad, and she complains about her annoying task. The goddess suddenly cut off the connection, leaving Giliel to handle the situation alone. Alone again, Giliel sighs. She admits how difficult her task is. Looking at the devastated landscape, she quietly asks herself if she can stop being an angel. In the kitchen, two elves are preparing a dish. One explains that now miso needs to be added and allowed to simmer a bit until the dish is ready. Frau passionately asks another elf, Krau, to teach her more elven dishes. She wants to cook them for their master. Krau notes that Frau is much better at speaking the human language. Frau sincerely and gratefully accepts this compliment. She recalls the past week when her master and his friends were absent. Living with another elf was unexpected, but Krav seems good to her, though her own pride. The two of them work in the kitchen so harmoniously, as if one organism. Thanks to Frau Kava's lessons, she now understands simple human conversations, a living testament to the incredible ability of their people to learn. As soon as the master returned, Silky immediately rushed at the new elf Kroa and, sensing traces of strange magic, demanded to know her intentions before allowing her to live in the house. Ignoring Silky's interrogation, KVA completely switched to Rainia and stabbed her with a sharp question. She passionately swears her loyalty. He saved her life and she is ready to give him her body or even her life. Then she presses Rainia, insisting on hearing his own view. Inside, Krav admiringly notes how carefully maintained the estate is. She is in a human house for the first time, and the cleanliness makes a strong impression on her. Silky announced that she has one last critical question. The air instantly tensed, and a stern determination froze on her and Frau's faces. After a shared, tense moment of mutual understanding, the tension subsides and they quickly find common ground, which greatly surprises Rinny. Later, after tasting the miso soup they prepared, both elves agreed it was tasty, and their earlier misunderstandings seem to dissipate. The conversation shifts to medicine. Frau asks if elves are skilled in its creation, and Krav confirms that they are. Croy eagerly explains her knowledge about the process of making elven remedies for colds, digestion, and general nutrition. Outside in the courtyard, Master Rainia is in the midst of intense training. She is sparring with Cyan. Their blades clashed with a sharp clang, sparks flying in the air. In the kitchen, the idea of making medicine with magic stunned Fru, and she immediately began demanding details. Kvad admits that he does not know how much such medicine will help people. Slightly stunned by her pressure, Croy agrees to share what he knows. From Ron's porch, he watches this desperate duel with a thoughtful expression. Cian barely parries a heavy blow, her stance wavered under the pressure, and Renia instantly noticed a chance to strike. He presses his advantage. His attack knocks the sword out of her hands. The duel ended, and Renia sharply criticized her technique, explaining that the extra movements in the swing led to the sword breaking. Although she is far from mastery, he is impressed that she didn't even gasp. A voice echoed from the mansion, "Time for a break, the food is ready." They are served a large plate of onigiri. When Renia bit into it, an unusual taste exploded in her mouth, besides salt something like elven seasoning. Shin eats with pleasure and says that enjoying Rainia's cuisine is a pleasant bonus, because in his own lands there are no such vivid flavors. He explains that onigiri is a popular, convenient food, even among elves. With a keen desire to learn more, Croy asks if he will teach her to cook other dishes from his hometown. The other women look with equal anxiety, as if agreeing that not knowing how to cook is a big disadvantage. Later, Ren immerses himself in a hot bath to restore his strength after fatigue. He considers taking care of his health an important matter. He sighs contentedly. The water was the perfect temperature to warm his body. Sitting at the table and engrossed in a book, she suddenly hears a bell that announces the arrival of guests. She looks up and her expression changes as she warmly invites them to the best kukuriki shop. Her gaze stops on a familiar face. Vrinya, accompanied by Cian and Ronnie, explains that his mana has grown significantly and he really wants to be taught new magic. Barely had Renia placed his hand on the crystal sphere to measure his power when a sharp crack echoed through the room. The sphere fiercely shattered into pieces, releasing a pulse of primal energy that stunned everyone present. As a result, a flash of light and power threw Kukuriki from her chair. Renia was left holding the sparkling, useless fragments of the destroyed artifact. Angry, Kukuriki demands to know if he tried to demolish her shop, reminding him that she ordered him to use only part of his power. She looks distrustfully. How could his mana have grown to such cosmic proportions in just a few months? She notices that even a genius mage after 10 years of harsh training would not have such reserves. Renai sharply replied, "I really trained well and gained considerable experience." The scale of his power stunned Kukuriku. She felt completely shattered. Her confidence wavered for a moment. Gathering herself, she opens the book and confirms that his element is still wind magic, but admits that with his enormous mana he could use almost any spell. Renia says he recently acquired the Storm Formation and asks which spells he could learn for 10 gold coins. His casual tone surprises Kukuriku, who is stunned that he treats such a high-level spell so lightly. Seeing a promising investment, she offers to personally help him choose a suitable spell. She reminds him that he owes her not only for advice, but also for the crystal ball he just broke. And when they leave the shop, Xian offers to help Renia train his wind magic. But just as they are about to move on, a familiar voice stops them, calling Renia. Riris approaches them with drops of sweat on her forehead, quickly introduces herself, and hurriedly says that she is not yet Azu's girlfriend. She shyly and quietly asks, can she steal a minute from him? They find a place, sit down, and Riris, after taking a sip, enchantingly comments on the wonderful taste and color she is drinking black tea for the first time. Renia gets straight to the point without unnecessary words and asks what she wanted to talk about. Nervously fidgeting, she finally confesses. He officially asked her to be in a relationship with him. Renia's neutral reaction prompts her to explain further. She is happy, but there is a significant problem. Xian interrupted the conversation and asked Rania if he knows Az's full name. Rania tried to recall it confusedly. Shin remembers it for him as Hound, and the name for Rania is just a trifle. But Ryuri noticeably asserts her weight, explaining that the name Hound Sir belongs to a powerful family standing behind the Toraden Park. Renia froze in shock upon learning that Az is the second son of a wealthy family who ran away to become an adventurer. Riris feels a huge chasm between them and painfully thinks that as a commoner without a surname, she will never be able to repay the kindness of a respected nobleman. She tells how she recently witnessed a quarrel between Az and a messenger from his family, an obvious sign that their relationship is causing interference from the Hound family. Although Az told her not to worry, she cannot get rid of the anxiety. She admits that she hates this feeling of helplessness and the difficult situation their relationship has created for him. That is why she openly states that she wants her achievements as an adventurer to be recognized, to prove that she is worthy, and to stand beside him without interference from his family. Renia understands that she is asking for support. He cold-bloodedly suggests simply crushing the entire Aza family, such an extreme that his accomplices immediately reject it. Cheyenne wonders, do they really value the exploits of an adventurer so highly in their society? Rona explains, in Toraden, everything is completely different since the Emperor's daughter studies at the adventurer's school, and adventurer's success is closely tied to acquiring estates and wealth. Rainier recalls how some nobleman said almost the same thing. He asks Riris what her specific plan is, but Rona says that what she really needs is not so much the number of achievements as self-confidence, and that the accompaniment of a certain nobleman could be the key. The receptionist hands over a handwritten document and explains that it was submitted along with other guild requests. The group gathers around, their faces focused. They carefully examine that strange thing. She says that most of the available tasks are trifles: driving kobolds out of the mine, exterminating goblins, or cleansing the neighboring village of the undead. But one request catches Rinnie's eye. It sharply stands out among the others. To subdue a wyvern, he suggests, pointing at the paper. The mission is to destroy a nascent wyvern nest hidden deep in the hermit's tomb. You will receive additional rewards based on the number of creatures killed. Cheyenne notes that the reward based on results sounds attractive, but also acknowledges the danger. After all, even adventurers of Kukurika rank barely cope with wyverns, so she asks what kind of creature it really is. A wyvern is like a miniature dragon with a serpentine head. It does not breathe fire but can fly, is covered with incredibly hard scales, and has a tail with a poisonous sting at the end. Renia was watching out for the threat from the flying creature, and at the reception they only confirmed that it was a serious opponent, and such a mission usually required at least a team of B-rank adventurers. Quad carefully examined the document, and their suspicions were confirmed. The request itself explicitly asked for adventurers of rank B or higher. The receptionist lowers her gaze, depressed, and realizes that rank B is completely beyond her abilities. This became a moment of revelation for Renia and Cyan. They admitted that they were still listed as E-rank adventurers, and had not yet completed many official tasks. Shin glances at Renia. Recalling his display of incredible strength, her eyes seem to say that she believes he will not cope with this task despite his official rank. Nervously, with a trembling hand, she quietly shows her status. My adventurer rank is E, she says, hinting that she might take on this mission. Renia and Xian froze in surprise, wondering if the ranking system among elves works differently than among humans. At the reception, they explained that there are no special rules for different races, and this makes Korra's rank truly impressive. Renia thought to herself that such an achievement might be expected from a person her age. When the requirement for B rank is met, Shin's determination becomes unwavering. So it's decided, she says, impatiently ready to take on the trial and test what her recent training is capable of. Renia looks at her, with a knowing expression on his face. He feels that behind her sudden enthusiasm there is something more. She blushed embarrassedly and vehemently denied being jealous of Korra's high rank, saying she just wanted to practice victory magic. Renia solemnly accepts the quest on behalf of the group to prepare the receptionist. They will need a few days. When they leave, the receptionist watches them go, hugging her arms to her chest with hope on her face. In the following days, the company immerses itself in preparation, and Renia tirelessly works in the forge, continuously striking a piece of metal with a hammer. Meanwhile, Cyan confidently wields the sword. Her blade precisely hits a large boulder and chips off a piece upon impact. Having prepared, the group sets out on the road, making their way along a treacherous path through a harsh, rocky mountain region. Arriving at the place, Cyan checks the information from the guild and confirms that they are indeed where they need to be. Renia asks about another companion, Rona, and learns that she is busy. Kavar plainly says that since she took this request, it is natural for her to come, and adds that she wants to be near Renia. And suddenly a shadow fell over them. A winged creature swooped down from the sky, its appearance stunning the group. They look up and see not one but a swarm of creatures circling above the peaks. I understand, Renia says grimly, this is the very same, the so-called wyvern nest. The whole group stands ready, watching the countless number of wyverns in the sky as they begin to call their brethren. The monsters were much more terrifying than ever before, and their reptilian eyes fiercely looked down at those who had invaded. Renia draws her blade with a confident smirk on her face, ready to test her new skills against this stunning threat. From their vantage point, the group intently watches the enemy below and counts about 14 or 15 winged serpents. Renia scans the area and decides. A sudden strike is their best chance, but the open field makes the approach almost impossible because they will be noticed immediately. He closely watches the creature's movements, noticing how clumsily it acts. A new strategy is born in his mind. When they are finishing the plan, one of the adventurers can't hold back and asks, is Renian inclined to take the entire reward? Rona confirms this and explains, since she is officially not involved in the request, it is fair. Cheon intervened and declared that she would take half the reward, and the rest should be divided among the others. Krenya immediately stopped her. His tone was sharp. He reminds her of the promise, challenging. Is she really ready to show him the fruits of her training and prove that Cruella will not outdo her? Hearing his challenge, Shin's confidence flared up again. She gladly agrees, vows to surprise him, and reminds her companion of the special properties of the sword now in their hands. Rona confirmed that they both skillfully handle weapons. While the others prepare, Renia focuses inward, gathering his own strength. He concentrates magic in the soles of his feet and imagines a powerful burst of energy that will push him off the ground. And with a thunderous roar, he dashed into the thick of the battle. Wild power is hard to control, a technique he practiced, but has not yet mastered in combat. The shockwave from his takeoff stuns his companions. They just watch, unable to believe their eyes. He barely dodged the snake's strike and his thoughts raced, honing the next move. Simultaneously raising a barrier beneath his feet and casting the storm spell within it, he forces the very air to become solid. He created a support for himself right in the sky. Now airborne and agile, he confronts the monsters head-on. His blade flashed, slicing one of the winged beasts. He jumps from one magical platform to another, his movements smooth and deadly. He lunges at another creature and precisely drives his sword downward. A shockwave rippled through the creature's body from the strike. Renia landed satisfied. His unconventional, large-scale magic is the most effective way to fight them. On the cliff, his people stood frozen without words. They could only call him mad. This headlong charge, this stunning assault. They are in awe of his skill. He can create massive spells without any shouts amid acrobatic combat, a feat only Renia can achieve. When the rest of the monsters turn their gaze to the group, Kroll steps forward, determination burning on her face. Snakes twist through the narrow canyon. Cruella draws the bow. The arrow is already on the string and ready to shoot. She releases the arrow and it flies unerringly straight. With a barely noticeable gesture, she directs the projectile with wind magic. It changes course and hits several targets with incredible accuracy, while others stand in awe, watching her demonstrate her unique and deadly fighting style. In the middle of the rocky canyon, a battle rages. Cyan rushes to engage in combat with the winged snakes. With a swift blade movement, she deflects a sharp projectile flying towards her, and the creature bounces off her parry, leaving her an instant opening. Taking advantage of the opportunity, she dashed forward, ducking under a huge wing. With incredible agility, she rushes along the long, serpentine body of the beast, approaching its head. Faster, she commands herself, pushing her body beyond its limits to reach the goal. With the final surge, she leapt and brought the sword down with all her might. The blade scrapes against the creature's tough scales, does not penetrate them, and the strike sends a sharp shock through her arm. She barely had time to recover when the snake fiercely lunged, and its head sharply snapped back straight at her with terrifying speed. She barely dodges the attack and lands at a safe distance. Catching her breath, she realizes she cannot afford to relax even for a moment. Her companion notices that her skill has grown. Cyan has become stronger, but with concern says that an ordinary sword is not the best choice against a flying opponent. But the elf turns his gaze to another fighter who is in much greater danger. Another warrior, Rylus, finds herself cornered as the snake strikes its fangs bared. Just as the creature was about to strike, its attack was intercepted by a flash of steel. Renia appears, deflects the blow, and deals with the monster. Reels looks relieved but embarrassed, thanking him for saving her. Renia turns to her, his tone stern. He reproaches her for rushing in alone even though she is also part of the group. He reminds her of their main goal to hunt the wyvern, and insists that her reckless actions endanger the entire mission. Kroll agrees and adds that they cannot always rely on Riley's and Azu as protection. Ashamed, Reels accepts the criticism and assures that she can still fight and will not be a burden. Crowell cannot help but notice Rena is still just as demanding. Shin defends him, explaining that his harsh words are a push for them to become better and not be left behind due to his incredible skill. A sharp quarrel seemed to ignite a new flame in the hearts of the party members. With renewed determination, Xian glanced at her elven companion and declared that she would not lose. Renia approached Riley's and handed her a new blade. He explains that this is the very same mithril sword rumored to be forged by elves. This weapon is unique. It has a mind of its own, absorbs the owner's magic, and changes shape according to their thoughts. In another corner of the battlefield, Azu gathers his will, resolutely deciding to defeat the enemies with his own strength. High in the sky, a swarm of wyverns circles above the canyon. On a shaded ledge, a mysterious figure wrapped in bandages watches the battle below with a detached smile, noting how easily the group handles the beasts. The figure's gaze fell on Renia, his fighting style impressed. Interesting and effective, and it became clear that this clash would be extraordinarily exciting. The observer lets out a muffled chuckle, whispering his name into the wind. A mysterious figure emerges from the shadows. Completely wrapped in bandages, her appearance foretells a sinister turn of events. Somewhere in the rocky canyon of Ryrie, she stands facing the piercingly screaming wyvern, and memories of the past arise in her mind. Although her path has changed, she was once an adventurer and knew how to fight. She holds determination within herself, passionately determined to prove that only she can handle these monsters. But she keenly realizes her own limitations. She lacks the raw strength of Xian and the range of Crowell, so she cannot start a direct assault. She carefully weighs the options. Although in the narrow passage she has a chance to defeat them with their poisonous tails, the fight there could collapse the fragile rocks, so she needs to lure them outside. Her plan is ready. She will wait for the perfect moment to strike, dodging until the chance arises. With her sword at the ready, she boldly challenges the creature. As soon as the wyvern lunged forward, she instantly formulated a plan. A feint move toward its head and immediately a sharp strike to the leg. She dives low, the beast attack flying over her, and with one clean motion she slices its limb. The wyvern recoiled in pain, and Ryrie, stumbling, pushed back from the blow. A painful groan escaped her lips. Clenching her mithril sword, she is filled with triumph. She knows its power allowed her to land the strike. Her determination hardens, and she knows. She just needs to wear down its defense step by step. Her comrades watching from afar notice this. Pruvel warns of the terrible danger Iris is in. If the wounded wyvern starts thrashing against the rocks, the escape route will be cut off and she will be left defenseless. While they are still fighting the horde of goblins, Kshin notices only 2 wyverns remain. She suggests finishing off one together to even the odds. With a determined smile, she reminds Kruvel that they are a team, and supporting each other is their duty. Putting the plan into action, the others rushed into the fray, giving Ryaris a chance to break through. When Renia delivers the decisive blow to one of the creatures, Ryaris finds herself alone against the last one. She pushes herself to the limit, her body screaming from exhaustion, knowing that victory is just a moment away. The thought that she can defeat it fills her with hope, and a memory of a young man named Azkan surfaces in her mind. His words echo in her thoughts, a promise that she is more important to him than anyone else. This memory fuels her final surge. With renewed strength, she vows to defeat the beast for his sake and finally confess her true feelings. But just as she raises her sword for the final strike, Renia appears in a flash of movement, and with one light, effortless blow knocks down the wyvern. The creature collapsed, its life faded right before its eyes. Ryaris froze, her moment of triumph was stolen. Renia Lance, suspecting nothing, asks, "What's the matter?" Suddenly it dawns on him he was wrong. Ryaris falls to her knees, completely shattered. The words she wanted to shout froze on her lips. The request to subdue the wyvern is now fulfilled, and the squad is assembling. Renia nervously says she can still impress Asukun's friends, and Ryaris only responds embarrassedly. Shihin says that Renia, despite his intentions, ultimately took down more than half of the wyverns herself. Changing the subject, Renia, with a spark in her eyes, contemplates their next adventure. He cannot comprehend the appearance of such powerful monsters in these parts, and increasingly leans toward the idea that the Hound family is involved. But suddenly a sharp sound cut through the air and a voice echoed in the canyon. "Looks like you're seriously in trouble." A colossal shadow descends over them. A creature much scarier than any wyvern emerges from the rocks. The team freezes, not believing their eyes. It's a dragon, a creature that should not exist on this continent. The very force of its presence throws them back. Renia confirms their fears. This is a real dragon belonging to a completely different level of existence. Panic grips everyone. His companions realize they cannot handle such a monster and insist they must flee. But Renia stands still, his mind calculating options, and he wonders if even the formidable members of the Hound family can stand against such a beast. Cheyenne sees that expression in his eyes and realizes with horror what he is thinking. A wide smile blooms on Renia's face. Finally, a worthy opponent has appeared. Shin can only sigh at his unwavering, battle-hungry nature. While Renia prepares to charge at the dragon, something rushes through the air. Before he can react, he is suddenly entangled by streams of white bandages. These bandages come from that mysterious mummy-like figure that appeared earlier. "Won't you join me for a short conversation?" says the figure. "Now you cannot escape." Friends shout his name and the bandages begin to unravel, releasing their grip. The wrappings have completely fallen off, revealing a woman who looked at him with a knowing smile. "Long time no see, Renia," she said quietly. "Glad to see you're doing well." The rest of the group just froze in stunned silence, their thoughts swirling from this impossible sight. Renia observes it, and just at the moment when Khwar joins, everything fits perfectly. Shan, however, says in surprise that she has never heard of elves eating anything like soy sauce or miso, and just the mention of these dishes causes a sharp, instinctive disgust in Khwar. Renia explains that this dish is very simple to prepare. It's enough to let the rice grains ferment, encourages Xian to try it, insists that with rice it is incredibly tasty and asks for her impressions, noting that Khwar seemed unable to refuse. Later, during training, she turned to Renia and asked him what he thought about it, noting that Cora seemed insanely happy since she came to live with them. Somewhere else, an embarrassed young man struggles with words, stammering as he tries to invite Riley's to go on a date with him. Reels, however, has no idea about his romantic intentions. She just thinks it's good to make more friends. Overwhelmed by a wave of nervousness, he rehearses the words to himself but does not dare to say them aloud as he would like. From the side, Kuel watches that conversation with a keen, calculating gaze, when a loud noise draws her attention. Finally, in the main lecture hall, the boy throws away all hints and loudly declares his confession to the whole hall, his voice echoing through the room as he asks Riley's to go out with him. Before them, as if out of thin air, appears a mysterious red-haired woman, her body completely uncovered. She greets Renia by name and a barely noticeable smile plays on her lips. Renia looks puzzled. He does not recognize her face, but her accent is strangely familiar. "Who are you?" he demands. "Why do you know my name?" The woman simply says that they have already met. Behind her shoulders loomed a huge sleeping dragon, and finally she names herself. "My name is Emil Roger," she says. "You must remember this name, right, Renia?" The name strikes with disbelief. "Emil, the demon of transformations?" Renia asks, his mind spinning. "If I remember correctly, the one you are talking about was a man." Emil's smile widened a little. "You are right about that time," they admit. "My body really was male." Then they gesture to their current form and proudly show their new female body. Renia recoils, overwhelmed with anxiety and embarrassment over that impossible transformation. Noticing his reaction, Cyan turns to him with a serious expression. "Do you know this girl named Emil?" She feels that this is something more than just acquaintance. Renia confirms his suspicion, his voice grim. "Emil, that was the name of the demon who explored those caves." Emil's attention slid to Renia's companions. "Oh yes, the girl with black hair, you must remember her too," they say, and they looked disdainfully at Rona. "I wonder if that blonde with those lousy meat bags is okay too." The elf shuddered, a quiet wave of indignation swept over her. But beneath the mask of anger, Rona carefully studies their enemy. She senses the aura of a mentor unknown to her. It is clear. Although Emil has a human appearance, in reality she is a representative of a powerful magical race. Renier pays no attention to provocations. He is completely focused. Someone gestures towards the beast behind them and asks, "What are you doing here? You even brought a dragon." Instead of answering, Emil approaches and presses his body against him, whispering, "Are you cold, Renia? Weren't you so persistent when we first met?" Renia pushes them away with all his might, his face twisted with disgust. "Dressing up as a girl is damn disgusting," he shouts. Emil explains that the male appearance was only a temporary masquerade, and this female body is their true form, albeit in human shape. In an instant before anyone can react, thin white ribbons burst from the ground around them. Shin shouts a warning to Rania, but it is already too late. The attack was faster than he could react, and he immediately falls into the trap. Emil embraces the captured Renia, holding him tightly. "Sorry for this," they whisper. "If I don't do this, I feel like there are people somewhere trying to disturb us." Renia fiercely breaks free from the straps. "Ha, let me go," he shouts, but Emil only presses him tighter. "I'm not interested in all that nonsense," Renio said, but Emil did not give up. "As I said, I was a girl at first. I was trying to tell you that." His companions look on in horror. "De Vivaldi Vival, what are you doing? Let Rania go immediately." Shin shouts, her voice trembling with a mixture of anger and fear. Emil's gaze becomes firm. He turns to the two girls, his voice becoming threatening. "It's not that I have bad intentions. If it comes to that, I'll just break both of you." Cheyenne and Rona froze. They were stunned by the deadly threat spoken as if in passing. You don't have to worry, says Emil, and the smile once again warmed their face. I am not going to do anything to Renia. And with that, they pronounce the spell Blade of the Wind. But the spell is not directed at the girls. At that moment, a fierce gleam flashes in Renia's eyes. He draws his blade and cuts the magical bonds that held him. With one smooth movement and he is free. He rushed forward and stopped, the blade pressed to Emil's throat. His voice is icy. You as always like to tease people. If you continue to underestimate me, whether you are a girl or from some magical race, I will end this your second life with my blade. Emil's smile only makes their eyes even wider. They shine with admiration. They lean forward and lick the cold steel of his sword, and then, as I thought, exhale. I love those eyes of yours. Unafraid, they looked him straight in the eyes. I will answer the question you asked earlier. What are you doing here? I will tell you my purpose. They point with their hand to the huge cocoon of bandages behind there once lay a dragon. And why do I have a dragon behind my back? The confrontation continues, the air tightens with tension. I will tell you everything, but first please move that cursed sword away from me. The demon, now in its true form, spreads out amid the bare rocky landscape and decides that this place is suitable for their clash. Renia froze, not yet realizing the transformation. So you really were a girl, he says with a note of disbelief in his voice, and she responds irritably, questioning his stubbornness even after their previous physical contact, which she considers his coercion. Exactly as I said, she said calmly. The male body you saw was just a vessel I borrowed, a temporary shell animated by my soul. She continues, passionately recounting her path. After the battle, she returned her soul to the central continent, but getting used to her native body took time, hence the bandages she wore until now. In this form, she says, she can finally release all her power and feels that this is exactly what suits her. Suddenly her tone changes. She asks, so what are you going to do? And then gestures towards the huge black dragon standing nearby. This is a gift, because I want the moon together with you. Renia was stunned by the sudden and strange proposal. Move in, a gift. He stammers and mumbles confusedly, trying to understand what is happening. With a sly smile, she leans closer and asks directly, Renia, will you allow me to live with you? He froze in silence, and she cheerfully and persistently repeated her request. His companions are just as puzzled. Wait, Renia finally says, raising his hand, I don't understand at all what you're saying. The demon's size becomes more serious and confesses, honestly, something unpleasant happened and now I cannot return home. She tries her best to calm them down, promising not to cause trouble and to abide by human laws. Then she again points to the colossal beast behind her. I even brought you a souvenir, this dragon. She says she brought it from her personal collection, thinking that a fight with this one would please him more than clashes with ordinary wyverns. Although she promised not to bother, René still remains wary. First of all, why exactly my place? He demands. If you are just running away, go somewhere else. The demon's answer is instant and shocking. Of course I am in love with you, she admitted, blushing, and even hinted that they could start a relationship. The confession stirs a wild storm in Cyan and Ronnie. This is no joke. Cyan fiercely recalls the demon's old offenses against the mage clan and those events in the cave. The demon disdainfully waved off the topic of the dead adventurers, coldly admitting that they were not good people. She insists that they were uninvited intruders, did not come for a picnic, so her actions, even if she had not killed them, were justified. Isn't this self-defense? She asks, her gaze sharp and unwavering. Her logic puts Cyan and Rona in a deadlock. They cannot find anything to argue against her. Sensing their hesitation, the demon again turns his attention to Renia and throws a veiled threat. She says she does not intend to endanger people, but if her request becomes a problem for him, she will simply release the dragon onto the ground, and no one knows what destructive chaos it might unleash. Renia immediately sees through this coercion. A barely noticeable but determined smile appears on his face. He tightly grips his sword and says, in any case, I will still fight this dragon, right? His unexpected response stunned everyone into silence. His comrades just look at him and call his name, not believing. The demon, clearly irritated, reminds him that the dragon is a gift for him, and he can dispose of it as he wishes. Then there is no problem, Reniart replied coldly. He decided that keeping a living dragon was an unnecessary risk, and its dead body could serve as compensation for the cancelled quest. Although Cheon understands the logic, she and Rona are horrified by his readiness to face such a creature and believe it is better to simply flee. The demonic size forced her to accept the outcome. Tati was a true fight fan, she mutters, warning that the dragon is a completely different level compared to the wyvern. But Renia was already fully focused on the new enemy, glaring fiercely at the huge beast. He throws out, hey dragon, you stood in my way before, didn't you? He draws the blade from its sheath, throws down a direct challenge. I hope this time you are ready. With a deafening clang of steel against scales, Renia's attack is repelled by the dragon's formidable claw. The force of the blow throws him back, his face a mask of shock and tension. But then the fight suddenly changes course. The colossal beast falls, its voice trembling with a feeling foreign to a creature of such power. It whimpers and whispers, forgive me, I beg you, forgive me. Renia cautiously approaches the fallen dragon, holding his sword at the ready. while his comrades freeze in stunned silence. This situation simply leaves one at a loss. Before them lies a creature that should have been a fierce opponent, fallen and defeated, as if only by the power of will. Approaching, Rinia encounters the dragon's desperate voice. "I admit defeat, so spare my life." These words alone shock, but even more striking is that the beast speaks at all. Rinia freezes for a moment, unable to utter a word. He doubts the dragon's sincerity, but the dragon insists it surrenders sincerely, which confuses the demon Kavar even more. Kror finally clarifies the matter, revealing the dragon's true face. Once he was her servant, a coward who was abandoned due to his slowness in fleeing. She explains that he only pretended to be formidable, and when he felt the immense magical power bursting forth, fear overwhelmed him. This revelation left Cian and Frabai bewildered. The terrible enemy turned out to be nothing more than an imposter. QR says that with Rinia's current strength, no other dragon would have any chance, and this only annoys him more. Overflowing with flattering advances from Kror, Rinia sharply pushed her away. He declares that he has lost the desire to fight. Fighting such a pitiful opponent is no honor. The fight died down without a loud finale, and he simply left, telling the dragon to find new lands far from humans. However, Quarante agrees, insisting that simply letting the dragon go would only bring new problems. She clung to him and would not let go, offering her collection of rare materials in exchange, but Rinia decisively rejects this offer. The priestess Rona proposes an elegant, though unconventional solution: to make the dragon a pet of someone from their group, emphasizing that among humans dragon riders are an unheard-of phenomenon. Pors instantly grasps the idea and confidently says that it can be done easily. She begins rummaging through herself, and the dragon groans in pain while she searches for something. Rinia and the others watch anxiously and doubt the morality of this sudden turn of events. Finally, QR pulls out a tiny shimmering gemstone. She recognizes it as a dragon carbuncle, a piece of the beast itself. She says that these stones are unique to each dragon. They are condensed magic, and that is why they are so rare and precious. She intends to use this as material for the contract. Rinia says it's like using someone's DNA. Seeing the logic in her plan, Rinia reluctantly agrees, and Kor simply glows with joy. And just then, the night realist begins to stir. She regains consciousness. Her memory is scattered in pieces. She remembers the mission hunting wyverns, but remembers nothing about the dragon that was following them. Her eyes opened wide at the sight of the huge beast looming over them, and she let out a frightened scream. She panics, and Rinia calmly informs her that the dragon will become her new favorite. The news causes complete disbelief. Kua solemnly presents Ryleys to the dragon as his new master, binding them together. A flash of light signifies the conclusion of the contract, and how its power devours reality. Instantly, the dragon casts off fear, and engulfed in adoration, looks at the frightened knight as if she were the most beautiful creature in the world. The group watches as a scene unfolds in chaos. An overly affectionate dragon is strangling its new master. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Rinia orders the frightened realist to command her new steed to lift them into the air and fly to the nearest city of Kukurika. A cunning smile plays on his lips as he explains his plan to present her incredible feat, taming the dragon before the city's nobles. Their arrival did not go unnoticed. On the city walls, the guards spotted a silhouette approaching and at first thought it was a giant wyvern. The terrible realization that it was actually a dragon throws them into wild panic. An emergency was declared, and the city exploded into chaos. The garrison, adventurers, and mages rushed to the northern gate. Riding atop the monster, Ryleys is horrified by the panic she causes. Rinia gave her the order: go into the city alone while the rest disembark and deliver a message to a man named Azu. Seizing her determination, she takes on the task. She commands the dragon to land near the city wall, and at that moment, notices Aizu in the crowd below. The dragon landed with a roar, scattering frightened soldiers and residents. The realist desperately tries to assure everyone that the beast is not an enemy, but her words are lost in the widespread panic. The crowd scattered, leaving behind only a few brave or reckless souls. And the dragon now stands right in front of Azu, who froze in pure horror. Despite the chaos around, Ryleys approaches him, apologizes for making him wait, and says she has an answer to the question he once asked her. Taking a deep breath to gather all her courage, she confesses. With the dragon as a witness, she asks him to go on a date with her. In the surreal silence that followed, the petrified Azu could only accept it in shock. Ryleys is filled with joy, and Rene's people watch from a safe distance as the matter is finally resolved. In the following days, the fame of the dragon rider Rylus spread across the land and brought her the title of Viscount. But despite this brilliant new beginning, her relationship with Azu barely moved forward. And elsewhere, a new turn was already brewing. Cyan was approached with her own serious matter. A young man wakes up in a shapeless void, with a thick fog of confusion in his head. Suddenly, he is sitting on a borrowed chair and does not remember how he got there. A calm woman in a robe appears before him, calls it the administrator's garden, and quietly utters the grim truth: he is dead. Words echo in the boundlessness of the narrative, and it slowly dawns on him that he really died. His memory returns like a harsh flash. A girl's sharp pain and he explodes with panic, screams in despair, not believing that he died. The woman pays no attention to his outburst of rage and calmly says that he need not worry, he will soon be sent to start a new life. She calls herself the overseer of the clan, one of the 5 pillars that hold the god of the world called Erudora. He has a clear goal. He must become a hero and save that world from the claws of the evil demon king, although she adds with slight contempt that she does not particularly expect much from him. Recognizing the classic scenario of the Isid boy, the youth's fear instantly turned into excitement, and he asked if he would be given any special game-like powers. He eagerly awaits some kind of cheat and ability that will make him a legend. Secondly, the goddess begins enthusiastically explaining the advantages he will receive. First, he will be given the ability to communicate in the language of the new world. Second, as a hero leading armies, he will have the power of the saint, which will allow him to raise the fighting spirit of his allies. Disappointed that these abilities seem so mundane, he asks, "Is that all?" He grumbles that he has no personal merits and hints that he should be rewarded with obedient slaves. To his surprise, the goddess gritted her teeth and reluctantly agreed to give him the power of enslavement. However, his further rude demands push her beyond patience. When he brazenly asks for a farewell gift, he is given a choice. But his last lewd comment shattered her divine calm. Calling his mind trash, she struck him with a burst of energy. When he is thrown back, a notification appears. Instead of a blessing, he received the administrator's curse, and along with it, the ability limit was broken. The summoning ritual begins, and the goddess, having fulfilled her duty, can only quietly pray that this flawed hero somehow manages to fight well. The scene changes. Another hero is told that it is time for him to live. The divine figure looks at him with hope and sincerely wishes him luck in his mission to save the world. Her last words, "all the best," linger in the air for a long time as he is sent on his way. Meanwhile, Renia and his company settle into their new home. They arrange the dwelling, and Emily is especially pleased. The basement is simply made for her experiments. A few days after the Wyvern's defeat, life began to return to its usual rhythm, and Emily felt completely at home in their new base. Cheyenne and Crower elves remain cautious about the surroundings but say no new problems have arisen. Only Fra, the maid, is noticeably irritated and quietly whispers something secret to Emily. When the urgent threats were eliminated, the group took care of the dragon, now the servant of Lily, and relocated him to the neighboring mountain as a temporary refuge. Emily firmly assures that the magical contract linked to the dragon's magic stone will not allow him to escape, regardless of the distance. The dragon was tamed, and the recent commotion in the city of Kukarika finally subsided. From the income of the magic stones and the bounty for the kill, the group managed to pay off debts. Renia reflects that he is slowly but surely getting used to life in this world. On one such peaceful night, the silence was suddenly broken. Shin knocks on Renia's door and asks if he has a minute to talk. She enters his room and her expression is unreadable. Freed and dressed, Cian admits that it was Ro who suggested such a direct way of seduction, while he mumbles under his breath, feeling all this manipulation. He suddenly stuns her by confessing that he already knows a lot about her past. The conversation turned grim when Cian delivered terrible news. The Demon King was born. The burden of this revelation hangs heavily in the air between them. She explains that in response, the Holy Kingdom summoned heroes from another world to defeat this new threat. Renia raises his hand, trying to process the sudden change of topic. He, puzzled, tries to steer the conversation back to her initial actions, but she insists that this new information is directly related to it. He mentally tames her chaotic explanation, wishing she would present the facts in order. Shin clarifies, the heroes were summoned 2 months ago but have not yet left the holy capital. She explains the delay simply. The summoned heroes themselves, she says, are completely spoiled. For being summoned, the main hero demanded access to the most beautiful women not only from the Holy Kingdom, but also from neighboring lands, quickly gaining a terrible reputation. Although he has enough strength, the hero has no desire to act. Renia contemptuously laughs to himself at his moral decline. "This is where I come in," she says, and immediately asks Renia if he remembers the name of their current country, Trident. The truth opens on the map. Trident occupies a strategic position, the second most powerful state on the eastern continent, holding a critical defensive line against demonic forces. She, as if challenging, asks if he knows who rules Trident and adds that the title there is not king at all. The ruler of Trident unexpectedly turned out to be an Archduchess Lydia. Then Cheyenne makes a stunning confession. This mighty Archduchess is her mother. Renia smiles and admits he is not entirely shocked. The report hinted at her noble origin, although he did not guess that she was the daughter of a lord herself. He leans on her with questions why she abandoned her life and became an ordinary adventurer. She begins by saying she has 3 sisters. Unlike them, smart and deeply involved in politics, she always gravitated towards physical challenges and dreamed of a life full of adventures and battles. She believed that she was never destined to be a princess. and everyone, even she herself, thought that her younger sister was a much better choice to become the next Archduchess. The title of First Princess weighed on her, so together with Rue she fled and paved a new path for herself in Kukuritsa. She apologizes for her secrecy, confessing that she trusted him but never found the right moment. Renia gently assures her that this revelation changes nothing between them, and admits that they both have secrets. They return to the main topic, her status as a princess despite her personal feelings. She explains the key connection here. The summoned hero heard rumors about the exquisite and beautiful princess and demands that she be given to him. Renia looks on, unable to believe her eyes. When Renia dryly remarks on that flattering description embarrassed, she suddenly strikes him. Renia is confused by her own reaction, but begins to unfavorably compare herself to their other companions, thereby revealing her deep, long-standing insecurity. Apologizing for interrupting, he tries to bring her back to the matter, though he is annoyed by her false worries. She gathers her thoughts and explains the terrifying political reality. Do not refuse the hero's request. He refused to fight the demon lord until his demand was met, so she has no choice, she must go. Although she fled, she does not dare to become a burden to her native country. It reminds her again why she was in his room in the first place. If she has to be given to the hero, she wants Renia to be first, not some man she despises. Renia did not believe in her plan and wondered why she chose to sneak into his room. Tears well up in her eyes, she says she is sorry, feeling as if she has always been just a burden to him and their team. She relives their shared adventures again, from that first meeting to the journey to the kingdom of the elves. She remembers that brief moment when she felt equal when training allowed her to fight alongside him against wyverns. Emotions overwhelm her and she sobs. Just when she thought she had finally become a true comrade, this new fate suddenly fell upon her. Renia openly calls her foolish because of her despair. He looks seriously into her eyes and asks if she is really ready for the consequences of her request. Gathering courage, she agrees. He tells her to close her eyes. As soon as she agrees, he gently touches her cheek. But instead of what she expected, he sharply flicks her forehead, and she exclaims in pain and surprise. She bursts out in confusion and irritation, and he calmly brushes her off, explaining his action. He reproaches her for emotional instability and for treating such a serious matter so lightly, while painfully emphasizing she has no real connections. His words hit right on a sore spot and made her reflect on her own immaturity. He turns away and gives her space to think. After a moment of silence, she quietly admits that he has a few good qualities. When she asks for specifics, he waves it off and says that until she can recognize them herself, she will remain immature. He gives her a crumb of hope and asks her to wait a little, says that in a few days he might find people who can help resolve the situation with the hero. For now, he sharply tells her to return to her room. At home, distressed, she refuses to apologize for her behavior. As she leaves, she tells him she is counting on him, while thoughts about the double meaning of his promise race through her mind. In the corridor, she suddenly finds herself face to face with another scion. They silently and awkwardly looked at each other. The tension of the night still lingers in the air. Several days passed. Renia goes about his day, but that matter still does not give him peace. Finally, he enters Cheyenne's room and sees it completely empty. All her things are gone, and only one sealed letter remains on the table. A memory of happier times, two best friends laughing together, side by side. But that moment now is only a faint echo left on the quiet city street. Inside, Rania stands alone and reads the letter that turned his world upside down. "Forgive me for leaving without even saying goodbye," the letter begins. Jin sincerely thanked him in words for his support, the kindness she felt with all her heart. But she cannot bring herself to shift her burden onto others' shoulders and explains, this issue must be resolved by her country. She believes that accepting his help will ultimately bring him only trouble, so she decided to handle this challenge herself. In the letter, she sincerely apologized for what she did last night and asked him to forget it. Her last wish is that he and his comrades could continue to go on adventures just like before. She adds that she is sure Ro feels the same. "I enjoyed traveling with you so much, Renia," she writes. "Those were some of the best days of my life." A single tear rolls down her cheek as she writes her last words, "Thank you for everything. Your courage and feats will forever be engraved in my heart, Shin." Renia explodes with rage. That idiot, you see, is clenching the letter in his fist. She is simply never satisfied until she turns everything into a mess, right? His maidservants stand and watch, anxiety frozen on their faces. Quad says she heard what happened and admits, although she may be her rival, she still feels indebted to her. Seeing her go like this is too sad. And having been alone for a long time herself, Fra understands the pain of their parting. She returns to her master, and unwavering confidence burns in her voice. Frau believes that you must save her. Of course, Renia sharply cut him off. His anger was visible to the naked eye. The maidservants froze in surprise. His response was immediate and unwavering. He snorts disdainfully at their surprise, outraged that they could even think, as if he would just leave her. There must be a limit to your arrogance, girls. His voice was low and threatening. You're even giving me more work. Do you not care what she will think? I won't be able to sleep peacefully until I return her and give her a good scolding. Rona sees that such weak resolve has no chance against her master's daily routine, and she is sure he will teach Cyan her place. The maids exchange a knowing glance. Renia moves toward the door and Fra asks where he is going. I have to find that out first, he replies without turning around. I'll be back soon. Elsewhere, the irritated demoness sits on rocky ledges, staring at a series of holographic displays. Although she found many Asian points, breaking into the administrative zone proves impossible. Penetrating the castle of the holy capital seems an insurmountable task. The security will be tight, and she must not stand out in any way. She is boiling over bureaucracy, curses the lousy admin, and rages over the wasted resources just for approval. The complete incompetence of all this drives her mad. And as if that were not enough, she has no right to interfere in the hero's affairs, so her hands are tied. She, though reluctantly, understands that she will have to ask them for help, although she knows well they will not agree just like that. Turning back to the city, Renia found an ally opposite him sat a dragon-like girl Kukrika, who coldly said, I understand the situation, but I am not obliged to help that black-haired girl. A cunning smile plays on her lips, or so it seems to you. You have awakened curiosity in me. She leans forward and in her voice a slight hint. In any case, it is thanks to you that I live like this now. So if you really need my help, pay with your body. Rainier stands motionless, his face like a closed book. He understands what she really meant. He simply slides the document across the table. She froze, looking at him, surprised by his straightforwardness. This is an invention from my previous world, he explains. There it was made entirely from physical parts and phenomena. I recorded everything I could remember. If we had a convenient power, say, magic, wouldn't it be quite simple to reproduce it? Her eyes widen as she scans the diagrams. Oh, I see, she murmurs, and the initial indifference instantly changes to manic excitement. She gets lost in the project details, and her mind races, imagining high-speed pistons and rotational energy. Joyful laughter bursts from her lips as she reads the document. Renia, what is this? This is simply wonderful. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Her passion for research flared up fully, and if it is possible to incorporate the principles of magic into this design, I am sure I will invent something even more amazing. She grabs his hand, her eyes shining with determination. Let's start immediately. You will help me, right, Renia? I won't let you sleep tonight. Later, the planning begins. Kukrika lists the necessary materials, a bunch of strong metals and several wyvern scales. The group busily discusses travel options. Traveling by wagon to the capital of Triton takes a month, while a magical ship will get there in about 3 days, and the teleportation gates are not connected to the capital, so the ship is their only option. At the pier, Cyan and Rue were ready to depart. The assistant reports that all preparations are complete, and their supply of clothes is already on board. Rue looks at her friend worriedly and asks, Shan, are you really okay with this? Shan's gaze is unwavering. I have already decided, she replies. Besides, my mother and sister have always allowed me to do as I wish. She raises her eyes, a huge magical airship looms before them. Her determination is unshakable. Now is the time, I gladly give my body for the trident. A small yellow car speeds through the barren wasteland over the relentless terrain, tossing the passengers from side to side from the fierce shaking. The passenger grumbles bitterly about the shaking and does not understand why they have to travel through such a deserted wasteland. Emela, who is driving, explains that she installed the best anti-shock device she could, but it has its limits, and Renia, the passenger, retorts, pour more magic into the system. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the engine compartment. The sound grows louder, more aggressive, and they are gripped by anxiety. A voice from the rear of the car explained the situation. It is increasing the number of cylinders to get more horsepower, but tuning that magical power between the valves and the gas pedal turned out to be a real challenge. She adds that the cooling system is running on a temporary magical formula, and soon the heat could become a serious problem. No sooner had she finished, the mechanic instantly disappeared from her sight. The car stops with a roar, stuck in the middle of nowhere. Although the situation looks hopeless, a young woman appears again, not scared at all. She confidently says there is no need to worry, together they can repair and even modify the car on the go. Renia froze at her audacious proposal. She confirms that the cylinder is not working, and although the proposal to fix it on the go is pure madness, it is the best option if they want to save time. They paused to see how far they had come. They had been driving for about 40 minutes at a speed of around 80 km/h. Their mechanic list studies the breakdown. The uneven road did not allow her magical power, which fueled the fuel cooling system and even the magical windshield, to be distributed evenly. Renia understands. In this world there is no oil, so all fuel is magic, and they need to come up with a stable formula to avoid causing harm anymore. While Renia is focused on working on the problem, Liz seems to truly enjoy this intellectual challenge. She is burning with excitement when talking about the possibility of combining the scientific technologies of Renia's world with the magical science of her own demon race. The thrill of solving the problem permeates her. It is the excitement that a researcher feels on the verge of a breakthrough. She divides the tasks. She will invent new magic for the engine herself, and Renia must craft the necessary parts from the available materials. And although she likes to command, Renia must admit she can be relied upon. He was simply glad that they left the other companions behind with them. This chaotic journey would have been a real disaster. Having assigned roles, they rushed to work amid the devastated landscape. Meanwhile, in a distant holy city, a completely different scene unfolds. A servant in a robe enters the chambers of the hero Master Yuki. He brings a message from Trident and sharply interrupts the hero's revelry. Yuki suddenly learns that the first princess is to arrive that very day. He gives the servant a terrifying order to bring the princess to him as soon as she appears and warns it will distort her. The frightened guard runs away, leaving the hero to savor the anticipation of his new victim. High in the sky, the decorated airship glides toward the city. On board, Lady Xin learns that they will arrive soon. She gathers her she will have to face the so-called hero face to face. Her companion speaks of conflicting rumors. Some call him a pervert, others an honorable man. After a moment of silence, Xian sinks into memories of those long and difficult adventures with Renia. She asks aloud if she has become a little stronger, but Ro notes that her reckless nature remains the same. She sincerely and passionately thanks Ro for being by her side until the very end. With eyes filling with tears, Ro admits that keeping up with Xin and Renia was never easy, but she valued the time they spent together. Xian quietly agrees. The ship's trapdoor is lowered. As Xian steps out to meet the line of guards, an official announcement sounds loudly in the air. Lady Shangfem Fatal has arrived, the first princess of the Trident Principality. Watching her walk away, Ro whispers a final anxious farewell. Take care, Lady Xian. At that very moment on the hill above the city, Liz raises her hands in triumph. Finally, they have arrived. Before them sprawls the sacred city, humanity's greatest fortress. But their exhausting journey has taken its toll. Renia is completely drained, as if burned out even before the mission to save Xian has begun. Within the fortress walls, a lone guard dozes at his post, unaware of how shadows silently creep closer. Two cloaked figures descended onto the city fortifications as quietly as shadows. The merchant had said that about half a day ago, a magical ship was heading to the city, a vessel not easily obtained. Standing above the city under the night sky, they assess their desperate situation. Time is short, and the chances of reaching the goal before their rivals are worryingly slim. His companion doubts their next move, emphasizing the risk of sneaking into the castle without any information. But Rania is resolute they will pursue the ship despite the danger. She looks at him anxiously and says he looks completely exhausted after all he has done. He needs rest. Renia brushed off her concern, admitted he is not fully recovered yet, but firmly said, there is no other choice, they must hurry. When the comrade suggests gathering information at the port, Reni's gaze shifts aside. A completely different plan is already forming in his mind. A barely noticeable smile plays on his lips, as if he knows everything while they, hiding in the alley, watch. Inside the castle walls, a procession of officials slowly approaches the guarded chamber. They stop before a young woman and address her, Lady Cheyenne. They tell her that inside a hero awaits her master Yuki Yatsufusa. The officials whisper, mourn the tragedy, and already call the princess the next victim, while she silently listens, her face tightening with determination. Her hand clenches into a tight fist. Her eyes blaze with stern resolve. She steps forward and solemnly declares, I am Her Majesty Cheyenne Fatal, the first princess of the Trident Principality. I have come to see the hero. Please allow me to enter. The guards let her pass, and she steps into a long, quiet corridor. When she opened the hero's chamber door, she was instantly hit by an unnaturally sweet, intrusive smell, and she covered her mouth with her hand in disgust. A male voice sounded from inside, lazily commenting on her appearance and calling her a cutie. Shin is clearly stunned by what she sees. Slouched in a chair amid this disturbing scene sits the man himself. Here he is, the summoned hero. Somewhere at the pier under strict guard, a majestic dirigible rests, ready to depart. In a private room at night, Rona sat alone and pondered her fate. Tomorrow she would return to Trident, leaving Xian behind, and she did not know if this sacrifice for the country was truly right. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her. She screamed, feeling that someone had intruded. By instinct, she instantly draws her blade and sharply turns to face the threat. In her room stands a figure in a cloak. Rona looks with distrust, unable to comprehend their presence. The attackers lower their hoods, and before her eyes appear Rania and his companion. Why are you here? Demanded Rona. Her shock was palpable. Grenier coldly replied that he knew she would be here and anticipated that this would happen. His gaze is cold, his intent clear. I am here to take that idiot home. Rona is overwhelmed with emotions, and tears of relief well up in her eyes. She whispered his name, confident that he understood and came for them. And in the hero's chambers, dark night events do not cease. The hero looks closely at Shin. Her Japanese beauty and samurai manner of speaking do not leave him indifferent. He said with a predatory smile, "I think I like you." Ignoring his courtship and the terrifying scene around them, Cheyenne politely asks to confirm that he is really a hero. He responds with cheeky confidence. He strikes a pose and boasts about how cool he is. His thoughts are clearly not about duty, but about that incredibly attractive girl who just arrived. "Alright, let's add some spice, okay?" he suggests, and his intentions are barely hidden. Shin misunderstood his words and decided that he was calling to raise their fighting spirit before the upcoming battle with the Demon King. The hero waved his hand and pushed the topic away as if saying, "It's troublesome, he doesn't like serious things." "Anyway," he says with a lustful smile, "can you undress?" Shan recoils in horror. He quickly corrects the request, suggesting to try it first with clothes on. At that moment, Cian realizes with growing horror that the vile rumors about this man are true. Trying to save the mission, she demanded from him a promise that he would fight the Demon King and no longer threaten other peoples. His iter row for a moment. Got it," he says, pretending to understand. "You're one of those people." He gives a frivolous, insincere promise, swearing by the beautiful goddess that he will abide by her conditions. Shin still doubts. The smile on his face instantly faded, replaced by an icy, grim expression. "I'm joking," he said with a sneer. A sinister power begins to emerge from him, he declares. "In the name of the human god Aoyuki, I command you submit to me," and his voice carries unnatural authority. A wave of energy covers Xian. She freezes her body like stone, unable to move or resist his command. "I can't resist his command," she thinks in panic as he casually calls her forward. He gloatingly shows the power to dominate granted to him by the goddess. With this power, he can make anyone obey every command, even force her own soldiers to invade her homeland. And he cynically says that this is a necessary skill for a hero, a way to easily make friends. Grabbing her by the chin, he says it's better to surrender and start having fun, noticing the intoxicating scent of incense filling the room. She is already surrendering to the air soaked with aphrodisiac. He again indifferently asks her name, then waves it off as if it doesn't matter. "So be it," he whispered, leaning closer. "You will end up like a broken doll anyway." Powerless, she can only whisper a barely audible protest. As soon as he approaches, the room is suddenly torn apart by a deafening roar. A large window shatters inward as a figure bursts through it. A warrior in a cloak lands amid the shining glass shards. The hero and the stunned Cyan look, unable to believe their eyes at the sudden intrusion. Renia in mask and armor stands ready for battle, his comrade directly behind, the hero's face twisted with rage. "Who are you?" he demands. The room explodes into chaos as the figure bursts through the window, glass fragments fly everywhere. The hero, frozen by surprise, rushes at the mysterious uninvited guest and sharply demands, "Who are you?" The uninvited guest gracefully lands before the hero and the priestess, Cyan, a silent, majestic figure. Without uttering a word, the attacker lunges forward with sword ready. The hero reacted, instantly drew his blade, and held it out to meet the attack. Their swords clashed in a shower of sparks, the strike echoing throughout the hall. But the hero froze. The speed and strength of the invader stunned him. The warrior in the mask presses his advantage. His movements are smooth and stunning. With one swift, decisive move, the hero is disarmed and his sword crashes to the floor. Armed with two blades, the invader stands over the fallen opponent, a silent victor. The hero could only watch in disbelief as his defeat came lightning fast. The masked figure broke the silence. A calm voice praised the hero's swordsmanship. At that moment, the royal guards burst into the room, frightened by the commotion, and all their concern turned to the hero. So, noticing the threat, one guard immediately calls for backup, while another rushes to shield the priestess Shihan from danger. Konogi steps forward again to confront the uninvited guest, demanding hotly an explanation for their brutal intrusion and baseless attack. He wonders if this person is even sane. How can someone just break a window and start a fight? The person in the mask pays no attention to the hero, and instead turns to the companion who came with them. Angered by being ignored, the hero demands an answer, but the invader's partner, resembling a demon, sharply reprimands him. She then makes a shocking statement. The one in the mask is none other than the Demon King, the future ruler of all races on 5 continents. The revelation swept through the room like a shockwave. The guards could hardly believe their ears. But the hero dismisses this claim with irony. Why would the Demon King appear so openly? He examines the girl. Her features are undoubtedly demonic, but the whole scene seems absurd. Slowly it dawns on him. If this is truly the Demon King, defeating him now would spare him a long and exhausting journey. He perceives this not as a threat, but as a gift of fate, a chance to gain glory and reward. The demon girl looks with contempt and dryly remarks about this so-called hero of humanity. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the real plan comes to light. Renia's comrades whisper about the strategy. Renia will pretend to be the Demon King, create a distraction that allowed him to sneak into the hero's room unnoticed. Trident anxiously says the plan is literally on a knife's edge. It can save all races, but one single mistake and disaster will follow. Fra does not hide doubts and directly asks if Renia can get into the role of the fearsome demon king. Kwahomin is confident and insists that Renia is perfect for the role and can be trusted. He reminds them of the first person they met, hinting that Renia's essence has not changed. Trident wonders allow only if Renia can defeat the opponent, who is also from Japan, but Core unconditionally believes in him. Rona bitterly explains that she cannot offer him her prayers. His powers were given by a human goddess, and he serves a completely different deity. But her concern is genuine. She begs them to be careful and above all to save Xian. In the planning room, Renia clenches a demonic mask. His determination unwavering. He came with one goal and intends to see it through. In the hero's room, Shan watches as chaos unfolds, and a silent question hangs in the air. How can this even be part of the plan to save her? Tears rolled down her cheeks. The princess sobbed over her fate and dreamed that she could stay beside Renia as an equal. The tension in the room thickens. A hand tightly grips the sword hilt. On the hero, Yuki's lips plays a sinister smile. He gives a chilling order. Frightened, the princess and the closest guard sharply turn around and, obediently on alert, prepare to attack the cloak-wrapped intruder. But in the next moment, an invisible strike pierces them both, and their bodies freeze from shock and pain. The hero looks with icy confidence, convinced that numerical superiority will bring him the final victory, while the Demon King's squad watches as chaos unfolds and, between the uninvited guest and another powerful figure, a tense, silent gaze flared. The subordinate of the Demon King rushed forward, and his malevolent smile threw the human soldiers into panic. One guard falls effortlessly. When they grab the princess, her screams are muffled. The mysterious stranger in a cloak easily parries the clumsy strike of another soldier, brushing off the predictable attack as slow. In the whirl of movement, he suddenly finds himself with the princess in his arms, reproaching her for overly predictable moves. Stunned by his touch and words, she raised her eyes to his masked face. One name escaped her lips: Ren. He leans closer, lifts her chin as if about to kiss her, and the whole room froze in disbelief. Both the hero and the subordinate of the Demon King look completely baffled by this strange turn of events. At first, the hero was embarrassed, but in a moment his surprise turned into rage. He demands to know what the uninvited guest is doing. Stunned and confused, the princess is powerless in the hands of her captor. When his distraction succeeds, the cloaked man swiftly lifts the now unconscious princess into his arms. "Wait a minute, damn it," the hero shouts, realizing he has been outwitted. The subordinate rushes forward to clear the way. In response, the hero releases a colossal burst of energy to stop their escape. As the smoke disperses, the victorious laughter of the subordinate spreads through the hall. Two invaders stood at the edge of the broken window and issued a challenge. "Your princess is now ours. If you want her back, come to the Demon King's castle and defeat us." With a final farewell, they jumped into the open sky, and the hero remained standing, looking on in stunned silence. He remained coughing in the lingering smoke of his attack. Rage grows within him as he realizes they have disappeared. Uninvited guests teleport to a distant rooftop. Their mission is a success. They turn their gaze to the palace and feel how serious everything is. The Demon King himself is already fleeing. From afar, his burning gaze fell on the invaders. He will allow them to escape, and the second wave of their clash is about to begin. On the castle battlement, the hero stands ready for battle, looking into the eyes of two opponents who appeared as if out of thin air. He looks confused and says he doesn't remember chasing them, and Rania just smiles and notes how convenient teleportation and levitation are. The hero's confusion instantly turns to rage. Convinced that Rania is fleeing with the princess, he raises his sword and swears to crush the Demon King right here. He raises the blade to the sky, calls the storm, and huge electric energy crackles around him. From dark clouds overhead, a huge lightning bolt tears down to the very earth. The hero directs a devastating attack and unleashes his most powerful ability, Thunder Hammer. The lightning strikes the targets with blinding force, enveloping them in a whirl of wild, raw energy. Renia can only stand in shock and watch as the energy consumes them. The strike causes a massive explosion that shakes the very foundations of the castle. The hero stands confidently amid the fading energy, certain of his victory. He even shouts with joy, celebrating what he believes was a direct and deadly blow. He thinks the Demon King has been thoroughly scorched, but as the smoke clears, his victorious smile fades. Around Renia and her companion, a shimmering barrier rises, completely reflecting the attack. They are unharmed. The hero freezes in disbelief, listening as Renia talks about the unusual power of his sword strike. The enraged hero demands to know why they simply do not die, accusing Renia of trying to kill both him and the princess. Calmly analyzing, Renia's companion breaks down the hero's abilities: teleportation, levitation, and now high-class magic like the Thunder Hammer, noting that even she could not use such powerful skills in quick succession. She understands the hero has such enormous magical reserves and skills that he is a serious threat, especially while Renia is forced to carry the unconscious girl. As if intensifying their troubles, human archers begin to gather on the roofs around. The demonic girl turns to Rania and with a challenge in her voice, says that she will handle the hero herself. She explains he is busy so now she must fight. A sinister smile blooms on her face, and she declares that magical combat is her specialty. She steps forward and, as if throwing down a challenge, announces herself as the hero's new opponent. The hero snorts, casts a contemptuous glance at her, and throws a rude remark about her appearance. He sharply tells her to shut up and prepares for battle. Unfazed, she challenges him, promising to show true power. But while he boasts that her attacks are powerless against his teleportation, she quietly launches a complex spell with the same purpose. She unleashes an avalanche 64 simultaneous light attacks. A blinding flash engulfed the world and suddenly caught the overconfident hero completely unprepared. He lets out a cry of pain as a hail of light strikes him down. Chaos spreads across the city below. People hold their breath and stare at the unnaturally bright sky, and suddenly huge tentacles burst from the ground. The hero finds himself trapped, fighting powerful limbs trying to teleport away. But his escape is short-lived. As soon as he reappears, a legion of giant wasp mons attacks him. He desperately fights back, wondering where this sudden swarm of creatures came from. Taking advantage of the distraction, Renia and his group flee through the city streets, led by the guard. The demon girl who summoned the beast proudly explains with a smirk that these 6 monsters are from her personal collection. One of the rescued, just regaining consciousness, realizes that this was all part of Renia's escape plan. He and the others whispered a modest, slightly uncertain thank you. The demon girl couldn't resist. She teased Renia about his reluctant heroism. She keeps pestering and demands that he speak, and he shouts in anger for her to leave him alone. They worry that leaving the summoned demons uncontrolled will cause them to start destroying the city, but Renia just waved it off. He is indifferent to the fate of the people of this country. He knows that the hero is more than strong enough to deal with those creatures. Indeed, the city's soldiers have already been ordered to assist the hero, a perfect cover for the fugitives. Meanwhile, in the shadows, a hooded figure smiles knowingly, correctly recognizing that Renia is actually the Demon King. Renia's companion whispered in admiration, "He is much stronger than the hero they just escaped from." According to the plan, news of the Demon King's attack reached the castle, and confusion and panic spread everywhere. The hooded figure, revealed to be a princess, warmly congratulates Renia on her success. The chaos cleared her path. She slips unnoticed through the frightened crowds, explaining that this panicked chaos only helps her complete her own business. Soon she finally reaches the sacred circle of the hero's summoning. Tying her hair, she prepares for the next stage of her plan. With a fire of determination in her eyes, she exclaims that the real fun begins. It's time to confront the one responsible for this summoning. In the devastated city square, the hero finally subdued the last of the summoned monsters, only to find that his true prey had vanished without a trace. Somewhere far away in the silence of the wildlands, Renia's group looks back at the distant castle, confident that their paths will cross with the hero again. The car rushes at a wild gallop along the desert road, throwing passengers in all directions from sudden, unpredictable jerks. Inside, chaos is felt. They do not understand this strange type of transport, a device from the world of Renia, known as the machine. They sigh with relief. They left the stop without questions, while the machine speeds forward, its main goal, to take them as far as possible from the sacred city they just escaped from. The turbulent journey took its toll. One passenger was terribly nauseous, and Renia fervently asked to add more mana to fuel their escape. After a ride that seemed to last an eternity, they finally stop. Fatigue is visible. 2 from their group fall to the ground, completely exhausted from all they experienced. Renia quickly assessed the situation. They had already crossed the border and were no longer being chased, and he noticed that after a few more stops the machine became more economical, so they would be able to reach Kukarika. Suddenly it dawns on you, someone is missing. As if on command, the princess wakes up confused and bewildered by the unfamiliar surroundings. Renia bluntly told her without any embellishment that she was actually kidnapped by the Demon King. The princess slowly puts the pieces together in her head and suddenly realizes the figure in the Demon King's costume is Renia, and all this is not a hallucination at all. The memory of the kiss he gave her surfaced in her mind, and she abruptly stopped. A strong blush spreads across her face as she realizes what is happening. Others, concerned, noticed her sharp reaction and ask if she still suffers from the effects of the scents that poisoned the air during the infiltration. Renia explains the purpose of their performance. They deliberately staged a showy appearance of the Demon King to save the princess, creating an obvious pretext that would force the hero to leave the safe walls of the castle. But the princess is clearly outraged when she is portrayed as a beautiful young lady waiting to be rescued. She contemptuously mentions that indifferent hero and his retinue. It is said that with a clear goal to save the princess, the hero will be able to set out without hesitation, and this works to their advantage. This fuels her anger even more. She cries and laments that the hero never cared about her, and her own family almost disowned her, and all her struggle seems futile. The conversation instantly shifts as soon as Rona is asked what was inside the smoke bombs she used against the hero. A wicked, penetrating smile appears on her lips. It is clear that this question pleases her. Her sinister expression completely confuses the others. Meanwhile, in the royal castle, the consequences of her actions began to make themselves known. Rona explains, I installed 3 bombs, each soaked with its own unique cruel poison, designed to exploit the hero's specific weaknesses. The first needs only the touch of a woman, and he collapses from a severe illness. The second needs only the smell of female sweat to ignite a burning inflammation in the lungs. The third and most fierce poison upon contact with any female fluid causes severe chemical burns. The group shuddered in horror, realizing what true hell awaited the lustful hero. In Rini, there remains only one conclusion: Rona is undoubtedly a devil. She adds that these poisons are of demonic origin, and human medicine is powerless against them. Knowing his nature, she maliciously says that he will inevitably bring a curse upon himself. The scene shifts to the hero, who is now writhing on the floor in unbearable agony, his entire body torn by indescribable pain. He screams he is consumed by torment that he cannot understand. And although he demands a healer, Rona's off-screen voice says that healing magic will only save him from death, but will not relieve his suffering. The court healer arrives, but he is powerless, admitting that this ailment is beyond his skill. They can say only one thing: the body can still be kept alive, but the poison cannot be neutralized by human means. In delirium, the hero curses the Demon King and vows revenge on the ghost who caused his suffering, completely unaware of who is truly to blame. Meanwhile, Rini's team discusses the next step while the hero wanders after a futile trail. They need to take advantage of the situation they themselves created. Renia, smiling and deciding that the plan is working for now, announces that they will rest while he prepares the food. The princess looks at him, her face like a closed book. When one of their companions rushed to inspect the car, the princess approaches Renia to thank him and confess that she was wrong about him. Rona interrupts coolly and firmly, says that she only cares that her interests align with Renia's interests. She turns to the princess and teasingly says that her value has definitely jumped. She leans closer and quietly, with a hint, whispers who really came to Renia's aid. Suddenly another voice interrupts them. It turns out she and Kshin have already made their moves towards Renia, ahead of them by 1 or 2 steps. The princess blurted out that their attempts are a complete failure. A heated quarrel broke out between the women. Each fought for the favor of the higher declared Hernia and argued whether a forced kiss or a failed seduction attempt was better. Watching the quarrel, Renia sighs heavily and thinks that maybe this chaos is peace itself. Their journey continues, another bumpy ride in the magical car. Soon they are noticed by a pair of familiar elves. Relief and surprise flashed simultaneously on their faces. Finally, the squad met their comrades again. For most, it was a real reason for joy. A few days after their return home, a magnificent carriage arrived. She stepped out, a woman with long dark hair and a confident posture, and her eyes were fixed on the gates. Inside, their meal is suddenly interrupted by a maid who announces the arrival of a guest. The guest is officially introduced as a media fatal beauty, the second lady of the country. The group froze speechless at the sudden and unexpected appearance of Sion's younger sister. On the 3rd day after arriving in the capital, Frau and Cruel finally set out into the city for shopping. The local merchant warmly greets them, says that these 2 beauties always shop together, and offers them a good price on his vegetables. He then asks about Cruel's husband, recalling that the last time they came, there were 3 of them as a family. The word husband made Cruel blush, but she did not deny the hint. While they walk, Frau asks if Cruel has gotten used to the human city, and Cruel says that at first it worried her, but now she is mostly accustomed, noting that people here are quite kind, not like male elves. Their conversation is suddenly broken by shouts of thief. A cloaked figure dashed through the crowd, chased by cries of stop him. Kroll grimly notes that public security is a completely different matter. Then the young nobleman rushed forward, blocking the thief's path, and with pomp introduced himself as the shoemaker of Iran, saying he was here to catch the criminal. With confident laughter, he launched into a series of attacks, boasting that he had already dealt with an adventurer who had lost his rank. But the thief effortlessly dodges the attack and strikes back, mocking the rich boy, showing that his strength is at the level of a naval rank and declaring an instant victory. Before the thief's strike can land, a powerful burst of magic erupts and freezes him in place. The crowd whispers with admiration, recognizing mid-level magic that instantly took down the equivalent of a D rank. The spell from Kroll, who calmly says she did not kill him, while Fra watches with pride. Oran, dizzy after the clash, gets to his feet and asks Cruella if she was injured in the chaos. When he truly looked at her for the first time, he froze at her beauty. Even his worries vanished for a moment. His companion, a young woman with a stern expression, impatiently calls his name and urges him on. Don't dawdle. A silent tension spreads in the air as the 2 women meet eyes. A silent challenge flashed between them. They shook hands and a spark of rivalry ran through their touch, while Fra watched this embarrassed. Cruel and Fraud step away, and Fraud, with a glow in his voice, says they have found a new human friend, completely unaware of what this meeting really was. Behind them, the enchanted Iran just watches them go and wonders if he just met a fairy or maybe even an angel. An officer in uniform arrives at a luxurious mansion. It is immediately clear why, and she addresses the resident. So, you are Riniak Kunaji, right? She apologizes for the unexpected visit and introduces herself. Medea Femme Fatale, the second lady of Trident and the younger sister of Cheyenne. Tension immediately hung in the room. Medea calmly raises a cup of tea to her lips, her gaze unwavering. She abruptly gets to the point and directly asks why Sion and Rona, those who were supposedly kidnapped by the demon lord, ended up in this house. Renia firmly demands to know who spoke about what happened in the holy city. Rona steps forward and admits, although she did not tell everything, before returning to the capital she still reported on Cheyenne's general condition. It was her duty. Maddie anxiously explains what a fragile political storm their actions caused. A rift is growing between the Duchy of Trident and the Holy Kingdom. The Lords of Trident have wavered in their loyalty to the hero, and now any cooperation between the countries has become impossible. Renia instantly understood. Maria and her mother, Arctuchus, are wise and clever people, and their decision to go to the Holy City was carefully thought out. He understands her silent hint. She came to ask him for something. Media confirms. In the message that reached her, it was written that her sister was kidnapped by the Demon King. Rena, without a trace of a joke, declares, "I am the Demon King." Seeing Maria's stunned reaction, he explains that he is just playing a role. His companions react with irritation, while the media struggle to digest this information. She asks in shock if this means that Renia was the one who planned everything. To his surprise, she says that Trident is not going to punish this so-called demon lord. The press reported that she figured out all the details of that case by tracking the magical signal from the hair ornament that Sion gave her. But the events took place within the Holy Kingdom, so Trident had no way to investigate the matter. They have no right to scold the Holy Kingdom. It simply took the lady they had already given as tribute. Renia points out the obvious consequence. This situation makes Trident an enemy of the Holy Kingdom. The media agree and honestly say, yes, we could hand Renia over to them, but that would be unwise. She explains that the Holy Kingdom found itself in an awkward position, having repeatedly refused the hero's 2 requests. It is now confused because the hero himself is busy subduing the true demon lord. Both Trident and the Holy Kingdom profit from this farce. Rumors spread through the city that the hero gives advice to young ladies from neighboring countries. The official goal is to unite humanity into one fist against the Demon King. But Renia notes, this fragile thing will last only until the day the hero defeats his target, and Trident is already preparing for this. Medea finally reveals her true goal, and in the end it is clear. Trident wants to make sure that Renia can really defeat the hero. Honestly, she says, they want him to help Trident in the role of an anti-hero. In exchange for cooperation, they will protect him from foreign forces, make him stronger in battle, and reward him generously. Renia clarified exactly how he understood their request. They want him to have traits that will allow him to defeat the hero in battle after he kills the true Demon King. Medea nods affirmatively. He is right. Rania then asks what will happen if he does not have such traits, and Medea's answer chills the blood. They will have no choice but to hand him and her sister over to the Holy Kingdom. She presses her advantage, confidently saying that since Renia created this delicate situation by saving his sister, it is fair that he should resolve it. Cornered, Renia exploded with incredible deadly pressure. The power of his deadly intent was like ice in the air. Everyone in the room froze, and there was no light left in his eyes. Maria looks back, her calm cracking under the suffocating aura. A tense silence hung for a moment, and then just as suddenly as it appeared, the pressure disappears. Renia bursts out laughing. He dryly notes how insanely high a price they demand for Cheyenne's freedom. He apologizes for that deadly aura, explaining that he doesn't trust people immediately, and calming down says that she and her mother are grateful for what he did. Renia praises her for bravery at such a young age, but quietly doubts to herself that Maria is really her younger sister. When the carriage drives away, Maria's mask of courage crumbles. She falls, simultaneously overwhelmed by relief and horror, filled with what she has experienced. I have never felt such a deadly aura before, she whispered to herself, trembling to the bone. And in the house, Renia's friends just froze, stunned into silence. In her carriage, Medea comforts herself with the thought that at least her sister is okay. But in her mind, one question still smoldered: who really is that man? Somewhere else, a mysterious hooded figure studies Renia's mana wave and concludes. The man who calls himself the King of Demons is not from this world. Eldora, he is a lost man. She realizes with horror that this lost man might be a high-ranking being. And connected to the attack she felt earlier near the gates, the situation is bad. Having said this, she decisively decides to act quickly. She must deploy her pawn, the hero, and even considers whether to reboot him completely. Suddenly, she is no longer alone. So it's you, huh? A new voice sounded. You really chose this loser as a hero. Suddenly, an angel appears before her and calls himself Gerald. The figure in the hood, the overseer of humanity, froze in shock at the sudden appearance of the angel. Jiriel sharply reproaches the overseer he ignored all her warnings. The angel spreads his wings and complains that all these extra tasks are already getting on her nerves, so she asks her overseer to lighten her burden a bit. The angelic being materializes, her wings spread wide open. She looks at the man before her and thoughtfully says that the resources of this world are limited, and the one who attacked from the gates will only accelerate this problem. She frankly says that her master is terribly angry, and by his order she has come to restore balance in this world. Clenching her fist, she prepares to deliver what she herself calls the angelic fist of judgment. "I will pass judgment on you," she proclaims. Suddenly the goddess Eldora appears. Her voice burning with rage, she demands to know why their world is being punished on a whim, and shouts that other worlds should also suffer from lack of resources. The man calmly confirms that although resources have indeed decreased elsewhere, there is a specific reason to punish this particular world. The angel adds a decisive detail. Their master is already trying hard to atone for the guilt of having ignored the highest-ranking god. The mention of the highest-ranking god stuns Eldora, who understands that this is not a matter to be simply brushed off. In a moment, her shock turns into defiant anger. She tightly grips her weapon and waves off their words, considering them nonsense. Now in full battle armor, she mockingly dismisses the idea that some mere messenger could punish her. "You need to know your place," she shouts, and her patient is completely exhausted. Eldora lunged forward and delivered a powerful strike. To her horror, the angel easily intercepts the attack. A sphere of energy deflects the blow, and the goddess freezes, stunned by the unexpected barrier. The force of the parry alone pushes Eldora back. She stumbles, and her attack is completely nullified. The angel stands firm, catching the goddess's powerful swing with one hand. The strike is colossal, and its weight is evident in the angel's stance. With a powerful shove, she pushes the armored goddess back, who flies backward, sliding across the ground. Having tested the opponent's strength, the angel says with a sly compliment, "So, you do have some skill," attributing it to the stubbornness of the god of the first world. At a higher plane of existence, a being of incredible power groans from its duties. The constant maintenance of 10,000 worlds exhausts it to the core. When her angelic attendants bring her drinks, she asks aloud whether Agent Pill is really managing his job, while her subordinates quietly curse her difficult character. Biting off a piece of snack, the goddess is satisfied to confirm that everything in the lower world is going according to plan. On the battlefield, the young man's eyes blaze with determination, with only one thought in mind: to take control. In the pocket dimension, a powerful burst of energy erupts from the warrior in luxurious armor. The force of the attack pushes her opponent, an angel with dark wings, backward, and he staggered back. The armored administrator stands victorious, pointing with an authoritative, indisputable gesture. "This is the administrator's domain," she declares. "My domain." She loudly says that in this space, even the messenger of the highest gods has no chance of victory. Her confidence borders on madness, and she shouts, "The administrator in this world is absolute. I myself am God." Her rival, however, seems not at all impressed by this display. "That's just how you imagine it," she says, sighing disdainfully. "Did you really think that I, your enemy, would just slip into your domain without any plan to fight you?" The angel exposes a critical flaw in the administrator's power. "The very fact that I managed to sneak in here means that your control over this space has already vanished. It is becoming mine." She says that she sneaked in, using the dim remnants of the summoning circle smoldering between this world and the lower. It would have been an impossible feat if the administrator truly had absolute power. Previously, all paths were sealed, but once inside, she began step by step to undermine the administrator's control from within. She mockingly thanks her enemy, explaining that by concentrating so much power in her body, the administrator made the domain itself vulnerable to capture. The administrator froze in shock. She cannot comprehend how her opponent managed to break through the spatial barrier while simultaneously fighting. Seized by rage, she shouted for the angel to stop talking nonsense. But her attack was effortlessly brushed aside. The angel calmly notices the sharp drop in her fiery power, a clear sign that she is losing control. She says directly, "The reason is the same as I just explained." Realization and rage distort the administrator's face. She finally understands her plight. She rushes forward in a last, desperate assault. With a furious scream, she swears, a mere angel will not defeat her. The angel meets the onslaught not with magic, but with a single devastating blow. The blow shattered the administrator's weapons and armor to pieces. The blast wave broke through her defense. She was sharply thrown back, and she screamed in pain. Her body falls to the ground with a crash, broken and shattered. The angel stands over the fallen enemy and says coldly, "I could now restore my limited powers, but your punishment has not even begun. I tell you, from now on the real one begins." She loomed over the frightened administrator. "Have you already prayed?" A sharp blow hits the first taste of humiliation, just beginning. The administrator sees there is no physical pain, but the angel clarifies that was one strike for the anger of my master. Inside the angel, everything boiled. Her patience, worn out by exhaustion and the incompetence of the leadership, finally snapped and her mind malfunctioned. She pronounces the verdict: 10,000 lashes will descend from the heavens as retribution. When the ethereal chains bound the administrator, the angel declared that the seizure of the domain was complete, demanding an end to all feudal resistance. A cold, eerie laugh burst from her lips. The defeated administrator Gil makes a last attempt at defiance, but he is met with icy silence. Another sharp blow painfully reminds her of her powerlessness. You still, it seems, do not understand your situation, says the angel. I will be grateful if you stop clinging to the last word, and instead just shout, I need to relieve stress. Meanwhile, in the holy city, the high priest sighs with relief and says to his assistant, finally, the hero has decided to set out on a journey to overthrow the demon lord. But his relief is short-lived. The assistant urgently reports that a new oracle has just appeared on the cathedral wall. The content of the message shocked the priest. He was left speechless. He quickly gives orders: confirm the report and immediately deliver it to His Excellency, strictly insisting that the information remain secret and especially commands: under no circumstances allow the hero to find out about this. The subordinates confirmed the order, and the priest was left alone with the devastating news. Why now, he whispers, not believing, is my lord capable of this? At the outpost called Kukurika, a group of soldiers was lining up in the courtyard. A young man stepped forward before them, flanked by two companions. From today, I am responsible for all of you, he announced. I am the adventurer Kreniakanugi. The soldiers stare back, their faces a mixture of surprise and distrust. Before the assembled soldiers of Kukurika, the elite guard of Trident, their captain stands face to face with the man who is supposed to train them, a simple adventurer he has never heard of. The captain scrutinizes the man, who, a little tense, confirms. His name is Renia. He is an E-rank adventurer, essentially a complete novice. Soldiers mutter distrustfully, and the captain laughs mockingly, saying that E-rank cannot teach them. Renia calmly accepts their skepticism because he understands. They are defenders of an important forward post and very confident in their abilities. The captain insists, firmly saying that training with an inexperienced adventurer is a complete waste of their time. Renia agrees. There is only one way to settle this. If he wants to command them, he must first defeat everyone in battle. The captain snorts disdainfully at the audacious challenge, but Renia's face becomes serious. A sinister gleam flashes in his eyes, and he says he looks forward to exchanging a few points with each of them. The soldiers, taking his confidence for reckless arrogance, prepare to show their new instructor the harsh truth about military might. The result is instant and complete. The training ground is covered with unconscious bodies of elite soldiers, felled in a moment. Renia stands alone amid the bloody chaos and realizes that this brief skirmish allowed him to assess their abilities. The captain, the only one still standing, looks on in complete astonishment, unable to comprehend how one person could so easily defeat his entire squad. As the commotion subsides, a woman in uniform approaches, and noting that Renia has already proven he can command, directs his attention to a trembling figure near a living corpse. Renia asks what happened to Sion, and the woman says she spoke with her a little about what happened recently. Shin is in ruins, sobbing and apologizing incessantly. The woman added that she forbade everyone from talking about the incident with the Holy Kingdom, thus sparing Renia the trouble of doing it himself. The soldier's chain of command broke. Renia turns his gaze to the last one still standing. He tells the stunned captain that his fight is not over, yet now he will have to face Her Majesty Sion. Hearing herself called the First Lady of Trident, something inside the confused princess seemed to awaken. Her behavior instantly changes as she accepts the new task to crush the man before her. The captain just stands and watches, stunned by her sudden, unpredictable shift. Renia warns the captain, do not underestimate me. If you lose, you will become a laughingstock for life. Teasing him further, Renia paints a picture of his defeat, saying, you will be known as weaker even than the princess you swore to protect. Shan draws her blade. The duel begins, and she rushes forward with incredible speed and strength. With one move, the captain is knocked down. He is completely broken, and left to wonder how an E-rank princess could have such overwhelming power. Shin turns to Renia and asks if she won easily. Her elder calmly says that Shin does have the strength to overcome the twist. Renia simply calls her by name, Lady Sion. He smiles slightly and utters two simple words, good job. The praise plunges Shin into true bliss. Renia's voice is like music to her, and she eagerly awaits his next command, forgetting her previous injury. His companions observe, and finally begin to comprehend the complexities of Xian's personality. The commander sets off, leaving the soldiers under Rene's care and promising to return in a month to check on their progress. When they are left alone, Rania stands before the defeated captain. He spoke the icy truth. The so-called Trident elite failed to inflict a single wound on the rank E adventurer. With a terrible gleam in his eyes, he announces his new goal: to take these petty brats and forge them into true warriors. Their first trial was announced. They will all compete against Lady Shin. The race begins, and Xian immediately leaves the soldiers far behind. Her lightning speed demoralizes the already broken men. Renee lifts a heavy iron weight and grimly declares, "For every lap a soldier falls behind, another one will be attached to his body." A wave of horror swept over the squad, and they rushed to run in desperate haste. The training is exhausting. Soldiers collapse from strain while Xian marches on as if it comes effortlessly to him. Rena's comrades notice that he clearly enjoys it and puts more effort into it than usual. He watches the grueling exercises with a barely noticeable smile on his lips. It reminds him of former days, and he is already thinking about the next stage of their torment. His goal is clear. He will crush them so that they lose all self-respect and will be forced to understand their true place. His friends only stand aside and pity the soldiers because they know what hell awaits them. The chase ends. The soldiers are completely exhausted and broken again. The captain can only hoarsely whisper that this is hell, while his comrades hand the men potions for recovery, calling them angels in that moment of relief. The respite turned out to be too short. The potions serve only to strengthen the body, but the shadow of Pherenia is already descending upon them, announcing the next phase: hardening of the mind. After that comes the hardening of skills. It pushes the soldiers beyond everything they could imagine. The training is merciless. It is a harsh regime of physical exertion, tests of spirit endurance, and ruthless combat exercises. Every day they are thrown into this hell. Bodies and souls are broken and molded again from nothing. After a month, the commander returns and the soldiers meet her. Exhausted but unyielding, they stand before her and sincerely thank their instructor. Their transformation is simply stunning. They are no longer the arrogant elite she left behind, but hardened warriors with incredible physical strength, already demanding the next training program. The commander looks from the recruits to their instructor, then at the captain, who is crying from the incredible tension of the last month, and asks Renee if he has overdone it. In the sacred halls of the Holy City, the subordinate kneels before the throne of the Holy King, ready to deliver an important report. The night in the Holy Kingdom begins its story, revealing the history of a strange and miraculous event. According to the testimony of many people, a powerful beam of light pierced the cathedral and carved a mysterious message directly onto the stone walls. The knight, having examined the spectacle with his own eyes, confirms its divine origin and confidently says that it is a true oracle from the heavens. The bowed Holy King listens intently, stroking his beard before asking the decisive question, "What does the oracle say?" The knight delivers a brief, eerie message. It says enemy in trident. The king insists on details, but the knight only confirms. The message exists and it leaves much room for interpretation. At that very moment, another figure appears, casually interrupting the solemn course of events. Yuki the hero suddenly appeared and announced his presence. A faint trace of the goddess drew him here, and he accidentally overheard their conversation. He quickly connects Trident with the kingdom of the black-haired girl with a ponytail. A sinister smile spread across his face. He understood. This was an order regarding the demon lord, and his decision was simple and cruel: to go and completely destroy the entire kingdom. He believes that this is a necessary act for the sake of saving the world. The Holy King, stunned and horrified, begged the hero to reconsider. He shouted that Trident was the last line of defense against the demon lands, and its destruction would open the gates for a full-scale invasion of demonic beasts. The hero disdainfully brushed off his concerns, accused the king of ignoring the will of the goddess, and declared his orders unshakable to destroy the leader of the demonic beasts wherever he might be hiding. The knight interrupts, desperately trying to convince him, insisting that the prophecy was incomplete and requires careful interpretation. This enemy might turn out to be completely different from the previous demon lord. But the hero's patience is already at its limit. With a wave of oppressive energy, he silenced the knight, asking if he dared to rebel against the hero sent by the goddess herself. He directs his formidable, piercing gaze at the Holy King, cornering the monarch right on his throne. Under this colossal pressure, kings will break. With a strain in his voice, he gives a new order: to mobilize all soldiers and send word to all foreign kingdoms. The sacred kingdom to punish Trident unleashes war. A sinister laugh burst from the hero's lips. The mission has now turned into his personal revenge. He recalls what was done to his body by the one he calls the Demon Lord. With a face filled with pure, relentless hatred, he swore to kill his target in the most terrible way possible, and this death was to be far from painless. Somewhere else in the air hovers a fearful feeling. The goddesses watch as chaos unfolds, and one of them sadly says that she continues to bring trouble to Renea, for the hero's mutability is her constant burden. Another burst out in rage and blamed the feudal oracle of her colleagues for the entire catastrophe. The dispute escalates into corporal punishment, but the punishing goddess immediately restrains herself and notes that her words were too harsh. But the real problem is much more complicated. She reveals that the very program controlling the flow of resources in the human turret is being jammed by some unknown force. This system transforms the devotion of mortals into divine power, making the hero an imperfect but stunning force. Someone is insidiously trying to replace the supervisory body that controls this power. She realized that the saboteur is another leader, and now she is filled with a desire to deal with him. The situation becomes increasingly irritating and more complicated. And another goddess, confused and panicked at the very thought of having to explain this fuss to Rinia, decides simply to leave everything in the hands of the other goddesses. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Kukurtika, a battle rages. A volley of arrows tore the sky, a signal to battle, and the commander, shouting, gave the order to advance. Soldiers clash in a hail of steel. The forces of Trident, like Lady Shin charging into attack, intensify the pressure. Shin herself cuts a path through enemy ranks. Her skill is simply astonishing. The enemy commander froze, not believing his eyes. His troops outnumber the Cheyenne forces almost 10-1, but her infantry and the princess herself fight with unnatural fury. He cannot comprehend how they became so formidable in just a month. From afar, Rania and his companions watch the training battle. He notices everything is going according to his plan. His people are crushing a numerically superior force. Rona explains that this exercise is politically necessary. To gain the approval of dissatisfied lords like Verton, they must demonstrate overwhelming power. Rania adds that to prepare the soldiers for real war, they needed to experience a fight against a common enemy, and he is pleased with how they performed. The battle ends with a decisive victory. The enemy army is completely defeated and surrenders. Cheon raises his sword and proclaims their triumph. Her soldiers burst out shouting, chanting, "Glory to Lady Shan." Rania thoughtfully remarked, although Cyan is reckless, he turned out to be a better leader than he expected. Apparently, he inherited this trait from her military lineage. As the celebration begins, Rona approaches with a grim expression. She brings terrible news. The Sacred Kingdom has officially declared war on the Duchy of Trident. An army of allies is already heading to their lands, 100,000 warriors led by the hero Yuki. Therefore, she officially requests Renia to appear on behalf of her mother, Arcticus Lydia Femme Fatale. She asked him to go with her to the capital. From the capital window, the Archduchess herself watches as the carriage is being prepared. When Renia and his companions were about to set off, she smiles, intrigued by the man known as Renia's son. The two sisters are already involved, and the appearance of their mother promises to make everything extremely entertaining. Renia and his companions walk down a long corridor and find themselves in front of an impressive government building. As they walk, Rennie impatiently asks where Cor and Emil are. Shin explains that while Emil was with Frau, Kua refused to come upon learning that they would have to meet Shin's mother. Anxious trembling reveals that Shin himself is deeply afraid of the approaching meeting with the Grand Duke. They were brought to the huge doors, and they froze before entering the office. A dignified woman meets them at the table. "Welcome to the capital," she says, and her voice sounds commanding. The formality left. Hirsch turned to her daughter, and a warm smile lit up her lips. And she, turning to Chan, "Welcome home." Warmth quickly turns into gentle reproach sighs. "Mischief maker, you know I was really worried." The Grand Duke squeezed his daughter in a suffocating embrace, so Renia asked for them to be officially introduced. She winked confidently and called herself the Grand Duke ruling the Principality of Trident. Renia officially introduces herself as Renia Kunugi, an adventurer, and Sion notices that her mother's current state is nothing like the stern image of the Grand Duke she has in mind. The Grand Duchess admits that she has heard about the formidable power of Renia from Rona and media, and this causes both to blush shamefully and brush it off. As soon as everyone settled down, the meeting truly begins. The Grand Duke immediately delivered the grim news. The Principality of Trident received an official declaration of war from the Sacred Kingdom. A colossal force of 100,000 soldiers had already set out on the campaign. Shin says grimly, "The Trident army barely reaches 30,000 soldiers. Although scouts are already in the field, the enemy marches quickly and is expected to reach the border in 2 weeks. The only real option, fortifications." Rona adds that in Trident there are no longer stories about that hero's magic that twists the mind, probably because this power, although divine in origin, no longer works here. The fighting spirit of their allied lords is likely sluggish. They were placed under Trident's command before the upcoming battle. Renia finally asks the main question, why was he summoned? The Grand Duchess looks at him with eerie calm. For now, she says, we have no chance to win. She continues, revealing the dark truth. Unless we give Reniasan to the Holy Kingdom and make peace. A tense silence hung in the air as their eyes met. But she quickly dismisses this thought, firmly assuring him that it will not happen. Media signed the contract in her name, and Renia's training has significantly improved their soldiers' skills. The Grand Duchess was on guard, cutting off empty talk. She turned the conversation to the real threat and directly asked Renia if he truly believes he can fight the Holy Kingdom and win. Renier recalled their previous encounter. That insane speed of the hero, enhanced by lightning strikes and teleportation magic, gave no chances, so he decided that a direct confrontation would be unwise. The Grand Duke instantly guesses that is why he fled from the Holy Kingdom back then. "If I am not equal to the hero, how will I fight him?" she presses, asking if he has a plan. For now, she suggests staying in the capital to rest a little and recover from exhaustion. The conversation returned again to strategy. A direct assault on the hero was deemed impossible, so they have only one option left to fortify. Medea insists, even if they lose, the Sacred Kingdom will definitely rush to hunt Rhaenyra, the root of this war. The Duchess decisively cut off. As a ruler, I will not allow innocent people to suffer in this conflict. Looking at her sister, Shan had a worried expression on her face. The mother tries to comfort her, promising that she will no longer be alone. Rhaenyra intervenes and assures Maria that he will not leave the burden of defending Trident solely to her. And others look on uncertainly. It seems Sion reluctantly comes to terms with the situation. Rhaenyra irritably cuts through the tense atmosphere. "Stop that fake act," he orders, having seen through their facade. He clearly understands his goal. In short, he says, "I will have to restrain the hero for a short time." He calmly takes on this huge task and says that sooner or later he had to deal with the hero anyway. But he sets one condition. If he defeats the hero and removes the threat to the Holy Kingdom, Sion must have the right to choose her own path. The Grand Duke considers his conditions before returning to her daughter, and what does Shan think? Sion fell silent, her gaze lowered, she was lost in thought. A wave of memories surged: battles, rescue, and a moment that changed everything. Her determination grows stronger. She raises her gaze, voice clear and firm. "From now on, I want to fight alongside Rhaenyra." Rhaenyra gives a barely noticeable smile, while the Grand Duke looks intently at both of them. The deal is accepted. The Grand Duke asked why he is helping them so much. Rhaenyra simply says, his motivation is one: as long as the hero lives, there will be no peace. He explains that by removing the filter from the Holy Kingdom and returning Shin, he acted on his own will. He says this is the least she deserves as his companion, and it is clear how these words move both Shin and Rona. She blushed, his words touched her heart. Later, walking through the city streets, they heard a voice calling them. Merchant Curie appeared and greeted them with a loud, noisy welcome. Rhaenyra doesn't even look at her and simply walks on. "You are cold as always," Shan remarks. Rhaenyra patiently asks Curie to explain what is going on. Curie notices that Rhaenyra, like a magnet, attracts trouble wherever she goes. She admits that she overheard conversations about the Sacred Kingdom and wants to help. She hands him a magical talisman and says that it can stop the opponent's abilities and reduce damage from the hero. Shin has one too. Rhaenyra notices that she always seems to have something convenient and ready for him at hand. Curie Bims loudly declared that she is his biggest fan. Rhaenyra, although cautious, notices that the talisman might come in handy, accepts it, and whispers thank you. He issues a grim warning. If the magic doesn't work or any unforeseen consequences arise, he will kill her, regardless of whether she is a heroine or a servant of God. When they walk away, Curie shuddered. She felt that he knows more than he shows, but still she felt relieved that he took it. Looking at his retreating back, she quietly smiles. Rhaenyra will definitely become a hero, she thought confidently. Meanwhile, far, far away, a hero with a self-confident sly smile rushes at the head of a huge army. The troops of the Sacred Kingdom march forward. Their goal is clear: the decisive battle is already at the doorstep. The rhythmic stomping of marching boots echoes off the fortress walls as the army lines up in strict rows. Human soldiers in heavy armor stand shoulder to shoulder with elven archers, and their combined forces tense up in preparation for the inevitable battle. Standing on the castle battlements, Rhaenyra Kunugi gazes into the distance, when suddenly his attention is caught by a creature resembling a pterodactyl circling in the sky above him. He stands with crossed arms, a grim expression on his face, intently watching the military preparations below. Next to him, his comrade Brad cannot believe he got dragged into such a large-scale conflict, complaining that it feels like he has incurred a huge debt. He, cynically smiling, added, "You talk as if we will survive." Rhaenyra shifts his gaze to him, and memories flash again in his mind of how they nearly died in the cave. He says that after returning alive from there, he cannot imagine defeat for him. It is simply a way to repay Brad. Suddenly, a shadow falls over them. A colossal black dragon descends from the sky and lands with such a crash that the ground shakes, and on its head sits a figure who declares, "I am the one who owes you first." The soldiers below shouted in alarm upon seeing the lost dragon, but suddenly a voice rang out, "Do not be afraid." Young Azu jumped down from the massive paw of the dragon, and Brad shouted a loud warning. She finds herself right in his arms, holding him tightly, and he blushes and becomes shy from the sudden touch. The dragon Dorokun asked questioningly whether his master's actions were intentional, to which Rhaenyra sharply commanded silence, then turned the blushing Brad and asked if he was glad to see that his apprentice was doing so well. Embarrassed, he told Azu to mind his own business and not say anything unnecessary. The moment is interrupted by an alarming message. The allied army from the Holy Kingdom has broken through the border. They are advancing relentlessly and are now approximately 30 kilometers southeast of the city of Gauche. Judging by the size of the flags in the distance, this is their entire army, although they are still outside the interception zone, and the earliest arrival is in a day, so the defenders have very little time left to prepare. The commander standing behind the city walls reports, All available troops are now concentrated in Gauche. All approaches are blocked, only the eastern gates remain open. The enemy numbers about 25,000 soldiers, slightly fewer than we expected. Perhaps they are holding back to observe first, but their fighting spirit is dangerously high. They have been led to believe they are fighting the enemy of the very god. Red sees this as an opportunity and exclaims that their time has come to shine and raise the fighting spirit of their soldiers. His plan is to show off their beautifully trained bodies, because he believes this sight will make the soldiers feel invincible. Renia instantly silences him. Stop, or else with your dirty poses you will demoralize the army. He releases the instructor and his people, tells them to return to training, and promises that when the battle begins, he will make a place for them where they will truly shine. The woman briefly reports to Renia, pointing to the arriving mighty warriors. She would not call them invincible, but their proven skill is far more valuable than the strength of 100 ordinary soldiers. They are an unexpected but extremely effective reinforcement. When Renia returns, he recognizes their leader, the same elf he once saved. She introduces herself as Skuld, rejoices at the meeting, and thanks him for his past bravery. Skuld says she came all the way from Grand Cane to repay a debt, and gives all the power of her forces to fight for Renia's cause. In a gentle, intimate voice, with a blush on her cheeks, she begins to confess a deeper feeling she has always had for him. But suddenly her companion interrupts and explains that they are here due to an official request sent to her father. Embarrassed and caught off guard, Captain Skuld awkwardly agrees that this is indeed the official reason. Addressing her people, Skuld proudly announced that through the portal she brought 200 elven archers and mages, accompanied by Renia. With the consent of the Grand Duchess, she encouraged them to show zeal and fight at the cost of their lives, and taking Renia's hand, wished him victory in the approaching war. Her voice becomes gentle again. She places her hand on her heart and swears that her elven heart will always be beside him. Her sincere moment is shattered when her troops erupt in loud chanting in honor of another woman named Rona, and it is clear that Skuld is shocked and upset. Ignoring the commotion, Renia entrusts the elves with long-range and magical combat, thanks them for their support, then turns to Emil and asks how he plans to help and ease the burden of the human warriors. Emil's eyes shine with excitement. She impatiently suggests releasing her new, improved tentacled monster, an idea Renia immediately regretted allowing at all. Another observer, smiling, commented on the amusing situation. She is not obliged to intervene in the fight between humans. Yet she says she will prepare to help, confessing that she simply does not want to see Renia lose. Suddenly, a magically amplified voice rang out across the entire city, catching everyone by surprise. Renia and his companions looked up in the courtyard, tensely searching for the source of the sound. Above them appeared a gigantic glowing projection of Grand Duchess Lydia Femme Fatale, who greeted her people. She sincerely praises everyone for their hard work preparing for the war. Renia quietly doubts the true nature of the Duchess's great trick and is not impressed by this spectacle. The Duchess's projection begins to explain why the war broke out. She says that the Sacred Kingdom suddenly attacked after their summoned hero tried to enslave her daughter Shan. When Trident saved Xian, the kingdom became furious and threatened invasion. She throws a rhetorical question to the gathered soldiers and citizens hearing the truth. Whose side will they take? Noticing how fear grips them before the great army approaching, she reassures them, do not worry. She reminds them of the elite troops from Kukurika and the brilliant elven mages who came to their aid. To encourage them even more, she promises a personal reward from herself and her daughters to everyone who fights well, and this made her daughter cry out in amazement. Her speech worked. The soldiers erupted with a deafening roar of approval, their fighting spirit soared. They began chanting the names of their leaders Lygia, Medea Shan, and Trident, vowing swearing to defeat that miserable hero. Renia's group looks differently. Some are ashamed, some amused, and he himself quietly despises this spectacle. The false exaltation instantly ended when a guard on the city walls spotted the approaching enemy. The warriors on the battlements tensed. Their celebration faded and turned into grim determination. The force was recognized. The allied army of the Holy Kingdom arrived. Renia and his companions approached the wall and gazed into the endless plains. Before him stretched a huge army to the very horizon, a sea of soldiers ready for battle. The time of the fight is rapidly approaching. Above the castle walls suddenly flickered a magical projection. On it appeared the face of Reincarnated, and the soldiers of the Holy Kingdom froze stunned. The warriors lift their eyes from the ground. Confusion reigns in their ranks. To the hero of the Holy Kingdom, the voice of the projection thunders over the battlefield. I am Reincarnated, an adventurer of the guild. He continues the speech, revealing the truth before everyone. I am the one who pretended to be the king of demons and saved the princess, and I already know the real reason why you came to attack Trident. A confident smile appears on his lips as he shows his trump card, but that head of the demon king from that time is the antidote, right? He throws down a challenge like a gauntlet. If you want the antidote, come out and fight me. If you win, I will give it without any malice. Renia's voice became firm, his words directed straight at the hidden hero. Or maybe the title of hero belongs to the coward who cannot fight the enemy without the protection of his soldiers. He presses the opponent, questioning the very foundations of the Holy Kingdom's invasion. Step forward boldly and fight me. The accusation threw the soldiers into confusion, and their whispers spread through the ranks. From the side of the field where the hero stands comes a palpable, oppressive aura, an invisible force presses on them. From the height, the observer in the mask watches as chaos unfolds. Somewhere else, another ally clenched in despair. UGF, such a broad enchantment of enslavement, she whispers with pain, recognizing this magic, and almost screams at how the power of blessing is wasted as if tomorrow will never come, even though resources are limited. Unable to intervene personally, she can only trust the man on the field below. At the embrasure, Renia turns to her demonic companion and says, "You guys, the word hero sounds somehow strange." She explains how in her native country, for someone to be called a hero, others must recognize his courage or bravery. With a knowing smile, she explains a deeper meaning. Demon kings and heroes are like the eagle and tails of the same coin, and there are powers that awaken only when you are recognized as a hero. Renia contemplates her words, "So you say that a guy like him is not a hero." As if their conversation was summoned, a new voice cut through the tension. A young man, supposedly a representative of the human race, stepped forward with a superior smile. "Well, won't you come out, hero of the human race?" He says brave hero with contempt. No, that title does not suit him. The hero's gaze falls on Shin, his words dripping with cruelty. "How do you like the prince we gave you, that miserable life, constant escape from the women you love so much?" His companion added her vulgar sneer, calling Rania a vulgar, spineless, disgusting bitch who spits filth and pretends to be a heroine. The crude insult made everyone freeze in stunned silence. Even Rinnie's own satellites are stunned by this vulgar prank. Suddenly, a dazzling flash of light bursts from the enemy front line. A mighty bolt of lightning descended from the sky and struck the fortress gates with incredible force. The huge structure shatters into pieces from the magical attack. The soldiers on the wall ducked and grabbed on to hold themselves during the aftershock. The hero's squad lowers their hands. The spell is complete. Renia reacted with inhuman speed, instantly pushing off the wall and leaping aside to avoid the explosion. His comrade notices that he has decisive reflexes as fast as an arrow. His allies watch him go, recalling his last words to them, "I trust you." He landed in the middle of the enemy army, a lone figure among a sea of soldiers. The officer shouted, "The source of magic is somewhere here." He rushes inside. "Shoot him." A cloud of arrows flies at him, but he moves like a blurred shadow and easily deflects them with his sword. He cuts through the front ranks, a whirlwind of steel and fury, leaving chaos behind. He froze for a moment among the fallen, his face stern and resolute. And then just as instantly he teleports and disappears, leaving behind a wounded soldier who shouts an alarm. Without Rinnie, the enemy rushed forward. Ladders were raised to the walls. They begin to climb up, shouting battle cries, and storm the fortifications in a crowd. On the parapet, Shin takes command. Archers, men on the wall, mages repel their magical attacks. She gives precise orders. "Spearmen, pair up, hold your shields against the arrows and attack the enemies climbing the wall. Do not let the walls be breached." The attackers relentlessly move forward, their shields absorbing a barrage of fire as they climb up. Xian watches their determination, and with anxiety realizes that the power of the holy hero is already filling them. In a tense war council, they discuss the nature of this power, and the hero of humanity called by their god is endowed with the power of the holy. According to legend, this power strengthens his comrades and allows them to manifest unusually great might. But there is an even more insidious threat: the power of enslavement, which can turn the very army of Trident against them and doom them to total destruction. Those who worship the god of the human race must always remember the danger of this holy power. It is terrifyingly clear. The strategic necessity is to keep the hero away from the front line at any cost. Renee infiltrated the Holy Kingdom and realized the hero lacks the charisma to lead. Instead, he holds his troops by force of enslavement. The conclusion is simple. If the hero is defeated, the power of the saint will vanish, and then the rest of the soldiers can be overcome. Rinia's face became a mask of cold fury as he accepts his role. "Killing the scoundrel is my job." On the wall, Xian encourages her own for phenol desperate defense. "Don't let them break through the walls at all costs, hold out to the last." Then she thinks of a friend and, shouting into the chaos, says, "Ragnarsson, I leave this to you." In the depths of the enemy camp, Renia stands alone, sword drawn, ready to challenge the hero. In the heat of battle, soldiers desperately search for their prey. Surrounded by enemy forces, Renia kills another man and his voice burns with rage as he roars, "Where is that scoundrel hiding?" He understands the futility of his situation. Shells are falling from everywhere, tracking where each shot comes from is almost impossible, and the crowding of soldiers only complicates everything. Every moment he lingers here brings the castle closer to falling. He hesitates whether to use the powerful force he does not want to unleash, because he knows if the target is not nearby, it will be in vain. Somewhere, Crow directs his magic. straining to precisely determine where the hero is by tracing energy traces from the previous lightning. She finds him. He is hidden among a swarm of wren teeming with soldiers deep in the enemy fortress. She quickly warns, be careful. The elven commander, gripped by panic, orders her not to stop watching the hero's movements for a moment. Despite the pressure, Crow asserts his duty, a barely noticeable blush playing on his cheeks. On the battlefield, Renia understands the vile, cowardly trick of her opponent. The hero hides behind soldiers, creates a blind spot, and waits for the perfect moment to strike. While Renia repels and defends against the pressure, suddenly an attack flashes from an unexpected side. To his great shock, the projectile was not for him. It pierced one of the hero's soldiers, and he fell in a fountain of blood. The hero emerges from behind the body of his fallen comrade. He lunges forward, using the dead man as a shield and distraction. With a twisted, victorious smile, he thrusts the sword forward. The blade sinks deeply into the target. But the hero's victory was short-lived. He froze, unable to believe his eyes when he realized the one he stabbed was not Renia, but another soldier, only a pitiful imitation. In the eyes of his enemy, soldiers are no more than sacrificial pawns. Renia observed from afar, and a cold realization froze on his face. He had misjudged the hero, who from the very beginning did not intend to fight for himself, but only used others. When his patience ran out, Renia changed. He grabbed the sword, and a new determination instantly awakened in him. He abandoned the initial plan to only wound the hero. Now an icy fire blazes in his eyes. A dark, oppressive aura bursts from his body. He is focused on one single grim goal: to kill him. The soldiers around retreated, frozen by a sudden wave of terrible power. In the blur of movements, Renia unleashes his fury and becomes a whirlwind of steel, cutting down every soldier in his path. The path cleared, and he fixes his gaze on his true target. The hero only watches in horror as Renia swiftly closes the distance. Cornered and desperate, the hero prepares the final strike and shouts, "Don't you dare run away, you scoundrel." Consumed by rage, the dark-haired swordsman rushes in pursuit of his fugitive, not letting him escape. Their blades clashed with a sharp clang, and the golden-haired hero desperately tries to fend off the relentless assault. The attacker parries the wild attack. A grim smile appears on his face. He sees that the enemy's reaction is weak. But the hero does not retreat, resolutely determined this time his prey will not escape. Meanwhile, a desperate battle rages on the fortress walls. The defenders are pressed by a swarm of enemies, their cries lost in the chaos of the siege. In despair, a soldier bursts into Lord Vartan's presence and, gasping for breath, shouts that the enemy is simply overwhelming them with numbers. He begs to be told what to do, his eyes wide open with panic. Fear spreads, morale crumbles and turns into discontent. One soldier shouts that they will never defeat the Holy Kingdom and regrets that they should have surrendered Princess Zion while there was a chance. Another vents his anger on Duchess Lydia and the mysterious figure, blaming them for this disaster. His rage has turned into betrayal. He raised his sword against his own commander. But before the blow could land, an invisible ally suddenly knocked the mutineer off his feet. The young woman instantly rushed forward, shielding the fallen Lord Vartan with her body, and asked if he was all right. She immediately took control and called one of her own, Keith. Addressing the stunned soldiers, she announced that her Zion Corps had arrived by order of Maria Sama and would now temporarily take command of this position. She calms the wounded Lord Vartan, assuring him that they will defend this place, and sincerely believes that Reniasen will soon defeat the enemy hero. With a loud roar, her troops rush into battle. One of her burly soldiers easily lifts a huge boulder, encouraging his comrades. He hurls the projectile. The assault ladder is smashed to pieces and thrown down along with the soldier climbing it. The man laughs heartily, enjoying his immense strength. Vartan's warriors only froze in disbelief, watching the wild power of their new allies. Zion turns to the hesitant soldiers and sharply commands, "Vartan's squadron, if you are alive, line up. Do not show me weakness." With the screech and clang of steel, two warriors exchange blows at dazzling speed. The light-haired swordsman leans back, his face a mask of distrust. He is completely frozen, unable to find a gap in the defense or even properly defend himself. He desperately asks himself how this could have happened, for he believed that his swordsmanship was at its peak, a gift from the very goddess he now curses. The dark-haired warrior presses the attack, using his advantage, steadfastly receiving the slanting blows from the opponent's furious series of swings. He ducks under a heavy downward strike. The blade passes just inches above him. With a smooth, water-like movement, he turns and the course of the duel instantly changes. The light-haired warrior makes a wide swing and sees only empty air where his target stood just a moment ago. He looks back in shock. His opponent disappeared, only to reappear a moment later by teleportation, a tactic the blonde thought he alone possessed. The dark-haired man finished his analysis and with cold clarity recalled their fight in the sacred city. The enemy's attack patterns, the precise range of his teleportation of 10 to 20 meters, and the fatal mistake of the blonde, who repeatedly appeared in the same few spots, making his moves predictable. Knowing exactly where the enemy would appear again, he prepares to strike. As soon as the light-haired warrior appears, the blade is already waiting for him. Blood spurts from the blonde's chest as the sword hits its mark. He gasped. The blow was less deep than planned but still weakened him. The counterattack was lightning fast, but the opponent had already moved. A sharp kick threw the wounded warrior backward and he staggered. The dark-haired man examined the wound and noted with relief, the attack was not fatal after all. The blonde grabbed his side, a burning pain piercing him. His defense proved stronger than expected. The next strike would have to be even sharper. The blonde instantly loses his composure. He screams in rage, realizing that the armor given to him by the king hardly protects. He shouts that he was deceived and insists that he is the strongest here. His opponent looks and he doesn't care. Crazy? He asks, brushing off the flash as if it were nothing. You will not defeat me, he says coldly, because the difference is in training experience and strength of spirit. The mention of another world stops the blonde warrior in his tracks. He slowly realizes that his opponent is also a reincarnator. How can you become strong? The dark-haired man continued with a contemptuous tone, relying only on the strength of others and using them for your training. The insult hit a raw nerve. You are just a petty nobody. Suddenly, a dark-haired man spits dark liquid from his mouth. He admits that he sprinkled a special poison on that reacts specifically to the ailment of a blonde man, and the paralyzing pain is already beginning to spread through the warrior's veins. Panic overwhelms him. He falls, convulses painfully, and cannot understand when and how poison was slipped into his drink. He organizes attacks on lands, shouts threats, and promises bloody revenge. A cruel smile appeared on the face of the dark-haired man. Wasn't it a good idea? He sneered. I will give you a slow and painful death. He then takes out a small bottle, but before that, drink this. These are medicines that will temporarily dull your symptoms and work for only a few minutes. The blonde looks puzzled and asks, why is he being offered this? If you run away, his tormentor explains, your symptoms will return, and I am the only one who can fully cure your disease. The fate of that man is in his hands. As long as you live, if you can defeat me yourself, I will give you the medicine that lies in my pocket. Don't regret it later. The blonde stands up, his eyes burning with hatred. I won't kill you so easily. I will give you the most painful death, he shouted. His opponent meets his gaze, voice eerily calm. That's my line. The climactic battle reaches its hottest peak. Renia stands alone in a ring of enemy soldiers, his gaze seemingly fixed on their commander Brad. Brad, with a contemptuous smile on his face, is confident that a frontal attack is the best way to smash his target. But everything has already turned upside down. Covered in blood and cornered, Brad feels Rene's blade in his back, and the cold steel hints at a harsh choice. But Brad has one more cowardly trick. Without a word, he gives a signal and his soldiers rush forward, throwing themselves at the enemy commander, at Rene himself. Before Rene's eyes appears a familiar, vile scheme. Brad again uses his people as human shields. The soldiers become a wall of flesh and steel and block any direct path to their leader. Behind the doomed avant-garde, Brad shouts in his voice both rage and triumph at once. He is confident that victory is almost in his hands. He believes that by killing Renia, he will finally get the medicine he so desperately needs, and how exactly to achieve this does not concern him at all. He taunts Renia, mockingly saying that while he is busy repelling cannon fodder, he will find his chance. Still in this chaos, Renia sees not a challenge but an opportunity. He will seize this very moment, cut through the noise, and put an end to this battle. With a sudden jerk, he breaks through the crowd of advancing soldiers, and their spears and swords strike only emptiness. He breaks the line, his blade directly clashes with Brad's blade in a shower of sparks. Soldiers around them fall, unable to keep up with the furious speed of his attack. A moment and it's over. Renea's sword deeply pierced Brad's chest, and shock with disbelief distorts his face as he looks at the mortal wound. Renea looks with icy rage, never having thought she would have to endure that same treacherous look and those same vile tricks a second time. Brad is gasping, blood flows from his lips. He desperately calls upon his power, nothing happens, and cold horror overwhelms him. He will die. A terrifying memory flashed in his mind, phantom pain from how he was stabbed before. With his last breath filled with malice, he reaches out his hand, resolutely striving to pull Renea into death along with himself. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst from a pendant in Renea's chest. Before he can react, dark shadowy tentacles shoot rapidly from the talisman. The tentacles bypass Renea and lash through the air, instantly wrapping around Brad's body. The dark tentacles completely envelop him. His cries of pain and confusion echo across the battlefield as life is squeezed out of him. From the writhing mass comes a barely audible, desperate plea for help. A disembodied voice burst from the darkness and screamed, terrified of its own demise. The tentacles suddenly and fiercely contracted, pulling the victim back into the spell until nothing remained of them. Renea froze, staring at the pendant. She shuddered at its terrible and absolute power. Cheyenne appears and sharply explains that the true power of the amulet is not at all as the merchant said. It is a prototype created to stop the opponent's abilities and reduce damage. It seems she sighed with relief the device worked, but anxiety gnaws at her. How will Renea react to the fact that she tested it in the field without permission? As the rest of the soldiers, confused, halt their advance, Renia decides to postpone her questions for now. The conflict has finally ended. Men look around and whisper to each other, making sure the fight is over, and everyone's gaze falls on the lone warrior standing before them as the victor. While the fortress gates are under assault, the enemy army pushes forward a huge battering ram, their collective cries of effort echoing around. Suddenly, right in front of them, a large sack-like projectile strikes the ground, throwing the soldiers into confusion and panic. Despair grows on the walls. The defenders fear the gates will not hold, and their fear is fueled by the appearance among the attackers of a powerful figure resembling a demon king. Amid the chaos, a female knight tries to instill courage in her frightened comrade, reminding him of his family's honor in the face of inevitable death. A deadly hail of arrows pours from the sky, threatening to annihilate the defenders. But the lone rider, astride a huge winged beast, breaks through the battlefield, his figure a shield against the deadly barrage. He calls the soldiers down, his voice a beacon of hope. He assures them that even if the gates fall, he and his dragon will protect them all. His bold declaration deeply impressed the very young knight. He just looked at the teacher with complete admiration. Somewhere very close, the grim reality of battle continues. Medics fight for every life, but their healing magic is strangely powerless against these wounds. At a strange moment, an elf archer tries to explain to his comrade a psychological phenomenon known as the suspension bridge effect. He recounts an old legend. It is said that in mortal danger, people suddenly begin to feel strong emotions toward those nearby, a primal urge to reproduce. The archer realizes with horror that this effect could influence Rona, who is surrounded by enemies, and decides to protect her at any cost. He sees Rona fighting several enemies at once, and regretfully realizes that his bow is powerless in close quarters. He decides to get closer to support her, and prepares to eliminate the nearest enemy to clear the way. Before he can do anything, Rona mercilessly and swiftly deals with the attackers using her mace and armored boot, instantly knocking down 2 soldiers. 2 elves who left their posts to help her only stood frozen in silent astonishment, watching what happened. Rona turns to them, her deceptively sweet smile on her lips, and asks why they abandoned their positions. The archers froze speechless, trembling under her gaze. Nearby, another elf, Kua, angrily expresses her dissatisfaction to Renia, then asks if his plan is already in action. Renia says he has successfully dealt with the immediate threat. The brainwashed soldiers are slowly coming to their senses, and the enemy's advance seems to be weakening. Kua immediately sets off to inform May. May seems completely exhausted from her efforts. At that moment, a mighty voice cut through the roar of battle. From the walls, Lydia Femme Fatal, Duchess of Trident, proclaimed a proclamation to the commanders of the invading forces. The enemy soldiers raised their heads and froze, confused by the sudden address. Lydia announced with bitterness, their ally the hero is defeated, so the entire offensive has lost its meaning. She demands an immediate cessation of hostilities. She proposes conditions, acknowledges that the hero provoked the conflict, and promises that Trident will not pursue their troops if they retreat now. She extends a hand of peace, offers to hold peace negotiations with the Holy Kingdom in the future. But her proposal is followed by a grim ultimatum. If they continue this futile battle, she swears elite units of Trident will endure and destroy their commanders. While her words still hung in the air, a squad of Trident soldiers began descending the fortress walls on ropes. They land in the midst of the enemy. Their confidence is unsettling. A wave of eerie laughter burst from the squad and further confused the enemy army. Enemy soldiers froze in astonishment. They cannot comprehend the strange behavior of these new fighters. The strange soldiers draw weapons, smiling with wild energy. One faces the enemy, who desperately orders his men to attack. In response, the squad leader roared, "The time has come for Kate Corp to shine." They rush forward, a storm of muscles and steel, sweeping away bewildered enemy soldiers with their wild fury and strange battle cries. Their captain triumphantly flexed his muscles and declared that muscles are above all, completely confusing even his own men. Another female warrior appears, complaining that she was late for this spectacle. The enemy commander watches as chaos unfolds. His troops scatter without any explanation through this absurd squad, while Lydia's threat echoes in his mind. And just then a rider approaches him. This is the commander of the allied state, who announces the retreat of his troops. Referring to the Duchess's words, he refuses to participate further in the private war unleashed by the hero. He insists that the commander of the Holy Kingdom make a better choice, emphasizing that other allied states think the same, and leaves the battlefield. As options dwindle and his men are cut down one by one, the commander stands broken, realizes that nothing can be gained from this clash anymore. With a heavy heart, he gives the final order to all his troops. The forces of the Holy Kingdom must retreat from the battlefield. On the walls of Trident, a soldier shouted with joy. Enemy troops began to retreat. The battle was over. A wave of relief washes over the defenders, who exchange smiles of victory and fatigue. The tension finally disappeared, and the fortress was filled with joyful shouts and festive noise. Inside, Duchess Lydia, tightly wrapped in bandages but victorious, allows herself a deep, tired sigh. On the battlefield, a warrior waves his hand towards May, and she stands at a distance watching. They embrace, finding comfort and peace at the end of the battle. From her height on the wall, Renia closely watches the scene below. A barely noticeable, satisfied smile touched his lips. The long and exhausting struggle was finally over. The fight started by the fallen hero finally ended, and the difficult cleanup of the aftermath began. Immersed in warm water, Renia thoughtfully reflects on the recent turn of events. This large bath is a true luxury, a quiet moment of peace that he feels is well-deserved. After the conflict, the political decision came instantly. An urgent peace conference was convened, since this fight was a private matter initiated by the hero. Trident and the Holy Kingdom, together with neighboring countries, signed a treaty to end the war because the conflict ended quickly. There was little destruction on both sides, so an agreement was easily reached. The Grand Duchess proved to be a formidable leader. Not only did she establish peace, but she also secured reparations from the countries involved in the battle. Under her leadership, compensation was quickly and thoroughly given to wounded soldiers and families of the fallen, so the participants had no complaints. Less than half a month after the battle ended, the city of Trident had already returned to its usual bustle. It is this rapid recovery that now allows Renai to relax in such a luxurious bath, a true paradise won in battle. He clearly remembers how the Grand Duchess, with a confident smile, announced his reward. Renai-san would receive the title of Count and part of the territories. The news shocked him. He could not believe it. The princess explained why they acted this way, reminding him of the public speech he gave before the battle began. In the eyes of everyone watching, he single-handedly defeated the enemy hero right before his comrades. It was one of the greatest achievements, so the country and the princess had to properly reward him. He felt corner-red, realized the enormous pressure that the development of his own territory carried. But his comrades lent a shoulder and promised to enrich their lives as much as possible through this new venture. They even promised to lend him technicians and give money without any interest to help build his new city. After 12 months, work was in full swing. Rainier took up magic and cleared the land. With one spell of the wind blade, he felled a huge tree, and his advisors watched in admiration. He leveled the ground with a powerful wind vortex, shocking the spectators. The dragon was hired for transportation. It easily pulled huge piles of logs.